160 trainees showed up to the academy. The Archmage instructor announced that only a quarter of them would make it through. From the sidelines, the Patriarch observed, waiting for a certain kid to appear. The test was simple. Break through his aura with pure willpower and touch him. First up was this silver-haired prodigy, daughter of a sword master. 4 years of training already under her belt. As the teacher's aura hits her body, he tells her that if she uses her mana even for a second, she loses. She walks forward, grits her teeth from the pain of the hitting aura. Even suffering, she pushes through the storm and grabs the instructor's hand. Pass. Next is Dorian. Bros is shaking before he even stands up. Drops to one knee the moment the aura hits, stomach empty and boxers full of shit. But somehow he drags himself forward. And after struggling for minutes, he finally touches the instructor and immediately throws up. Pass. Then Burin. Main family heir. The elf releases his aura the moment he steps in, gets slammed down to one knee. He was mocking everyone before but got humbled really fast. He crawls like a cockroach, while the teacher says that he does have some potential but has no real purpose behind his strength. Bro remembers his strict father and then forces himself to grab the instructor. Another pass. And then the instructor calls the last name, the same the Patriarch is interested in. Rayon Zegart. This is the kid the whole family came to laugh at. The worthless, useless disgrace. The one doctors said wouldn't live to 20. The instructor smirks, says he won't go easy, and releases an aura so heavy the parents in the audience feel the ceiling collapse on them. Everyone's test was much easier, so why was he the only one getting the full aura from the teacher? Our boy doesn't even raise his hands, just asks if this is really the test. The instructor cranks the pressure higher, tells him to try and endure it. Rayon finally lifts his arms, takes one step, then another. The whole room goes silent. Then he just walks up and pokes the instructor in the stomach. I passed, right? The grandfather watching from the throne. Everyone on the grandstand and even this snow bunny mother were all confused with how easy that was. Because passing an aura test should not be possible. Why? A few years before at the aura awakening ceremony, which every Zegart child had to attend, they put their hand on the sword of justice and get their mana talent measured by it. The first kid touches it. Wind explodes out. Nobles clap. Second kid, same level. Praise. Then our boy steps forward. The whole hall is already laughing because they came specifically to watch the outcast son fail. He places his hand on the sword. For a split second, a vision. The first head of the Zegart family, swinging his blade, wiping out an entire battlefield of monsters in one strike. A flash of golden flame inside his heart, but outside's theirs. There's nothing, just a faint white glow. The lowest result possible. The nobles burst out laughing. Call him colorless. Call him useless. He walks out, the hall empties. Only the grandfather and his butler stay behind, muttering about how this really is a lost cause. And then, the sword of justice explodes. Golden mana, golden flames, the aura of the very first head of the Zegart family, a power that has appeared exactly once in the entire history of the bloodline. Grandfather drops his cup. The kid everyone laughed at didn't fail the sword. The sword was waiting for the doors to close so nobody else would see the truth. Because if anyone in that room had seen this, our boy would already have a target on his back. But how did this happen? Why does a sickly nobody secretly carry the strongest bloodline talent in family history? Because he isn't really a child. In his past life, our boy was the head of the Shadows, the personal assassin squad of one of the 6 kings. A man named Darius, the legendary sword saint everyone on the continent bows to. The Shadows aren't normal killers. The family kidnaps kids when they're young, brainwashes them, raises them in the dark, and pumps them out as disposable weapons. No will, no feelings, no thoughts of their own. And our boy was the best one they ever produced. And one random day, by pure accident, the brainwashing broke. He stumbled into a breathing technique called the Ring of Fire, a legendary art that hadn't been seen in centuries. And the moment he started using it, the chains in his mind cracked. For the first time, he had his own thoughts. That hope lasted the same time as me in the bedroom, about 15 seconds. Darius called him in under the moonlight, complimented his work, said he was ready to lead the Shadows, then snapped his fingers and activated a second collar, a parasite worm planted in his body, designed to eat his heart whenever Darius wanted him gone. And Darius just smiles and explains that brainwashing alone is never enough. Every hunting dog wears 2 collars. He'd known about the broken brainwashing the whole time and had been waiting for the right moment. Our boy refused to die for nothing. Even with his heart being chewed apart from the inside, he grabbed his sword and charged, landed one cut on Darius's hand. That was it. One scratch. Darius took his head off without a second thought. In that final moment before death, a system window appeared. Something offered to take his body and use his rage. He refused. The possession failed, and the next thing he knew, he was a baby in a noble's arms. The woman caring for him was named Sylvia, and it all still felt unreal. Holding him close, she smiled and asked him to try saying Mama. MC realized he had been reborn as her child, while keeping every memory from his life as a killer. At first he thought it was a dream, like he just slept for 100 days. But no matter how much time passed, he never woke up, so he accepted that he had truly been reincarnated. Later, Sylvia held him and wondered if the weather outside was nice again. She hoped the head of the family would return soon, so he could finally give the baby a proper name. Robin thought she couldn't keep calling him the child forever. The family head hadn't shown up for over 3 months. He had to be incredibly busy. He still knew little about this new life, but one thing was clear. He was born into wealth and into a very famous house. That was still better than being reborn as a commoner. After all, he still had revenge waiting for him. Rage and revenge filled his mind, but he had to stay patient. He had never left this room, so he didn't even know where he was. He also didn't understand his family's place in the world, let alone his own. And since he had failed to finish the Ring of Fire in his past life, he needed even more patience now. He had once been called the Robert family's greatest killer. If revenge was the goal, he could bury his feelings for as long as needed. Still, this mansion was so huge and lavish that they had to be more than just some famous family. Then a maid rushed in, shouting that the head of the family would arrive soon. Sylvia lit up and asked if father was really coming. Hearing that, Robin realized something. Did that mean the family head was his grandfather? Sylvia hurried to get ready, but the maid stopped her and said she was too late. He was already here. Everyone went still, waiting for the family head. Robin felt the pressure right away and wondered what kind of presents could make the air this heavy. Then 3 figures appeared down the hall and the guards announced the head of the family. Just his presence made the whole place feel crushing. If the protagonist was right, that golden hair, those burning red eyes, and that terrifying aura could only belong to the strongest man on the continent, the head of the Zeekhart family, the Northern King of Destruction, Glenn Zeekhart. Rayon had apparently been reborn into the most powerful family on the continent. Glenn looked at the baby and asked if this was the child. Sylvia eagerly asked if he wanted to hold him. Glenn picked him up and declared that from this day on, his name would be MC Zeekhart. As one who carried that name, he would live like a shadow, present yet unseen. He was stunned that even in this life, he had been given the name him. That night, lying in bed, he wondered if everyone had finally gone to sleep. After 100 frustrating days, he at last had a chance. Before this, he was always sleepy, and whenever he woke up, Sylvia was beside him. He had no chance to use mana or do anything else. But now he had his own bed, and that was enough. So he sat up. It was time to begin. As he started using the Ring of Fire, Rayon recalled the usual way of training, breathing while drawing in natural mana and gathering aura in the energy center. But the Ring of Fire was different. Like a mage's mana flow, it made a special circle of energy inside the body, which could raise endurance, strength, focus, and sensitivity to mana. That made it an ideal training art for becoming a warrior, and a huge edge against fighters like Darius, who knew nothing about it. With this skill, he could sharpen both mind and body. And if he also learned the Zeekhart sword style, revenge on Darius would stop being a dream. But he noticed another force in this body, something tied to ice. That was why he always felt freezing cold even while sleeping most of the day. About 9 points in his body were blocked. At this rate, the cold would kill him, so he had to break through it with the Ring of Fire. Still, wasting such pure ice energy felt wrong. What if he mixed it with the flame flow and spread both through his whole body? After a while, Rayon realized it was working, slowly but surely. Then he suddenly toppled over and wondered if such a short session had already worn him out. Damn, he couldn't. And in the next instant, he fell asleep. Right then, Glenn came to check on him. The next morning, Ron started crawling across the floor. Watching happily, Sylvia praised him and told him to keep going. The protagonist was sick of this. He was a grown man inside, and acting like a little kid was driving him crazy. Sylvia picked him up, smiling as she praised how clever he was. MC grumbled to himself that even the constant cold felt better than this. Just then, the ragged saint walked in. He called out for Sylvia from the doorway. Seeing him, Sylvia happily greeted him as His Holiness. With a smile, he told her to drop the title and just call him Sir. Rayon stared in surprise. Was this really the famous ragged saint? The man was known across the whole continent for his holy power, healing arts, and medical skill. He was the greatest doctor alive and also the hardest to find, since he was always traveling. He said he heard she had given birth, so he came to see the baby for himself. Sylvia handed him over with a smile. The saint noted the blonde hair and red eyes, saying the child looked just like her. Sylvia beamed and asked if he was cute. He said of course Rayon was cute and joked that he looked nothing like Glenn. Then he asked for the boy's name. A little tense, Sylvia answered that his name was the protagonist. His face soured. He asked if Glenn had really named him after a shadow. Calling a child that, he said, was a terrible idea. MC was surprised he spoke to the family head so casually. Still, he had heard the Ragged Saint and the Northern King of Destruction were close friends. The old man said he wanted to examine the child. He placed a hand on his stomach, and his smile vanished. His condition was bad. Sylvia quickly asked what was wrong. The saint explained that the protagonist was under a frost curse. Ice energy had blocked his mana paths, and it would only get worse with time. If treated, he could recover. But if nothing was done, he wouldn't live long. Sylvia asked in horror if he was serious. The old man said he'd write a prescription for her. Then a maid rushed in and said the family head was looking for him. She offered to lead him there right away. The Ragged Saint said he'd finish up first, then go. The maid nervously added that the head wanted to see him immediately. Annoyed, he muttered that Glenn was always in a hurry, then told her to lead the way. Rayon finally understood it was a frost curse, but knowing the name of it didn't solve anything. Still, since he was already building the Ring of Fire, he figured he could handle it. Then Sylvia's tears landed on his face as she broke down, saying this couldn't be happening. She couldn't lose him. There was no way he could be told he wouldn't live long. She swore she'd do anything to make him better. He couldn't die. He couldn't stay sick. Rayon wondered what this pain in his chest was. His heart felt like it was splitting apart, and his whole body ached. Watching her cry hurt more than anything. So he reached out his tiny hands and tried to wipe away her tears. Then clumsily, he said, "Mom." A little later, Sylvia rushed into the main hall. She had come to see the family head. Hearing the noise outside, Glenn asked what all the commotion was about. Ignoring the maid trying to stop her, Sylvia burst in. Glenn frowned and asked what kind of behavior this was. Had she forgotten her manners? Dropping to her knees, she bowed her head and begged him to save Rayon Zegart. He had to know about MC's condition. The boy was her whole world. She pleaded with him to help. Holding his cup, Glenn coldly said, "This was a perfect example of how hard a martial artist's path could be. Why should he help someone who couldn't benefit the family?" Sylvia reminded him Rayon was his grandson. Glenn shot back that she got that child after running away from the family, and the only thing he'd given the boy was the Zegart name. She should be grateful for even that, he said, and never ask for more. Then he ordered the guards to remove her. As they dragged her away, Sylvia screamed for him to save him Zegart. After she was gone, the ragged saint let out a sigh and called Glenn a stubborn fool. He asked why Glenn couldn't just be honest, especially after calling him in to check his grandson. Glenn took a drink and told him to stop talking and get to the point. The saint said what he found was clear. 9 mana paths were blocked by ice energy, and the problem would grow worse as Rand got older. Glenn's aura could hold the cold back for now, but the boy would likely never become a martial artist. Glenn calmly said that as long as the protagonist stayed alive, that was enough. The saint pointed out that Glenn had acted very differently earlier, and told him to admit he thought the boy was cute. Then he asked again, why name him the protagonist Zegart? Out of all the names he could have chosen, why pick one tied to a shadow? Glenn replied that the name didn't simply mean shadow. Long ago, it had a very different meaning. Sometime later, Sylvia held Rand in a spoonful of medicine, telling him to bear with the bitterness. It wouldn't taste good, but he had to take it. She fed it to him, expecting him to fuss, but MC calmly reached for more and mumbled instead. Sylvia called to Helen in delight, saying he was taking it so well. Helen said it was amazing. Most kids hated bitter medicine, but he seemed to understand why he needed it. Tears filled Sylvia's eyes again and she hugged him tight. Rand thought it was a little bitter, but this fire-type medicine was exactly what he needed. It could fight the frost curse. Sylvia asked if he really understood how she felt, but he stayed quiet and decided to let them keep feeding him medicine. 2 years passed since he started training and taking the medicine. Thanks to both, his ring of fire grew steadily. After reaching the first stage, he spent those 2 years training non-stop, only getting interrupted by Helen and Sylvia's games. No child on the continent worked harder than he did. He trained every night after everyone fell asleep, and before long he was 5 years old. Then a system window appeared, telling him the second stage of the Ring of Fire was now unlocked. It boosted endurance, mana sense, willpower, and total energy. Rand smiled. He had finally made it. He had reached the second stage of the Ring of Fire. At that level, a cross-shaped flow of energy opened inside him, and the system confirmed it. Just then Helen came in and cheerfully said he was up early. She asked if she could take his laundry. Rayon agreed and noticed she couldn't see the status window. Those messages had started appearing back when he reached the first stage of the Ring of Fire. At first he had no idea what they were, but the system was useful. It let him check his condition anytime. From Helen's reaction, it was clearly visible only to him. Even after reaching stage 2 though, his weak stamina and frost curse were still there. Without the fire medicine, improving this fast would have been much harder. Still, the medicine wasn't the only reason. For 5 years, Sylvia, Helen, and everyone in the annex had cared for him like he might die at any moment, and that helped too. Now he was already 5. The frost curse was still an issue, and so was his low stamina. He tired out the moment he moved too much. But in his past life he was called the greatest assassin, and he had mastered the Ring of Fire. Once he fully rebuilt that skill with his old experience, these problems would disappear. And after learning the Zegart sword, he'd be able to take Darius's head. But he couldn't rush. Darius was one of the strongest people on the continent. If revenge blinded him when they met again, he'd lose. Very few people could kill Darius, so Rayon had to build strength slowly, and strike only when the time was right. That meant one thing: keep training. Then Sylvia entered the room with a smile and said he was awake. Did he remember they had somewhere to go today? She told him to change clothes and get ready for the main house. Rayon realized the day had come. The 6 kings and 5 demons were the powers that kept the continent balanced. The Zegart family, the one he had been reborn into, belonged to the 6 kings. Those 6 stood on the side of good, while the 5 demons stood on the side of evil. To see if a new variable had appeared in a family, they held a determination ceremony, and today was the protagonist's turn. When they arrived at the huge mansion, the gathered relatives were already talking. One said this was his first time back since last year's ceremony. Another mocked him, saying he'd been busy with missions, and mentioned they were testing the Branch family's children today. Someone added that Karun's 4th son would be taking part. Another nodded and said rumor had it Sylvia's son would be there too. Confused, one of them asked what he meant. Wasn't that the outcast? Rayon and Sylvia stepped into the hall, and the people there immediately started whispering about them. They mocked him for being so small and said the rumors about his sickness had to be true. Others called Sylvia an outcast, and sneered that even trash was now allowed into this sacred hall. They couldn't believe her son was in the ceremony. To MC, it sounded like the main family had all agreed to insult them together. He didn't care what they said about him, but hearing them talk about his mother made his blood boil. Sylvia softly called to him, Her voice stayed calm, and with a gentle smile she told him it was fine and to just look at her. Then a man's voice rang out, telling everyone to greet the head of the Rayon Zegart family. Glenn walked in and took his seat on the throne. He realized it had been 5 years since he'd last seen him. With a stern look, Glenn said everyone seemed to be present. A moment later, the sword of justice appeared in the middle of the hall and the ceremony began. Rayon was startled. So that really was the sword of justice. Anyone who touched it would have their mana talent measured on the spot. The assistant announced the start. First up was Burpieren, the protagonist Zegart. He answered and touched the sword. MC remembered that after age 4, a child's mana path starts closing. So this ceremony was used to judge both current ability and future potential. When Burpieren touched the blade, a strong wind burst out. The crowd praised his pure attribute and said it was just what they'd expect from Karun's child. Glenn said it suited a swordmaster and told him to keep training wind mana. Next, the assistant called Luna Slyan from the vassal family. Watching closely, Rayon figured out the basics. The length of the light showed mana purity, while the swirls revealed its attribute. That was how the Zegart family judged talent. When Luna touched the sword, people wondered if the Slyan family had produced another genius. They said she was on Burden's level. He saw clearly that worth in this place came down to talent. He didn't expect much from his own result, especially with the ice still mixed into his energy. After Luna finished, the assistant said she'd done well. Then he announced the final participant, Rayon Zegart. He was told to step forward. Sylvia smiled and said it was his turn. The protagonist nodded, not expecting anything special. He only wanted to learn what kind of mana this body had and what he should train from now on. Sylvia asked if he had watched the others carefully. He had, so all he needed to do was copy them. Rayon walked up and placed his hand on the sword. The moment he touched it, golden fire exploded around him. Then a vision appeared. The first head of the Zegart family, holding a sword and wiping out every monster nearby in a single swing, using overwhelming power. When it ended, Rayon saw only a faint white light around the sword. The crowd laughed, saying they'd never seen such a tiny reaction. It was colorless mana, with no quality worth mentioning. To them, even the god of battle had ignored an outcast child. Sylvia came over, still smiling, and told him he had done nothing wrong. Around them, people sneered that they hadn't expected much from him anyway, but even this was worse than expected. They had clearly come to shame him, saying the only things he'd inherited were Sylvia's hair and red eyes. Glenn finally said, there had been enough noise, the ceremony was over. Everyone was dismissed. After the guests left, the head of the family stayed behind. He muttered that maybe this really couldn't be helped. The butler Rowan called to him sadly. Glenn hadn't expected much, but then he noticed something strange. The sword suddenly blazed with light. He stared in shock and said it was a golden glow, bright as the sun. This was the aura of the first Zegart head. Fire so fierce even demonic flames couldn't compare. Golden mana and golden fire had appeared only once in the entire family's history. The mana poured out in a thick gold light, beautiful and blindingly bright. Golden flame. What kind of person was Rayon? Later, outside, MC opened his status window. It showed a 9-node frost curse, low stamina, weak mana sensitivity, ring of fire at stage 2, and water resistance at stage 2. He decided that was fine for now, he just needed to push ring of fire to stage 3. 7 years passed after the ceremony, and he turned 12. With non-stop training, he came close to the 3rd stage of ring of fire. If he could solve the ice problem, it would go even faster. His water resistance had improved enough that he no longer felt cold. He still had trouble moving, but he was much better than before and could finally start physical training. Then Sylvia called out, telling him to hurry before they were late. Rayon sighed and figured it was time for the next ceremony. He'd have to see those annoying people again. Once it finally ended, the assistant praised Langrisser Legreta and declared the ceremony complete. The protagonist was surprised it had ended so quickly, probably because only branch family members took part. Then Glenn called him over and asked why he had ignored the order to start basic training for a whole month. Rayon was confused. What basic training? Sylvia quickly explained that MC wasn't like the other children. Too much ice energy still remained in his body, so training was hard for him. MC was shocked she knew that. Glenn answered coldly that inside Zegart territory there were no exceptions for anyone carrying the family name. If he couldn't walk, then he could crawl, but he would still train. That was the Zegart way. Sylvia cried out that she couldn't make him do that and begged for more time. Glenn shot back, asking if she planned to run away from the family again. Since she had the child, she was to live here as a Zegart. If she refused, she could leave at once. The others started whispering that she'd probably run away again. They mocked her ruined core and broken mana paths, saying someone like her disgusted them. Rayon understood exactly why they treated Sylvia this way. She had once left the family. She trained in martial arts, but lost her core and could no longer use aura. That was the price she paid to marry his father. Then his father died before he was even born, so she had no choice but to return. Of course, someone who had left the family in disgrace would be mocked when she came back, but to Rayon they were just narrow-minded fools. As Sylvia's son, he wouldn't stand there and let them talk about her like that. So the protagonist stepped into the center of the hall. Sylvia shouted for him to stop and come back, saying she'd handle it herself. But Rayon calmly replied that it was fine. He would obey the order and start training next month. The instructor from the first martial hall warned that even basic training would be too much for a sick child. MC answered firmly that it didn't matter. If he wanted to keep the name MC Zegart, he would attend. Glenn asked if he truly understood how heavy that name was. At once he felt a crushing aura bear down on him, making his blood surge. It felt like his whole body was being flattened, but he kept looking straight at Glenn as his heart pounded wildly. This power was far beyond the Robert family, so this was the strength of the Northern King of Destruction. Sylvia grabbed him and begged Glenn to stop, saying Rayon was still too young to understand. The instructor also tried to calm things down, reminding him the protagonist was only a child, but Glenn said he was the one speaking. Sylvia, trembling, insisted MC still couldn't train and begged him to stop pressuring the boy with his aura. In that moment, Rayon remembered what he used to be, an assassin, someone who lived in darkness, always closer to death than life. But that life was over. He wouldn't hide in the shadows anymore. He wouldn't live as a killer again. Now he was Rayon Zegart, and he would win back Sylvia's rightful place. He walked closer to the throne and said he had grown up shut away in the annex, so he didn't know how great the Zegart name really was. If training would teach him that, then he would accept it. He would protect Sylvia and bring back the smiles of the people he cared about. Glenn asked what that meant. Was he planning to judge the family during training? Rayon said he had no other choice. If so, then he should have the instructor train him properly and not let him down. He thought that in his past life, he was the top assassin. On top of that, he had the Ring of Fire, something most people thought was just a legend. If he used both together, he could earn his place in this family. He would prove how strong he could become. Later, during training, the second hall's instructor Karen Zegart asked his assistant if Rain wasn't supposed to be too weak to even walk around. The assistant said yes, that was what the maids claimed. After hearing Sylvia and the head speak, they said he had a serious illness. The instructor frowned, thinking the boy's body looked terrible as usual. How had he survived Glenn's aura? Karen then remembered that Sylvia had once been more gifted than most. He told him to send a maid to their annex right away and have her report everything that happened there. A while later, in the 5th training hall, everyone greeted the family. Glenn walked over to the sofa and called for Rimmer Dias, the instructor, telling him to quit acting like a rag and stand up. Rimmer rose and said Glenn looked as sharp as ever. His fake sleeping act had failed again. While the other instructors worked with their hands, he, the so-called chief instructor, worked with his head so it all balanced out. Glenn said flatly that he was already 50 and should start acting like it. Glenn said flatly that he was already 50 years old and needed to grow up. Rimmer just smiled and brushed that off. Age meant nothing to an elf. Then he asked if Glenn came because of his youngest grandson. Sylvia had already visited, but he hadn't expected Glenn too. Glenn asked, surprised, if she had come. Rimmer nodded and said she asked him to make sure Rayon Zegart didn't get hurt. If that was Glenn's reason too, there was no need. He had already made it clear he wouldn't go easy in the 5th hall, not even for the family's favorite youngest child. Glenn calmly said that was fine. The protagonist didn't need special treatment, and he had no interest in weaklings. Robert looked at him in surprise, realizing his care for the boy ran even deeper than expected. He wanted to give MC the love he couldn't give Sylvia. Glenn snapped that if Robert weren't an old friend, his head would already be on the floor. He told him to be harsh, cut off the weak right away, and teach only the ones worth teaching. Robert smiled and said he'd handle it his own way. Glenn answered that was exactly what he wanted. With that, Glenn turned to leave. Reimer smiled and told him to take care of himself. After Glenn left, Reimer wondered what kind of boy Round was. Later, he opened the status window. It showed the 3rd stage of the Ring of Fire was now unlocked. It boosted his mind and spirit, mana sensitivity, energy amount, endurance, strength, agility, and water resistance, while weakening the frost curse. He smiled, feeling the difference right away. Mana came easier and his mind felt clearer. He remembered Sylvia warning him not to push too hard on the first day. Thanks to her stopping him, his progress had been smoother. The status window also let him track that progress. Still, this was only the start. Training in the Rayon Zegart family was famous for being brutal. Reaching the 3rd stage of the Ring of Fire was just the first step. It was the strong base he needed to keep growing fast. With that, he'd rise quicker than the others and silence everyone mocking them. After that, he would go after the heavenly sword, Darius, and not stop until he cut his throat. Just then, Sylvia called to him and asked with a smile if he was still awake. Bran asked why she was here so late. She sat beside him and said he was going to the training hall tomorrow. She wanted to talk about that. Did he really have to go? Truthfully, she wanted to stop him. He never complained, even when he was hurting. What if he got badly injured there? It wasn't that she opposed it, but maybe they should wait one more year. Bran said there was no need. He wouldn't keep putting up with people from the main and side branches speaking however they wanted. He was sick of their contempt for her and the workers in the annex. He couldn't accept it anymore. If he did well in training, he believed they would stop treating them that way. Sylvia said she understood why he hated living apart and hearing others talk badly about them. She had fallen for his father by chance during a mission, but they couldn't stay together because he was only a knight. So she gave up her energy core and mana, then left home. Ron had an older sister too, 2 years older. The 3 of them lived quietly until the Eden mercenaries attacked. His father wasn't strong enough, and she was pregnant with the protagonist, so they couldn't fight back. Her father had secretly sent guards, but they stayed hidden too far away and couldn't help in time. By then, Ron's father and sister were already dead. With nowhere else to go, she returned home. Now everyone treated her like a sinner, and she believed she deserved it. MC thought Sylvia was selfish. She had left her family for love, then came back after losing it. He understood why others treated her coldly, but she was still the woman who gave him life and a mother's love. Maybe she was selfish to others, but to him, she was his only mother in both lives. He asked if she regretted it, if she wished she had stayed with her family. Sylvia smiled and said she regretted nothing. At home, she had been invisible. Only after leaving did she finally feel loved and alive, and that was enough. Those days had made her truly happy, so she had no regrets now. She asked him to forgive his awful mother. Rawan said then it was all fine. He was fine, so she shouldn't worry. Smiling, he thought that no matter what others called her, she was still his only mother. First he'd restore her place in the family, then he'd take revenge on Darius. Hearing that, Sylvia burst into tears. He quickly asked why she was crying. After a while, he stepped out of the room and said it had taken a lot to calm her down. He still needed to practice the Ring of Fire and get some sleep. There wasn't much time left before training began. Back in his room, Rayon sat down to train and thought it was good that the Ring of Fire moved faster after reaching the third stage. He wondered how strong it would be at its peak. Then blue flames suddenly burst out as he used the skill, and the second demon lord appeared. It said the time had finally come. His rage had reached it. In anger's name, it would help make his revenge real. A system window appeared saying the rage trait had awakened. The spirit told him to offer up his soul and body. Then it paused. Why was there a child here? Rayon asked in confusion what it was. The spirit snapped that it should be asking him. That kind of rage shouldn't belong to a child. No, it had to be him. There really was an endless black rage inside him. So he should hand over his soul and body, and it would help him get the revenge he wanted. Rayon wondered if it came from the rage he felt toward Darius before he died. Still, this thing showed up pretty late. He didn't want anyone else's help, and said firmly that he didn't need it. He would get revenge himself. He would kill Darius with his own hands. The spirit said he had it wrong. It hadn't come to persuade him, it had already decided. A freezing flame wrapped around Rayon, and he wondered what it was. The spirit lunged at him, and shouted that now all he had to do was gladly give up his body. As it closed in, the protagonist realized how cold it was. Not just his body, even his mind felt like it was freezing. This thing wasn't fire. Its true element was ice. The spirit told him to think about Darius, and let his rage boil over. Even if Darius were a god, he would still kill him. Rayon realized he was only enduring because of his water resistance, but the attack wasn't just cold. It kept feeding his anger too. The spirit said it would wipe out his enemy completely. In return, it only wanted his body. MC thought that if he gave in, what would happen to Sylvia and the maids? No matter what, he couldn't let it take his body. The spirit urged him to stop resisting and accept his rage. He would feel better that way. There was no reason to hold back. It wanted to avoid damaging the body it planned to use, but if he kept resisting, it would devour his essence anyway. He desperately thought that his body was about to break apart. He was near his limit. He couldn't hold on much longer. At this rate, he was finished. Then he realized something. If water resistance had let him endure the cold this long, maybe the Ring of Fire could fully seal his body and soul. The protagonist took his stance and with no other choice left, decided to bet on that. He wanted to live. Feeling the fire energy, the spirit blurted out that even though it had only been a short time since his awakening, this made no sense. He was only a human, just a kid. Rayon answered firmly that he'd get his revenge on his own. He wouldn't let some ghost take his body. The spirit snapped, furious that MC called the Lord of the Demon World a ghost. He just smiled and asked how he could be a demon lord if he couldn't even kill a child. Guess the demon world's rulers aren't much after all, so he should disappear. Then the protagonist remembered the spirit had only just awakened. Maybe that was why he couldn't use his full power. Right then, a system window popped up, saying new skills had been unlocked. Rayon stared in shock, wondering what additional skills meant. The spirit was just as surprised. Those were his status windows. Where had MC gotten them? MC said it was a screen that showed his traits as stats, then asked if it had something to do with the spirit. The spirit said he made that system himself, so how did he have it? The protagonist asked why he made it. The spirit refused to explain, and the protagonist guessed it was meant to help someone grow fast. The spirit lit up and asked how he knew. Rayon realized he wasn't good at reading emotions, but the Ring of Fire was moving faster than in his past life, so the system had to be affecting it. The spirit roared for MC to give up both the system's power and his body. He answered with a mana-filled punch and realized the spirit had no real body. Even mana wouldn't work, and since nobody came despite all the noise, only he could see and hear it. So he waved his hand through the air, and the spirit angrily flew into his hand, turning into a bracelet. It said not much time had passed since its seal was broken, but its power would return soon. When that happened, Rayon wouldn't be able to stop it. It would stay with him until he died. The protagonist thought the thing was a total leech. He wanted to get rid of it now, but that might mean losing the system. And then there was Sylvia and Helen. Better to keep it close and watch it. For now, he'd hold it back and get stronger as fast as he could. MC asked why it chose a flower bracelet since it really didn't suit him. The spirit grumbled that MC should respect his taste. MC sighed and let it go. A little later in the hall, Helen said she was sure the young master would be fine. Sylvia said she knew, but still. Just then he came down from the second floor and said with a smile that he was ready. It was time to head to the training hall, so they went outside. Sylvia told him to stay alert and take care. The protagonist promised to be careful and said they'd meet again. Helen asked Sylvia why she was sending him off with such a sad face. She might make him worry. Sylvia stepped closer and forced a smile, saying she believed in him. Raywan told her not to worry. He wouldn't push himself too far, and if things got bad, he'd back off right away. As MC started to leave, Sylvia asked if he'd really be okay. Helen said he was already feeling better, maybe well enough to handle the training. He looked much healthier than before. She remembered saying goodbye to him and added that out of all the Zeegard instructors, his teacher was the most observant. He was working hard too, so she believed he'd make it. He smiled and promised he could handle it all without getting hurt. He'd made Sylvia a promise, and no matter what, he'd keep it. She just had to trust him. Hearing that, Sylvia sadly said to come back home safe. Sometime later, at Zeegard's 5th training hall, Ryan looked around and thought there were a lot of people here. Not just his own line, there were kids from vassal families and others who got in by recommendation. Helen had said this year was especially crowded, so they were even opening the 6th hall. Then some students started talking about him. One mocked that a light push would probably make him fall apart. Another asked why a weakling like him even came. Then someone laughed at his flower bracelet and called it ugly. The spirit exploded, yelling that those parasites knew nothing about taste and that he should destroy them. Raysom walked over calmly and asked why they were buzzing behind his back instead of saying it to his face. Didn't they know how pathetic that looked? One shouted at him to shut up. The pathetic one was the protagonist, the kid sent to the annex. Another sneered that he wasn't even from the main branch, so how dare he lecture them? Rayson coolly pointed out that neither were they, so what gave them the right to judge him? Could they only insult people below them or something? One of them grabbed MC and raised a fist, but Byrne stepped in and told them to stop. Training was about to begin, and there were people from outside watching. Did they really want to shame the name of Zeegart? The students quickly sat down and apologized. Byrne then asked Raon why he was making trouble on the first day. He should know his place. He was just dust, and if he didn't want to be thrown out of the annex, he should stay quiet. Byrne thought it was just luck that the family head had noticed him, yet he was already acting like he was someone important. A loser like that would never survive training. As he turned to leave, Byrne warned him to quit. Now if he didn't know how to behave, he wouldn't last anyway. Rachel calmly mocked how full of himself he sounded. Where did all that pride come from? Just because he was from the main branch? Or was there another reason he talked like that without knowing anything about him? Maybe his father told him to do it so he should run back crying and ask him to punish bad little Byrne. Byrne flared up and shouted, "How dare he!" Then Reimer kicked the gate open and called out with a grin, "Were they fighting already?" Pretty bold for a bunch of kids. Seeing him, Rachel thought this was the famous sword of the Zeegart family. He'd heard Reimer retired because his energy core was damaged, so he didn't expect to see him here. Reimer casually asked why they didn't save the fight for after the ceremony. Byrne backed off and got back in line. Reimer introduced himself and said he was glad to see them. He'd be their instructor during this training period. Then he added that there were 160 recruits this year, which was way too many, so they'd hold a small test to cut the extras. He only needed a quarter of them. The students cried out in shock. Only a quarter? Why? Reimer explained that he only wanted the best. The spirit raged that he was an arrogant bastard for looking down on them, but Rachel ignored him and kept listening. Riper dropped into a chair and said his word was law here. If anyone hated it, they could complain to the head of the family. Then he told them to get moving already. The base of martial arts was physical strength and mental toughness, so they would run until he said stop. Rachel started running, and the spirit grumbled that if they had to run, he should be out front. Why was he hanging back? The protagonist said this wasn't a race, so there was no point passing everyone. He figured Rimmer was judging more than what showed on the surface. He'd be watching talent and mindset too. The real winner would be the one who lasted longest, and MC planned to endure no matter what. Meanwhile, the assistants noticed Byrne and Luna pulling ahead. One said everyone was running fast, but those two were on another level. Another added that this still wasn't their limit. They could probably keep going for hours. At just 12 years old, they were already monsters. Then one assistant pointed at him and asked if that child's name was his. He wasn't keeping up and had already fallen behind. Another said he'd heard the protagonist had been sick. The fact that he was running at all was surprising, but he already looked exhausted. Reimer heard them and smiled to himself. How interesting. He'd never seen someone like this before. He'd long believed that the people whose talent he couldn't read right away often became the strongest on the continent. Usually he could see a child's future clearly, but Rachel showed him nothing. That meant MC was clearly beyond what he could read, and Rimmer found that very amusing. Around then, the other students started mocking him again, saying he talked big but was stuck at the back. Another said he deserved it and would be cut soon. Someone laughed that he wouldn't last 10 more minutes. Rachel thought that was strange. They were only running even though they'd been promised hellish training. In his past life, he'd had to sprint from enemies and wild beasts, so this felt way too easy. After a while, one of the staff looked at the way the protagonist was running and stared in shock. What the hell was this? Rayon should have used up all his stamina by now. He was running past his limit, and he shouldn't have had any strength left. Was he really running on willpower alone? He was training like he was ready to die for it. The instructor smiled, surprised, and said MC had caught his interest. Meanwhile, Burst noticed he was still running and snapped, asking why he hadn't stopped yet. Everyone had said he was too weak to train. He remembered an instructor telling his father that the saint in rags said Sylvia's son likely wouldn't survive childhood. With the frost curse, learning martial arts should have been impossible. Burn thought Rayon looked so frail, so why was he still going? It annoyed him. He wanted to prove the gap between them and show the protagonist could never match him, so he used his aura and burst forward. MC figured that for someone who acted noble, Burn was still just a kid. Even Luna seemed more grown up than him. Still, this test wasn't about beating others. It was about lasting the longest, so there was no reason to speed up just because Burn wanted attention. After a while, some students started wearing out. One asked how Rayon was still going. Another girl frowned and said she'd heard he was weak because of some illness. Did he seriously never get tired? Hearing that, he thought he was already at death's door from the cold energy raging inside him. His lungs and heart felt ready to give out, but he pushed the last of his strength through the ring of fire. That skill had grown a lot lately, and if he used it fully, the benefits would come fast. Then the spirit of rage appeared and asked, so this was the body's condition? And this was supposed to be his future vessel? If Rayon handed it over, he could crush that blue-haired boy with ease. He could freeze this whole place. The protagonist told himself he had to endure. Rage was trying to take over his mind, but he had to act like nothing was wrong. Keeping a straight face, he told the spirit to shut up and calm down. That trick wouldn't work on him. The spirit only smirked, saying no one could resist his anger forever. They'd see how long Rayon lasted. MC grabbed his chest and told himself to hold on. If he showed even a little weakness, this bastard would devour him. The spirit clicked his tongue in frustration. What a stubborn bastard. Why wasn't his rage working? Rayon thought he was beyond tired. He felt like he was dying. His body wouldn't listen, and his sight was going dark. He could barely breathe. Was this really his limit? Then rumors suddenly called an end to the run. Everyone stopped and gasped for air. As Biren passed Rayon, he muttered in annoyance that he was one stubborn bastard. He thought he had really almost died. It looked like this life wouldn't give him any rest either. The spirit of fury shouted that the protagonist was a monster. How had he pulled that off? The protagonist answered that he already said the spirit wouldn't win. He also realized this had helped strengthen his ring of fire, and the status window showed his physical potential had improved. If he kept training like this, then suddenly a system window popped up. Conditions met. He had pushed past his physical limits. Bonus experience was granted, strength rose by 2, agility by 1, and endurance by 1 point. Seeing that, the spirit of fury complained. What was this? Rayon got extra experience from his own system? It was ridiculous. The instructor gathered everyone and said they had done well. The test was over. As for what he said earlier that he would only keep a quarter of them, that was a lie. They could relax. The students protested, saying they had run themselves to death for that test. Reimer explained he couldn't throw out that many people on the first day, but that only applied today. If they kept performing like this, most of them would be cut. He had told all 160 of them to run with everything they had, but not one had truly done it, except a single person. Some gave up and others secretly used aura. Honestly, he didn't care what they did to pass this one test. But from now on, they'd better follow his orders if they wanted to stay. It would not be this easy again. For now, they were only provisional students. In 6 months, they'd face the final test, and then he would judge them. Only the best would remain, though he wouldn't be the one ranking them. Now they could head to the dorms provided by the Rayon Zegart family. He also pointed out the training hall to the left. Later, Remmer stepped into the forest and found Glenn sitting in his usual spot. He asked how things looked. Remmer smiled and asked why Glenn was even bothering to ask. Since he was here, he had clearly seen everything himself. He must have noticed how talented Burin and Luna were. The other kids also had the potential to support the family one day, but he couldn't read MC at all. MC had clearly been exhausted, so how had he run that far? It was the first time Rimmer had met someone he couldn't see through. Ever since his core was damaged, life had been dull. But now it felt like things were about to change. Glenn jumped down from the rock and said Rimmer seemed to want to teach the new students himself. He told him not to get distracted and focus on his job. Rimmer watched him leave with a smile and said this year's class had a few students worth special attention. Glenn answered that it was only a coincidence. Rimmer would never become a martial artist. Rimmer just smiled and said he knew it wasn't a coincidence at all. Later he said that since training was done, he was heading to the training hall. The spirit of fury stared in disbelief. Was he seriously going to train again? Did he ever rest? The other students heard that and cried out in disbelief. To them it was impossible. Sometime later, a few of them sat together in a room, grumbling that there was no way Revel lasted that long by himself. He must have cheated. Another said everyone knew he was sick. Crayon, the protagonist, Zegart from a side branch, guessed the protagonist had used some kind of drug. He had heard the Saint in Rags mixed MC's medicine herself. They reacted at once, so he had lasted that long because of medicine, and he still acted proud, smirking. Crane asked if they shouldn't teach that bastard a lesson. Not long after, they cornered Rayon and slammed him against a tree. He asked what they were doing, and Crane mocked him for even asking. One boy shouted that the protagonist had used medicine to show off. Another said without that cure, he wouldn't have lasted even a minute, using dirty tricks and acting untouchable. That was their excuse. MC couldn't believe they were losing their minds over something so dumb. They cracked their knuckles and grinned, saying they'd teach him something. Crane called it a private lesson. Nothing personal, just how things worked. He even repeated the instructor's words about learning, then lunged in with a punch. The spirit of fury grumbled, asking how long Ray Tuan planned to sit there and listen to their whining. This was supposed to be his vessel? They weren't even a real threat. He moved first and smashed Crane in the face, then asked if they wanted a lesson. Fine, now they'd get one. Another student rushed in, but Ray Tuan slipped past and drove his knee into the guy's body. Dropping him, the rest stared in fear, wondering what they were doing. Were they really about to lose to someone like him? Ray Tuan didn't give them time to think. He struck again and started beating down the rest. Watching the fight, the spirit of fury said in surprise that the protagonist was handling himself pretty well. Before long, Crane dropped to his knees and started apologizing, saying they were wrong. MC pinned his arm under his foot and smiling, said if Crane wanted to end the lesson, he had to answer one thing. Who sent them? Maybe Burin? Crane quickly denied it. Burin knew nothing. They had done it on their own, and he had no part in it. Ray Tuan found that surprising. He thought Burin hated him, so maybe the guy wasn't completely hopeless. He then suggested they keep today's lesson between them. What did Crane think of that? Terrified, Crane said, the protagonist could do whatever he wanted. The protagonist grabbed him by the hair and warned them to stay away, or they'd get more lessons. The final lesson, if they touched his shadow again, they'd disappear. If they understood, they should get out of his sight. Watching from behind a tree, Raymer thought it was a pretty intense scene. It almost felt like their old leader had returned as a child. So Ray Tuan really did have talent for martial arts. Then again, he was a Seacart. Maybe it wasn't that strange, a hidden talent growing in the dark among gifted kids. MC kept surprising him. Later, he returned to his room, and another system window appeared. Conditions met. Rage was pleased with his actions. Dexterity increased by 1 point. The spirit immediately complained. He got bonus stats for that too? What kind of nonsense was this? Ray Tuan calmly pointed out that the spirit made the system himself, so why was he asking him? The spirit snapped back that of course the protagonist wouldn't understand. He had never had his system stolen. The protagonist had taken power meant for his original body and wasn't grateful at all. Then he made an offer. How about a bet? If MC won, he'd get a bonus. If he lost, he'd stop resisting Rage. System windows popped up with Rage's offer. If he got the best result on the training test, he'd gain 2 points in every stat plus 1 extra stat of his choice. If he lost, he'd suffer a 10-day Rage penalty. Radon asked if this was the test Rimmer had talked about. The spirit said yes and reminded him Rimmer planned to pick the top students. Then he asked what a stat of his choice meant. Rage said he could take one of his stats, though of course it would be lowered first, since he was still inexperienced. The protagonist then asked what the Rage penalty was. The spirit answered that he would give in to Rage. He'd fall a little deeper under its control. It might only be a little, but that would be enough. Ray Tuan wouldn't be able to control himself as well anymore. So that was his real goal. Still, judging by how he usually acted, MC didn't think he was lying. The spirit had always answered him honestly, and the reward for winning was way too tempting. Like a poisoned apple you still wanted to bite. Making the top group would be tough for a weak, sickly kid, but he had memories from a past life, so he said the deal didn't sound bad. He accepted the challenge and the spirit smirked, calling it a smart choice. A system window confirmed he had agreed to Rage's terms. Rayon told himself he wouldn't lose if he used what he'd learned in his past life. Sometime later, after another round of training, the students dropped down, gasping for air. Earlier, Remmer had ordered everyone into a horse stance. It sounded simple, but he said this was the foundation of their martial training. They had to learn how to endure. He told them to hold the stance until he said otherwise, then casually announced he was going to nap. No one was being forced. This test was theirs, not his. One student finally snapped, shouting that he couldn't take it anymore, and asking when they'd actually learn sword fighting. A girl complained too. They only ran around and held dumb poses. Byrne stayed calm and said there was nothing to whine about. They could practice swordsmanship on their own. If they spent all their time on basics, they'd lose the skills they already had. Watching, the Spirit of Fury noticed they were leaving. They were going off to train with swords and asked if Rayon was coming. He said there was no point. Why learn fighting techniques before building his body through basic training? Right now, he didn't even need a sword. What he needed was strength and stamina. Because of the frost curse, his body was weaker than everyone else's, so the basics mattered most for both growth and training. He wasn't in a rush, so he focused on strengthening his body and headed to train. From behind a wall, Luna watched and thought he was wrong, but he was getting stronger fast, already lifting more than he had the day before. People said he was sick, yet he still raised the weight every single day. Training daily could make anyone stronger, but increasing the weight every time was almost impossible. Already he could lift 10 kilos more than he had at the start of the week. Maybe his training method was just different. How could someone this sick become this strong? There had to be something unusual about him. Luna walked up and stopped in front of him. Miranda looked confused and asked if she wanted something. She didn't answer. She just kept staring at him, thinking, why is he improving so fast? Then she sat beside him and started lifting the barbell too. As they kept training, she watched him and became more sure she wasn't imagining it. Ever since she noticed that cool, pleasant scent, her body had started to feel lighter. Because of that, she could lift much more than usual. Later, while Luna sat on a bench staring at her hand, Rayon came over and asked if she really had nothing to say. She shook her head and he moved on, scratching the back of his neck. Watching him leave, she decided to keep observing him a little longer. Sometime later, Byrne noticed them together and his friends asked in annoyance why Luna kept hanging around a guy like him. What was so special about some idiot who wasn't even from the main family? They mocked his methods too, saying endless strength training was useless. Rowan was weak, so maybe he needed that kind of work, but no matter how much he trained, he'd never catch up to them. They still didn't know what the test would be, but practicing swordsmanship would at least help them defend themselves. They said they didn't care about that outcast from the Branch family and left, sure the test results would prove everything. Later, while the protagonist was training with dumbbells again, Dorian came up to him awkwardly and introduced himself. He asked if Rowan could show him the right way to train and explained he was a recommended student. MC said he didn't mind. Happy, Dorian opened his bag and thanked him, saying he had some cookies and he should try one because they were really good. The protagonist took the cookie, then glanced at Luna and said he didn't want it. She could have it. That was when he noticed Luna staring hard at the cookie, so he handed it to her and thought that was surprising. Training went on, day after day. The calendar kept turning and autumn leaves began to fall. 6 months passed. Every day, Rowan ran until he was completely worn out, like his life depended on it. The runners who had once stayed far ahead of him no longer blocked his view. After all that brutal effort, only 2 people were still ahead. As time passed, those same 2 remained in front of him. Then, after a while, the teacher said he was glad to see everyone. He asked the students' parents and guardians to take their seats. Right then, Wrath flew over to Rowan and asked if he'd forgotten their bet. Did he really think he could pass those 2 at the front? That seemed unlikely. With a nasty grin, he told MC to get ready to give in to rage. MC waved him off and said they still didn't even know what the test was. Then he looked at Dorian and asked what he was doing. Dorian was on the ground doing a plank, saying he was so nervous about today's test that he couldn't sleep. He just thought he looked pathetic. He said nothing, and Luna called out, asking if he wanted a cookie. She held one out, but Rowan raised a hand and said he didn't need it. Then he spotted Byrne and wondered why these weird people wouldn't just leave him alone. Meanwhile, Sylvia took her seat and happily told Helen to look. She had found the protagonist. He stood there so proud and confident. Helen smiled and said she saw him too. He had survived 6 months of brutal training, and it looked like he'd even made some friends. That didn't surprise her at all. Young Master Rowan Zegart had always been kind since he was little. He was never spoiled, and now he'd made friends already. She was proud of him. Then Rimmer told everyone to greet the head of the family. Glenn stepped onto the stage and the crowd was shocked. The head of the family was really here to watch. He had never come before. After Glenn took his seat, Rimmer asked in surprise why he had come. Glenn answered that the family's future depended on these children. So why wouldn't he watch? Or was Rimmer unhappy to see him? Rimmer scratched the back of his head, smiled and said that wasn't it at all. The head was always welcome. Then he raised a hand and cheerfully announced that since the head of the family had honored them with his presence, they shouldn't waste any time. The test would begin. He said he'd explain it briefly. The next second, he unleashed a powerful aura. The kids threw up their arms to shield themselves, and Rimmer explained that they had to break through his aura. That was the test. Aura was a key part of being a martial artist, and this would show whether they were worthy of becoming one. One person in the crowd crossed his arms and objected. He had a complaint. The kids hadn't really learned aura yet, so why was it suddenly part of the test? Another person agreed. Some of them hadn't even started training it, so this was unfair. People said Rimmer slept through training. What kind of test was this? Rimmer let out a sigh, closed his eyes and said aura wasn't just about muscle. It came from the strength of a warrior's spirit. That spirit was the real proof of a martial artist. Aura came after. The man shot back, asking what nonsense he was talking about. Then Glenn stepped in and said Rimmer was telling the truth. Even without proper aura training, everyone had a will that could answer it. This test could be cleared by spirit alone. Smiling, Rimmer agreed and spread his arms, asking if anyone still had objections. When no one answered, he said they would start with Luna. He told everyone else to move aside. Once she stepped forward, he said that for her test he would release a burst of aura. If she had trained hard enough, she should be able to endure it. All she had to do was break through and touch him. He began, and in the next instant, a fierce aura exploded from his body. Luna raised her arms and shut her eyes. Rimmer added with a smile that yes, using aura on purpose was forbidden. She had to rely on the willpower she should have built through training. Gritting her teeth, she moved forward step by step. At last, she stretched out her hand and grabbed his. Rimmer placed a hand on her head and said with a smile that she had done it. It proved how hard she had worked. Rimmer praised Luna and told her to keep it up. She stood there trying to catch her breath. Then Rimmer called up Dorian. Startled, Dorian blurted out, "Me? Who picked the order?" Rimmer said he did, so Dorian needed to step forward. Sweating already, Dorian walked up. Rimmer asked if he saw how Luna did it. He had to push through the aura with pure willpower too. Dorian nervously asked if that was even possible. He knew he was weak-minded. Rimmer flatly said, maybe not, and if so, he'd fail. Then he released his aura. Dorian shut his eyes, raised his arms, and dropped to one knee. Watching closely, Renvon realized the strength of Rimmer's aura changed with each student. He was adjusting it based on their level and training, which meant he'd really been paying attention to all of them. A little later, Rimmer bent down, took Dorian's hand, and smiled. He passed. Rimmer said Dorian's problem was low confidence, not lack of ability. He just needed to trust himself more. Right after that, Dorian threw up, and Rimmer hoped the lesson still got through. Next was Burin Seagart, and he answered right away. As Burin stepped up, Rimmer said he'd begin at once. Then he folded his arms and unleashed his aura. Burin tried to shield himself and wondered if the others had really endured this too. From the outside, it had looked easy, but now he understood how hard Luna's turn was. His body shook and he sank to one knee. He knew he couldn't move. Rich Reimer thought Burin's talent was real, better than most of the 160 students. Still, Burin and the boys around him had wasted time. Sword drills meant little if he couldn't build his willpower. He should have trained his body and mind instead of relying on the sword. Using aura out of habit wouldn't help here. Burin knew he couldn't fail. He still remembered his father's eyes when his brother was cast out, cold and cruel. If Burin failed too, he could be thrown away the same way. So he forced his arm forward and grabbed Rimmer. Rimmer put his hands in his pockets and said Burin passed. Still, he reminded Burin that he was only 12 and needed to stop acting older than he was. If he kept staring too far ahead, he'd trip. Rimmer told him not to forget that. Then he turned aside and called for the last round. Rayon stepped forward. Smiling, Rimmer said MC was the final student. He asked if he was ready. He answered, of course. Rimmer said that settled it. They would begin. This time he released an even stronger aura. Even the people watching from the stands were shaken. Sylvia called out in alarm. What was this insane pressure? Rayon didn't even raise his hands. He just asked if this was really his test. Rimmer only smiled and asked, why? You're no less than Burin or Luna. Try to endure it. The protagonist finally lifted his hands to his face and reminded himself that this test was about spirit, not the body. His spirit had been shaped by both Rayon Seagart and Wrath, the killer. Step by step, he moved forward. Rust stared confused. Was he seriously holding on? Even the family head grew tense. Rustreimer was stunned. How was MC doing this? It made no sense. This wasn't supposed to happen. Then Rayon reached out and touched Rimmer's stomach. Everyone froze. He asked, I passed, right? The children could only stare. He broke through that much aura? How could a sick kid who couldn't even use aura pull that off? Frowning, Rimmer asked who he really was. They'd known each other for 6 months, yet this was still Rayon. Rimmer raised his voice. What the protagonist had done should have been impossible. That aura burst was far beyond his level. Rimmer had only meant to tease him a little. There was no way MC should have overcome it. He just gave a calm shrug. Rimmer let out a surprised sigh, scratched the back of his head, laughed, and admitted he got carried away. Then he apologized. Rayon Seagart had been the last student tested, so the exam was over. Now Rimmer would name the top rookie. The best student of the 5th training hall is the protagonist Seagart. Tears in her eyes, Sylvia happily said. Their MC was the best. The maid turned to her and cheered that young master MC did it. The others were confused. Rayon Seagart only broke through the aura burst, so how did he rank above young master Burin? Burin suddenly shouted that he objected. Rimmer asked what was unfair about it. Burin argued that his stamina, strength, and intelligence were all below his. He couldn't accept someone like that being first. Clutching his chest, he insisted the protagonist must have cheated somehow. People started murmuring. Maybe Burin had a point. How could MC do that under the frost curse? Some said he didn't even have aura, so maybe he and Rimmer had tricked everyone. With all the rumors around him, it sounded believable. Pointing at Rayon, Burin said they were warriors of the Seagart family. The best student should be decided in a duel, not by some stupid test. Reimer smiled and asked if Burin just didn't like his score and wanted first place. Flustered, Burin denied it. Reimer then looked to the family head and said, the exam was already over, so what did he think they should do? Glenn turned to Rayon Seagart and said the others clearly disliked the result. Did he want to fight Burin for the title of best student? He firmly refused and thanked him. The test was over, and the results were clear. Why fight over something with no gain? Then he looked at Burin and said that if he loved talking about the main branch's honor so much, he should learn to lose with honor too. Burin snapped and called him an idiot. Glenn said they would handle it this way. There would be a reward for first place, a bronze emblem for the winner. Rayon was surprised. Gold, silver, and bronze emblems were given for achievements, and each could be traded for rewards. Even bronze was valuable, especially coming from the family head himself. Since no one seemed happy with him taking first, the protagonist agreed. Resting his face on one fist, Glenn said fine. Then they'd start at once, and this time the real top student would be settled. 1 round only. Any use of aura or weapons meant instant disqualification. They could rely only on their own bodies. Reimer raised his hand and announced the start. He dropped it. Burin rushed in fast and threw a punch, but Rayon slipped to the side. Burin followed with a kick, and MC blocked it with his hand and foot. Burin gathered force into his fist and yelled that this was the righteous tiger fist, his father's technique. Using martial arts moves wasn't against the rules, so he wasn't cheating. Then he drove a punch into Rayon's stomach, and the crowd shouted for Lord Burin. They said he couldn't answer back. Burin kept attacking, thinking the protagonist was just a stray from a sideline, someone weaker than him. He believed MC should simply give up first place. His father's words came back to him. There was no reason to care about weaklings like that. Burin couldn't let his father down. His father was watching, and Burin had to prove himself. He couldn't let Rayon stand above him. He threw punch after punch, while he kept dodging. Then the protagonist noticed something. He could read Burin's fists and clearly see every path of every strike. Burin charged power into his fist again and shouted for MC to give up. He rushed in, yelling that it was over. He kicked off the ground and jumped. Rayon looked up and calmly asked, "Really?" He focused strength into his own fist, and their punches collided. Burin's hand was knocked back and he stared in shock. "What?" Then Rayon struck again and Burin coughed hard. The crowd shouted that it was impossible. Wasn't that the righteous tiger fist? How could he, on all fours? Burin struggled to breathe and glared at Rayon. How did he use the righteous tiger fist? The protagonist answered that Burin had shown it to him himself, so he just copied it. The crowd couldn't believe it. How was that possible? Had he been practicing it in secret? Otherwise, how could this happen? Reimer covered his mouth, shocked by what he was seeing. First, Rayon had turned aside Burin's righteous tiger fist by twisting the flow of power, seeing another fighter's mana flow that clearly was already amazing, and then he used that flow to copy the technique himself. That kind of talent could make someone the strongest on the continent. It was the gift Zegart had waited for. Smiling, Rimmer declared they had a winner. It was a clear victory in front of everyone. He put a hand on MC's shoulder and lifted his arm. The test was over. A moment later, Sylvia ran to her son and hugged him. Wrath appeared behind her and complained that he was hungry, so they should go home. Around them, parents rushed over too, congratulating their children for passing. Rayon Zegart put his hands on Burin's shoulders, and as the crowd moved, he spotted Burin's unhappy father. Not long after, he was standing in that man's office, looking down at the desk. His father called for him, and he jolted upright. "Yes, father?" Corin asked if he remembered his order. Burin answered that he was told to become the top student and lose to no one. Turning around, Corin said that was right. He hadn't asked for much. All Burin had to do was beat the fool from Slyan, claim first place, and he still lost. Worse, he lost to the son of a woman stripped of her place in the main branch. Corin said Burin had shamed them in front of everyone, and was headed toward the same end as his brother. When Burin tried to speak, his father cut him off. He had already wasted his first chance. Still, he had one more shot. The top student would be chosen again at the end of the first semester, and this time he had to win. Then Corin dismissed him. His father turned away and Burin quietly accepted it. As he walked outside, those words kept echoing in his head. He couldn't let this final chance slip away. If he wanted to be seen as part of the Rabza Zegart main branch, he had no other choice. He slammed a fist into the wall and yelled. He had tried so hard to be the best. Covering his face with both hands, he kept walking, then looked up at the building ahead and wondered why he had come here. Maybe his feet had brought him there out of habit. He stepped inside, thinking it felt empty because the test had ended today. He picked up the dumbbells, then glanced over at the lockers, and walked closer. He stopped at the one with Rayon's name on it, and opened it. Peeking inside, he told himself he was only looking, not stealing. Then he froze. Why are there so many shoes in here? He picked one up and counted at least 10 pairs. Had Rayon really worn through all of them in just 6 months? Burin had barely changed his own shoes twice. He pictured him training until he was drenched in sweat and realized he'd been grinding non-stop, while Burin acted proud, swung his sword around and skipped the basics whenever he could. This was the real road to strength for Rayon Zegart. That was when Burin understood he'd gone the wrong way. His eyes drifted back to the dumbbells on the floor. He put the shoes back where they were and left the building. At the same time, Rayon checked the system window while Wrath floated beside him, still stunned. Wrath said he'd lived for hundreds of years and had never seen anything like the protagonist. What was he? Really? The protagonist said he didn't know, and if Wrath wanted, he could make something up. Wrath said he shouldn't joke around. MC still owed him a stat. The window showed the bet rewards, +2 to all stats, 1 bonus stat of his choice, and 1 of Wrath's stats transferred to him. He also got a random trait. Legendary Sense, first stage. Wrath grumbled that Legendary Sense was an amazing trait he didn't deserve. It widened his senses, and even at stage 1, it boosted them by about 10 times. Raowan blinked. Really? That's pretty good. Then he asked why it was called Legendary Sense. Wrath said he named it that himself. Didn't it sound cool? The protagonist said his taste was awful. Wrath flared up. What? He snapped that MC had no eye for beauty at all. Sometime later, he was in the yard when Zegart came over and said the head of the family was calling for the young master. Sylvia clutched her chest and worriedly asked if the protagonist had done something wrong. With a hand over his chest, Raowan Zegart smiled and told her not to worry. The head simply wanted to personally give him the bronze emblem. A little later, MC bowed and greeted the head of the family. Sitting on his throne, Glenn said he didn't want to, but a promise was a promise. Raowan Zegart stepped forward with an emblem on a tray and presented it to him. saying this was the promised reward. The emblem could be traded for anything of equal value. The protagonist said he wanted to use it right now. Sylvia and the protagonist Zegart tensed up. He asked what it would take to restore Sylvia's old position. The head of the family said he assumed Rawan meant returning her to the main branch. MC confirmed it. At the same time, he wondered why the man's aura suddenly felt softer. Glenn answered, achievements. If he earned enough, that wish could come true, but it wouldn't be easy. In this family, gaining recognition was like reaching a star, almost impossible, especially for a child. Rawan just smiled, but not truly impossible. He reached for the emblem and said that was enough. After thanking the head for the answer, he turned to leave, but Glenn stopped him. The protagonist turned back, and Glenn said he hadn't used the emblem for a reward. He had only asked a question. Glenn would have answered that for free. Rawan was surprised. He never expected the Northern King of Destruction to say something like that. Then Glenn told him to name the reward he actually wanted. MC clenched his fist. There was something he needed more than anything right now. He said he wanted a growth technique. The head replied that the basic course instructors would teach him one. He bowed slightly and said he needed an aura technique far stronger than the beginner one, something worthy of a bronze emblem. The shadow technique from his past life wasn't enough. To restore Sylvia's place and kill Darius, he needed the strongest method possible. Glenn repeated, a growth technique. Then he snapped his fingers and a set of doors opened to reveal a library packed with towering shelves. It opened right in front of Rawan. He stared in shock. From behind him, Glenn said these were books of the Zegart family. All the protagonist had to do was hold out his palm toward the center, and he would receive the book he needed most right now. Rawan nodded. He raised his hand, thinking only of finding a stronger aura method. He just hoped there was something worthwhile here. A moment later, one book slid free from the shelf and shot toward him, already open. Rawan stared at the old book in surprise. The head of the family looked at it, and even MC was stunned. Both of them blurted out, what? Why that book? Rawan saw the title, The Thousand Lights Technique. He asked what kind of technique it was, and touched a page. At once a bright flash filled the room. The pages burst apart, the book dropped to the floor, and flames swallowed it. In that instant, Glenn remembered a servant kneeling before him, and asking if he truly meant to abandon Sylvia. Glenn had answered that he didn't care. At that time, the family's prosperity was all that mattered to him. When the servant said Sylvia had run away because of a man, Glenn brushed it off as a petty issue. Back then, he believed emotions were useless, and only the family's power mattered. That mindset helped him reach the peak of martial skill. He raised the family's standing but lost something important. Then came the report that his daughter and son-in-law had been ambushed. Eden had found Sylvia and moved against them. She survived, but the other two were killed. From what he heard, the attack was so sudden they barely had a chance to resist. He called himself pathetic. His feelings had already broken through, but it was too late to undo the past. Still, he had to protect Rayon Zegart and Sylvia this time, even if they hated him for it. He looked down at his hands in shock. What was that? Something had flowed into his mind. Then the head of the family called out to him, rising from his seat to ask what he had just done. Rayon said he didn't understand it either. The technique's contents had simply appeared in his head. Glenn immediately asked if he remembered the name. The protagonist looked at his hands again and answered, the Thousand Fire Technique. The system confirmed it. The Thousand Fire Technique guides him down the path of ancient flame. The technique had been stored in his memory. Glenn asked if Rayon meant the entire book had been imprinted in his mind. MC said yes. Glenn paused, then replied, I see. Good. He said he had received the bronze emblem reward and could go. The protagonist thanked him and headed out. After the doors shut behind him, Rayon Zegart started to ask if the technique the young master received was. Before he finished, the head confirmed it. He said MC had obtained the technique of the very first head of the MC Zegart family, the one no one else in their history had ever mastered. No one had even been able to read that book, and somehow it chose him. Zegart warned that if this leaked, both him and Miss Sylvia could be in danger. The head said not to worry. No one knew about the Thousand Lights technique. Then Rayon Zegart asked what they should do now that the book was gone. Glenn said it didn't matter. Someone now carried its knowledge. No one else had ever received it anyway. Without that child, the book would have kept rotting on the shelf. It felt like everything was about to change. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat on his bed and stared at his hands, thinking it was strange that Glenn had let him choose a book at all. Even a silver emblem, or a gold one, shouldn't be enough to earn knowledge like this. This technique was on the same level as the Ring of Fire, a legendary art. It was absolutely worth learning. Still, when he reached out and tried to focus, he failed again. It was still beyond him. Wrath floated nearby and said things weren't going exactly the way Rayon planned. He warned him to keep going carefully. If someone touched him while he was in that state, it would be dangerous. Wrath warned him to be careful. If someone interrupted while he was focusing, the damage could be permanent. It would be a waste to ruin himself after getting such a strong technique. MC wondered what Wrath was planning, but he had a point. The Thousand Flames technique pulled in natural mana and formed aura at the center of the mana flow. If that process got cut off, his mana paths and energy core could be badly damaged. That danger was even worse for Wrathworn because the Frost Curse had already twisted his mana channels. So he told Wrath that if he knew that, then he should stay out of it. Wrath only smiled. He stared at him in surprise. Wrath said he would interfere just once, just one time during training. With a smile, the protagonist told him to wait. Wrath could get hurt too, and that would not help him. Wrath brushed that off, saying he did not care. Humans were weak enough to break anyway. Even if Rayon lost his limbs or his energy core burst, Wrath claimed he could still bring him back. But MC would have to beg for help, so Wrath called it a perfect chance. In the end, MC said fine, just this once. Wrath flew closer and mocked him, saying he should be terrified since he would not even know when the attack was coming. He understood exactly what Wrath was, an enemy from the demon world, always waiting for the chance to seize his body, the very form of rage. Wrath had been quiet for a while, and that made Wrath lower his guard. Now he knew he had to stay alert again. He put a hand on the bed and decided to leave that for later. Something else mattered more right now. The protagonist stood and headed to the window. Wrath asked if he was going now, and he said yes. She came every night. That was no accident. Looking outside, Wrath once said it was time to deal with it. He was about to do some work he had not done in a long time. Near the pond, Judo sat down and wrote on a sheet of paper. She thought she usually sent useless chatter, but tonight she had something real. As a servant in the annex, she had watched closely. Could he really get a technique that valuable for only a bronze emblem? And the mana flow she felt while he trained his aura was unlike anything normal. That kind of information was worth sending. It could be useful even at the martial hall. Watching a child had been easy enough. She folded the note and wondered how much longer she had to keep doing this. Then she sent the message into the water and said it was time to head back. Before she could move, a knife pressed against her neck. Wrathworn stood behind her and warned that if she made a sound or even moved, he would cut her throat. He told her to keep her eyes on the lake. Jufxiel froze, shocked by the killing intent behind her. Then she saw his reflection and was stunned. Wrathworn, how had this child gotten so close? Leaning near her ear, he said he had felt her watching him ever since he returned to the annex. So had she gotten all the information she wanted? Judiel could not believe it. She had hidden her presence and erased her tracks perfectly. Had he noticed from the start and simply acted like he had not? Wrathworn told her to open her mouth, and she obeyed. He dropped something inside. She gagged and tried to throw up, but MC picked up the wet note, looked it over, and said he could not read what was written. Some special trick was clearly needed to reveal the message. He listed possibilities: water, earth, fire, wind, moonlight, sunlight, then settled on moonlight. The maid flinched. How did he know? Rayon went on, naming possible senders, then landed on Karun. He said he was sure Karun was behind this. Jadiel clenched her teeth in confusion. This made no sense. Her face had not changed. She had trained for years as a spy. No child should be able to read her that easily. But then she felt the burning pain in her body and remembered how calmly he read her. Only one answer fit. Trembling, she wondered if he had just fed her a frenzied worm. She remembered Karun ordering her into the annex to report every detail about Rayon and Sylvia. If she succeeded, he promised to make her dream come true. Now she demanded to know if he had given her a frenzied worm. He looked almost surprised that she knew what it was. He had not expected her to guess so fast. Horrified, she covered her mouth and tried to throw it up. The worst part of those worms was not just that the owner could track the victim, they could also torture or kill the host whenever they wanted. From his reaction, she became sure he had used one. Rayon said the letter to Karun already proved she was a spy. He figured she had been sent 7 months ago, right after the selection ceremony. Her reports covered not just him, but Sylvia, Helen, and even the other maids. Judiel stared at him. She had thought this mission would be simple. He was only a child, and Sylvia had no power center, while her mana flow was damaged. But this was no child. He was a monster. She cried out that she would change the letter and write a lie instead, but Radon said it was pointless. Sooner or later, Karun would still learn the truth. And when that happened, her fake letter would become proof she betrayed him. Shaking with fear, she listened as the protagonist crouched in front of her. Looking straight into her eyes, he said she would now work as a double agent. She could pass along things that would become public soon anyway, but nothing truly important. In return, she would tell him everything he wanted. She quickly agreed. Rayon nodded and walked away, saying he hoped their next meeting would come with useful news. Wrath flew over and asked where he got a frenzied worm. MC answered that he would never use something that vile. He had only used a fake something that caused unbearable pain for a short time. Wrath told him to wait, then asked how he read her emotions without any worm at all. Raiden said, information shows up in tiny details. Most people miss them, but he does not. Wrath realized he really was a monster. After that, he focused on aura training again. Before long, it was time to return to the training hall. Even after pouring in all that effort, he still could not activate his aura by the day they were supposed to leave. Later, everyone gathered at the assigned spot. Raiden looked around and guessed about 42 had passed. In the end, only a quarter of the trainees remained, just like he expected. Then Luna called out to him. The protagonist turned, surprised, and kept staring, not sure what to make of it. A few days earlier at the Slyan family estate, Luna's mother had asked if young Master Rayon helped her train. While eating a cookie, Luna said yes. Her mother asked if she thanked him. Luna said she gave him a cookie. That was not what she meant. When asked if she said thank you out loud, Luna answered no, explaining that her dad told her not to speak to boys first. Her mother smiled, Then she gently told Luna that gender did not matter when it came to saying thanks. If someone helped her, she should thank them. That was basic manners. Luna agreed and decided she would thank him next time. Now in the present, she finally did. Rayon, caught off guard, just answered, okay. Wrath asked what was wrong with her, and MC whispered that he had no idea. A moment later, Dorian came over drenched in sweat. He asked if he had made it too, then rambled that he never thought he would survive probation and become a real student. The training had been so brutal he kept having nightmares, and last night he barely slept because he was scared of messing up today. Then he said he was glad Rayon became top student, better him than young Master Burn. Right after that, Dorian turned and saw Burn standing behind him. He dropped to the ground in panic, while Burn stepped in front of the protagonist. For a second, nobody spoke. Then Burn bowed and asked for forgiveness. He admitted his behavior last week had been shameful. He accepted the loss but promised next time he would not back down. He would do everything he could to win. Rayon thought it was surprising to see a 13-year-old admit his mistakes so openly. Maybe there was a reason Burn came from the main branch. Wrath, however, exploded in anger. He yelled that Burn got beaten like a punching bag and still acted proud. Ampli grabbed him by the tail. He said it was normal. Burn was still a kid, so Wrath should calm down. Wrath shouted back that he did not care, and that all that pride was annoying. Just then, Rimmer walked up and scratched the back of his head. He apologized for being a little late, saying he drank too much last night and slept in. Then he asked if they had rested well and congratulated them on officially becoming his students. Today, he said, their real training would begin. Some drills would stay the same, but they would also start new ones, including combat training. At that moment, the gate opened and Martha walked in. She clicked her tongue and cursed the endless doors, saying they were annoying. Dorian recoiled in fear. The instructor folded his arms and smiled. He said the late one had finally arrived. Martha would train with them now, because she failed under another instructor. From this point on, she was their classmate, so they should welcome her. Martha Rayon Zegard of the main branch. Rimmer added that they should not judge by appearances because she was actually very kind. But Martha cut him off with a wave and demanded to know who the top student was. She asked if it annoyed them that some weakling ranked above them. She wanted to see the strongest for herself, so she told them to hurry up and fight. Burn wondered why he always got dragged into this kind of mess. Still, he introduced himself as the top student. Martha looked him over with interest and leaned in, then said he didn't look the part and told him to start already. Before anything happened, Burn stepped in behind her with his arms crossed and said she was acting shamefully. She spun around and asked who was barking at her. Walking right up to him, she warned Burn to watch his mouth or he'd end up in the gutter. He should remember who he was talking to. Burn fired back that Rayon had earned the top spot in front of the head and the instructors, so who was she to challenge that? Martha snapped that he was doing the same thing, so who was he to talk? Was he going to answer or not? He said that was exactly why he spoke up. He didn't want anyone repeating his mistakes and acting disgracefully. Rayon thought Burn really had changed. Just then, Luna stepped between them and spread her arms, telling Martha to leave him alone. Martha grinned and mocked the strong love between classmates. They really protected their own like loyal dogs. Then she turned away, scratched her head, and said it looked like Luna would end up the same way if she kept pushing. Fine. She'd let it go, but they should know she hated cowards hiding behind others, even more than useless upstarts. With that, she suddenly spun around and lunged at Rayon. Everyone else jerked back in shock, but Martha still threw a punch and yelled for him to take it. He caught her arm and slammed her down. She barely stopped herself and stared in shock at his fist coming toward her. Then both of them sprang apart. Burn, confused, shouted, "What?" Another student blurted out, "What the hell? Hey, he's not making it home today." Martha swung again, but the instructor grabbed her arm and told her that was enough. She was stunned, wondering when he had moved. He said she'd completely forgotten he was even there. Even if he wasn't scary, being ignored still hurt his pride. Rayon hadn't awakened aura yet, so beating him now wouldn't be a fair win. Didn't she agree? He had no problem with a spar later, once the protagonist learned it. She waved him off and said she was leaving anyway. The instructor then told MC to return to his spot too. He agreed, but Wrath shouted, asking what he was doing. Was he really letting that idiot get away with it? She was begging for punishment. Wrath said if it were him, he'd rip off her limbs and toss her body onto a glacier. Rayon answered that he'd already hit her once. Wrath yelled that it wasn't enough and he should finish it. The protagonist said not yet. If he was going to fight her for first place, it would be smarter to make a bet and take something from her. He told Wrath to be patient, he'd get even later. After that, training continued until the instructor called a 10-minute break. MC took a drink of water and looked at his hand. This wasn't easy. Up to level 2 it wasn't that hard, because he already knew it. But level 3 added more variations, and that made things much tougher. Then he glanced to the side and thought about how Rayon had started from nothing and learned all this in less than a month. It had taken him a full month just to master the 7-form fist. At this rate, he would reach sword training at the same time. At least he wasn't the only impatient one. He then looked over at Martha swinging her sword at high speed and wondered if she was competing too. She stopped, breathing hard, and cursed under her breath. Rayon was supposed to be learning fist skills for the first time, so how was he improving this fast? He hadn't trained before like Burn or Luna. With that frost curse, his body should have been a mess. So how could he keep training for days? She told herself she couldn't fall behind. Everyone called her a shining talent. Ever since being adopted into Zeegard, she had always moved straight ahead. She beat every child from both the direct and collateral lines who walked around acting like geniuses. She laughed when they broke down. She was the genius here. She was supposed to be better. That was her place, and now she was falling behind and she couldn't stand it. Later, as she walked down the street, a subordinate bowed and said she'd worked hard today. She nodded and kept walking, and he watched her go before saying there was no reason to push herself that hard. Martha turned and asked what he meant. He said, like he told her before, young Master Rayon might pass many people, but he would never surpass her. She asked why the protagonist could never beat her. The man answered that MC had a weakness he would never overcome. Not long after, he kept training until he was already out of breath. One of the onlookers asked about his stance and whether he could watch again like last time. His friend told him now was a bad time to ask, but the first one insisted that Rayon really was an amazing swordsman. Martha clapped and said, "Wow, amazing." She never thought he'd reach her level so fast. He was even outpacing a genius with how quickly he learned. But with his terrible mana sensitivity, all that effort was useless. Too bad his talent wouldn't matter, though he might make a great instructor for young swordsmen. The others just watched in silence. When she turned around, she noticed no one said anything, which was exactly what she expected. Of course they hadn't known this flaw. Rayon probably wouldn't awaken aura even after 4 months. Back in the present, the subordinate said, "Young master, the protagonist wouldn't be able to awaken aura." Martha was stunned. What? He said it made sense she didn't know, since she had only recently joined the family. At the mana sensitivity ceremony, young Master MC's result had been the absolute lowest possible. In the 5th training hall, the only one who still hadn't awakened aura was Rayon. Even with the bronze emblem growth method, it was only a little above average, better than the Linden method everyone starts with, maybe. But since he still hadn't awakened aura, the man believed the ceremony result was correct. He could become a brilliant swordsman and fighter, but not awaken aura. That meant he could never become a true martial artist. After a while, Martha brushed back her hair and thought she was still angry about falling behind that idiot, but at least she could finally stop thinking about him. Then she noticed Luna standing beside her and asked if she wanted something. Luna said she had to go. Martha chuckled and asked if that was all. Luna repeated that she was leaving, and Martha said fine, she was going too. As Martha headed off, she waved and added that she needed to go to the advanced classes, which were only for the main branch. Later, Rand sat on a bench with a towel in hand and let out a long sigh, saying that was enough for today. Looking at his hand, he thought this was actually fun. On the battlefield, he had relied more on survival tricks and quick kills than true martial arts. The only thing he had really sharpened was his assassin skill. He'd never imagined learning martial arts for himself could feel this good. Then Wrath floated over and yelled, asking if Rayon had finally lost his mind. He couldn't believe he'd done nothing when that girl kept bothering him. The protagonist blinked. A girl? Wrath meant the black-haired one, the one who kept talking trash. MC asked if that had happened. He hadn't heard because he was too focused. Wrath yelled that he should pay better attention. If someone said that stuff about him, he'd freeze her solid. He said he'd already told him it wasn't worth fighting her now. Even without the Thousand Lights technique, he could beat someone like her easily. Then he opened the door and stopped when he saw Luna. He asked why she was there. Luna opened the box in her hands and held out a dessert, telling him to eat. He took it and noticed it was cold. What was this? She just repeated that he should eat it, and he agreed. As he did, he remembered a killer's basic rule: never eat something from someone else. Still, he didn't think Luna would try to harm him. After swallowing it, he was surprised, and so was Wrath. The cold aura only made it taste better. What was it? Luna asked if he liked it, and when he said yes, she told him it was scoop ice cream. Then she shut the box and turned away, starting to leave. Wrath reached out and told her to wait. Wrath yelled for her to give him one too before going. What a weird girl. The protagonist watched her in surprise and wondered if she had been worried about him. Luna was actually pretty sweet. It looked like there had originally been 4 scoops in the box. Had she left the last one for him on purpose? Giving up her favorite dessert must not have been easy. He sighed and said it was kind of her. He'd repay her someday. A little later, they went outside, and Wrath said that in that case, Rayon should at least ask for more sweets. MC then entered the building and said he was back. Jedo lit up. She hadn't seen him in so long. So why had he taken forever? He said it had only been a week. She asked if he was hungry and said she could cook right away. He said he was fine, but she told him to sit down quickly. Then she handed him a note and said she was about to send this report to the Central Hall and the Arts Division. He asked if anything else had been ordered. She said nothing major. Until recently, they had only told her to keep a Judal. Said they used to watch him closely because his sword skills improved so fast. But now, since he still can't train aura, it feels like they've started to lose interest. Rathon asked about his mother. Judah said they didn't seem very interested in Miss Sylvia either, and she worried they might call her back. The protagonist thought that was bad. Sylvia had been very useful. Then Judo carefully suggested maybe he was hiding his aura talent on purpose. Caught off guard, MC asked who thought that and what she meant. She lowered her head, told him to forget it, and apologized for asking something so rude. Wrath said it was fine and told her she could go. She answered that she understood. Wrath laughed, amazed that someone thought he was hiding his skills on purpose. He answered that using the situation to his advantage made sense. Wrath pointed out that aura training was clearly hard for him and asked why. The protagonist said he didn't know either, so all he could do was train more. Wrath could only call him a monster and tell him to sleep. Rayon headed for the door, saying only training would help him with aura. Before he could finish, he stopped in shock when he saw Rimmer waiting outside. MC called out, and the instructor looked over and asked if he'd slept enough. Surprised, he asked why he was here. Rimmer said he'd come to teach him. He placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said he would show him what attribute he had. A little later, they walked into the forest, and Rayon said he thought this was supposed to be about attributes, so why were they climbing into the mountains? Rimmer just told him to be patient. Lazy as he was still a great teacher. MC asked how he planned to teach him out here. Rimmer turned back, remembering the first day he saw Rayon's technique. Those flames had been so fierce they felt like standing inside a volcano. His technique was far beyond everyone else's. Even more shocking was how boldly he took in the cold inside his body and mixed it with the fire in his mana circuit. If the protagonist could fully master that technique, Rimmer stopped and said this place should work. Rayon looked around and asked if they were really stopping in the middle of the forest. Why here? Rimmer pointed at him and said he once made a sword from wind to protect his lord. Because of that, he could sense the kind of wind a person should choose. Rayon quietly looked at his hand, and Rimmer added that maybe he should have made the example weaker, but MC didn't seem scared at all. That wasn't normal for a child. Rimmer had felt wind since birth because he was an elf, but he was human, and with cold blocking his mana flow, it should have been even harder. Rimmer explained that wind came in many forms. Warm, cold, even violent gusts. He had wanted a wind sword that could cut anything, and he reached that goal. The protagonist also needed to choose what fit him. He should think about the kind of fire he wanted. Rayon looked at his hand again and said they were in the north, where making a strong flame wasn't easy. It might even burn down the whole forest. Rimmer waved that off and said, yeah, that would be a disaster, but he knew a better place. After a while, they reached a charcoal workshop, and Rimmer called out to the old man inside. Belkin answered that he'd been wondering why the flame kept flickering. Rimmer had been messing with it. Rimmer folded his arms and told him to let it go since he wouldn't succeed today anyway. Looking around, Rayon asked where they were. Rimmer said this was the home of the hottest, fiercest fire in the north, a charcoal workshop. Belkin turned and asked what kind of junk he dragged in this time. Rimmer told him to relax. This was the master's grandson. Belkin scoffed, saying he'd retired long ago, so even the master coming himself wouldn't matter. Rayon stared at the fire and wondered if this was really just fire. He had seen countless flames in his past life, ones made by others, ones he'd made himself, and even magic fire from wizards. But this was different. The heat, the shape, the sparks, this was the fire he wanted for himself. He reached toward it, then clenched his fist and turned to see the flame had already been lowered. Then the old master introduced himself and said if Rayon expected him to bow politely, he was in the wrong place. MC was stunned. This craftsman was famous across the world for his work. Could this really be him? The man rumored to have made Glenn's Sword of True Paradise, the one who vanished 30 years ago, had been here all along. Rayon bowed, said he was glad to meet him, and introduced himself. The craftsman asked Rimmer if he'd already told the boy who he was. Rimmer denied it, then said this old man was the craftsman of Sieghart. Belkin snapped that he was retired. Rimmer agreed, retired for over 10 years. Since then, all he'd done was tend this furnace. He spent the whole year making fire here, so there was no better place to feel a true flame. When Rayon asked for help, Belkin wanted to know why he hadn't gone to the forges. He said there were too many eyes there. He didn't want anyone seeing the technique before he mastered it. Belkin asked what he meant. Rimmer simply said the protagonist was Sylvia's son. Belkin turned back, and MC said he wouldn't be a bother, but begged for one chance to feel the flames. Belkin said he made charcoal, golden charcoal, a kind that could create a fire hotter than white or black charcoal. He'd already spent 10 years trying to invent it, so Rayon could do whatever he wanted, as long as he stayed out of the way. He thanked him with a smile. Later, the two adults stood outside, and Rimmer told Belkin he was kinder than expected. He hadn't thought the old man would agree so fast. Patting his shoulder, Rimmer added that if he kept being nice, he'd bring him some good liquor. Belkin said he wasn't doing this for Rimmer. The moment the boy stepped inside, the furnace flames flared up. The heat jumped so much, it ruined the charcoal. That meant Rayon's aura had the power to control fire. If this really was that child, he might make Velkin's dream come true. For 7 months, the protagonist kept visiting Velkin. He focused on the kind of fire he wanted, and little by little, he began to understand it. People say fire is the wildest and strongest element, but it changes once you can control it yourself. A flame sharpened through years of training is steadier than any other element, and the Thousand Flames technique helped even more. Rayon had told him to think about the fire he wanted. Rayon kept searching for that image. What he truly needed was power to deal with Tellus and restore Sylvia to the place she deserved. The road to those goals ran through darkness where he couldn't clearly see his next step. He needed a bright torch to light the way, a flame that could become his weapon against monsters, stronger than rain or snow, a fire that never wavered. That was the kind of flame Rayon wanted. He felt burning energy sink into his body. The heat of the workshop was entering him, and he had to focus to catch that fire and feel it deep inside. Had meditation brought him into a spiritual state? Now he could actually see images forming in his mind. If he focused just a little more, a voice suddenly cut in. It was Wrath's turn. Didn't he say from the start he'd strike when Rayon was most exposed? Now MC could taste the frozen flame. MC grinned, thinking Wrath had finally made his move. Why now? He'd almost forgotten about him because he'd been so quiet lately. But Wrath had never been an ally. He was a demon lord that wanted Rayon dead. The pressure was terrifying. His body felt like it was breaking apart, and even breathing hurt. If he tried to move carelessly, he'd die at once. So what could he do? Stopping the Thousand Flames technique would mean certain death. All he could do was gather his aura. He had to think if he wanted to live, but his mind was fading. Wrath mocked how pathetic his struggle looked. Did he really think he could hold Wrath back again? It was useless. His body and soul belonged to Wrath now. As Rayon started to black out, Wrath said all his effort and resistance had meant nothing. He was no different from the man working that furnace. Still, Wrath said not to worry. He'd take revenge for him. The protagonist caught one word. Furnace. That was the hint he needed. This was all or nothing. If he didn't risk it, nothing would change. So instead of taking in the natural mana heated by the furnace, he chose to absorb the mana from the flames themselves. A far hotter, stronger fire that could swallow everything around it. Raon accepted it all and activated the fire. Wrath screamed, asking what he was doing, and MC answered that he was going to win. At that moment, Velkin sat by the furnace when fire suddenly burst around him. He jumped back in shock as the furnace flame shot up like a pillar. He said he'd never seen a fire that powerful. Looking around, Velkin demanded to know what was happening to the furnace. Then he noticed Rayon nearby and realized the boy was freezing. Even while the furnace blazed, Velkin stood and fearfully asked what was wrong with him, why he was shaking. He called for an answer, but Rimmer suddenly stepped in front of him. Rimmer told him to leave the protagonist alone. No one could disturb him now. Velkin shouted that the boy could die, but Rimmer blocked him and said Rayon had entered a full spiritual state. If they interfered, his insides could burst. Velkin frowned and asked if it was because of the cold inside him. Was there really nothing they could do? Rimmer turned away and said no. It was too dangerous. Frowning, he could only ask MC to survive. Wrath yelled at him to stop and asked what made him think he even had a chance. But he knew one thing. In his last life he died with nothing. Yet even then he didn't give up until his final breath. This time he refused to go out the same way. Then Velkin shouted that the heat was rising too fast. The furnace might break. Robber realized all the mana around them was being pulled into one spot. Was Ron absorbing it? The protagonist let out a scream, and Wrath cursed. Then MC opened his eyes and seized the fire with his hand. Right after that, a huge explosion went off. The shockwave blasted through the roof and Reimer shouted, asking if Ron was okay. He called for an answer. Velkin also shouted his name, but Reimer froze in surprise when the protagonist stood up, wrapped in shining flames. Golden flames? A system message appeared. He had mastered the Thousand Flames technique. Because of the intense heat, it rose to second rank. He also gained second rank fire resistance. 2 mana nodes were freed from the frost curse, and the poor stamina penalty was removed. The leftover ice energy turned into frost aura, which also reached second rank thanks to Wrath's cold. An energy flower bloomed in Rayon's hands. He touched his chest and thought this turned out even better than expected. He was getting close to full strength, though it took way more effort than he thought. Then another system window appeared. It said he had passed Wrath's trial under extreme conditions. As a reward for his grit, all stats went up by 3. MC could hardly believe it. He got in one moment, what should have taken years. Wrath grumbled in disbelief, asking what he even was. Wrath's mind had been right on the edge, so how did he survive that? He shot back that Wrath told him he couldn't do it, that he shouldn't even try. He turned away, but admitted to himself that he had almost died this time. He needed to be much more careful. Now he understood clearly. No matter how close they seemed, Wrath was his enemy. He couldn't expose his weaknesses or secrets. Velkin nervously asked if he was okay. Rowan said he was fine, and Velkin quickly asked if he had really mastered aura. The protagonist said yes, and it was all thanks to him. Then he apologized for wrecking the furnace. Velkin let out a breath and told him not to worry. What mattered was that MC was safe. A furnace like that could always be made again. As he moved toward it, Rowan asked what was inside. Velkin suddenly shouted, "It's..." He dug into the fire with a shovel and pulled out a few coals, calling them golden coal. Sometime earlier, people used to whisper that Velkin was always heading back to his workshop, trying to make golden coal. Most thought it was just a legend, and that he was wasting time out of boredom. Now Velkin said they got lucky. Golden coal was stronger than white coal, and burned longer than black coal. Thanks to Rayon, he finally made what he'd chased for decades. He asked if that tiny amount was really it. Velkin looked at him and said that every time the protagonist came to train there, the furnace fire grew fiercer. His breathing technique gave it new strength, and the heat filled the whole workshop. Velkin said he was just an old smith who had spent his life at the anvil, but even he could tell this happened because of Rayon. So he had one question. What was MC's goal? What kind of swordsman did he want to become? He answered that he wanted to be a swordsman who never gives up, no matter the enemy or the situation. Velkin smiled, surprised to hear that from someone so young. A swordsman who never retreats. Good. In 3 or 5 years, Rayon should be ready to truly master the sword, and once he was certain of his path, he should come back. That treasure would be waiting. The protagonist asked if that meant Velkin would forge him a sword even though he'd quit. Velkin said people do come out of retirement sometimes. Until then, MC just had to stay alive. Later, Velkin walked him out and said goodbye. He headed down the forest path while Rimmer stood on a cliff and said he'd been curious to see how this would turn out. Rayon had finally mastered aura. If nothing else, he was amazingly good at making people worry. Wasn't that right, boss? Behind him, Glenn stood there with a hard look. Smiling, Robert asked if he'd been coming every day because he was worried about the protagonist. He must feel better now. Glenn said he wasn't worried. Robert went on, saying maybe the forge heat played a part, but MC's aura quality and purity were incredible. He had even stabilized it, proof of huge talent. Glenn disagreed. Robert looked confused, and Glenn said Rowan had turned even his limits into strength. Later, Luna waited in the 5th training hall, wondering when he would come back. She remembered the others talking. 7 months had passed, and he still hadn't mastered aura. Maybe all the praise about him was fake. Maybe Bowen or Martha deserved his spot, and he was all empty talk. Then Luna looked at the box in her hands and thought she wanted to help him. Her mom always said kindness should be repaid with kindness. Suddenly, she looked up and saw Rayon in the doorway. He turned and said nothing bad had happened to him. Since he'd said that himself, the protagonist muttered for him to stop showing off. One day, he wished him luck. Rayon looked ahead, surprised. Luna? She opened the box of sweets and told him to cheer up. MC took one with a smile. It was the same ice cream as last time, and he thanked her. Luna stared, surprised. The cool air and scent around him felt even stronger and nicer now. Ran took a bite and froze. This taste, it was just as good as the first time. He wanted to eat the other 2 right away. Then he reminded himself he couldn't take all her snacks. She was sharing. He told himself to stop acting like a kid, calm down and close the box. Then he thanked her and said it was delicious. Luna asked if he wanted more, but Ran said one was enough. She then asked if he felt better. He looked at her surprised, then let out a breath and said, yeah, he did. Luna smiled, said okay, and walked off still smiling. Rowan watched her leave, thinking he really didn't understand that girl. After a while, Reimer stepped up and asked if training had gotten boring. Then he announced that next month something special was coming. Since everyone had learned the basics and training methods, it was time to focus on their energy core. One of the boys asked what he meant, and even another student looked confused. Smiling, Rimmer revealed they'd be having duels next month. Martha was thrilled to hear it. Rimmer added that the results would affect both rankings and status, so they should spend this month preparing. Then Martha raised her hand and told him to wait. What about the ones falling behind? Some still hadn't mastered aura. Everyone looked at Rayon, but Rimmer said actually every student had completed that task. Martha's eyes widened and she asked when that happened. Rimmer answered, yesterday or today. He didn't remember. Martha grinned and said finally, something fun. She was bored to death while he was stuck on the basics. She walked up to Rayon and reminded him that she hated kids weaker than her. She tolerated him long enough, and if he couldn't handle it, he should give up his spot. She'd show him how things were really done. Suddenly, Burns' hand came out in front of her, telling Martha to leave him alone. Rayon had only just mastered aura, and the duels weren't for another month. If she pushed now, she had no honor as a swordsman. Martha put a hand on Burns' shoulder and mocked him as young Master Burn. He cared so much about honor because it was all he had. Anyone strong enough to defend themselves earned their place. That should be obvious to him. Burn frowned. Martha jerked a thumb at the others and said those fools mastered aura in a month, while their so-called best student barely did it in 6. Even harder techniques took less time. That meant the protagonist had no talent, and Burn knew it because they'd both gone through the determination ceremony. He stayed silent, thinking that a swordsman without aura could never become famous. Martha went on, saying the instructor suggested duels for a reason. He wanted to update the rankings. Wasn't that obvious? Reymor spread his arms and asked, why not? Martha turned to Rayon and said he didn't deserve the top spot. It was time to fix that and give it to someone worthy. She proposed a duel with first place in the rankings as the prize. MC refused at once. What kind of prize was that when he already had it? If she wanted his place, she needed to offer something equal. Martha smirked and asked if he really didn't understand. In her eyes, he was an idiot. Nobody there thought he deserved that spot. Rayon asked if she was scared. Martha's eyes widened and she saw the smug look on his face. Was he really saying that to her? She burst out laughing, clutching her side. Martha burst out laughing, mocking him. No strength? That's hilarious. Fine, she said she was okay with a wager. Then she pulled out an elemental sphere, a rare medicine from her father that boosts both body and spirit. If Rayon wins, she'll hand it over. He quietly called out to Wrath, remembering his advice about waiting for the right moment with Martha. When Wrath asked what he meant, the protagonist said the timing finally favored him. This was their chance. A month later, Martha checked the calendar and said a full month had passed since their bet. Now she was finally going to make him pay. No one her age had ever beaten her, and for the first time, someone had actually hit her. 8 months later, she finally had her shot at revenge for that humiliation. Rayon had only learned aura a month ago, while she already had 3 years behind her. Fighting him should be easy, but waiting on someone she saw as talentless was still annoying. Even so, she had to keep getting stronger. There was someone she wanted to save. Martha frowned. MC Ziegart is finished. After a bit, Reamer called out for everyone to listen. He said watching a match can teach them just as much as sparring themselves. They should study every fight and think about what they would do in that spot. No need to panic, just show what they can do. He announced the first match, Burin versus Dorian. Dorian nervously raised a hand and Reamer asked what was wrong. Dorian said he wanted to forfeit. Burin turned in shock and Reamer pointed out they hadn't even started. Clutching his stomach, Dorian said he felt awful, shaky, heavy, and sick from not sleeping. Wrath looked disgusted and said that if Dorian served under him, he'd lose his head. Rayon figured that sounded about right. Reamer still told Dorian to at least try. Even losing would help him grow. Dorian looked up and said he understood. A moment later, he was flat on the ground, giving up. Reamer told Burin to control his temper. Honestly, he should have ended it in 5 moves. Burin said Dorian's attitude just got under his skin. Then Reamer asked Dorian why he always ran. He had the skill to fight back and could have lasted much longer. Dorian apologized, saying he was just too scared. Reamer let it go and called for the next match. Luna versus Kane. Reamer told them to begin. Kane rushed in with a loud shout and swung his sword. Luna didn't move at first. Then she caught the timing and blocked cleanly. Reamer stopped them there. He told Kane he was too tense and needed to hold his sword with confidence. Luna had defended well, but she still hadn't fully finished her aura. She answered with a quick yes. After a while, Reamer called the last match. He joked that everyone must have been waiting for this one. The students stepped forward, clearly excited. Reamer announced Martha and Rayon Ziegart. Martha attacked first, but he blocked it with a frown. Then he shoved her back and countered, catching Martha off guard. She smirked and leaped back. She admitted she didn't expect him to stop all her attacks. He had skill, no doubt, but to her that talent ended at swordplay. Someone like him, with no gift for aura, would never stand out. Martha lifted her sword and charged again. Rayon blocked and let out a small grunt. Martha looked surprised that he held it, then mocked him. How much longer could he keep that up? She said aura depends on talent, even more than swordsmanship. In her eyes, his aura had barely grown at all in 7 months. With something that small, he'd never become a true swordmaster. Frowning, she warned him to give up now or her next strike would break his bones. Rayon swung his sword and snapped back. Talent, talent, you people never stop talking about it. This whole house is obsessed. Martha smirked, saying of course someone clumsy like him would hate hearing about real talent. She said she enjoyed showing people like him what true talent could do, so they'd finally accept the truth. The protagonist answered that he'd prove her wrong, that talent isn't what matters most. Martha stared at him in surprise, then Rayon used the 1,000 flames technique. First flame. Martha froze and blurted out, "What is this fire?" She could tell right away it wasn't ordinary. It looked small and calm, but something inside it made her shiver. After a brief silence, Martha tightened her grip and said the games were over. She took the Hearthstone stance, single point. Rayon watched closely and realized it was a technique that compressed aura into one spot. For someone her age to use it, that was real talent. Her next strike would be dangerous. Martha said she admitted he was strong, but his weak aura wouldn't survive this. She kicked off the ground and rushed at Rayon Ziegart. MC swung and condensed the fire right in front of her. The students cried out as the impact split the ground. Smoke covered the arena, then slowly cleared. Martha was down, her sword broken in her hand. The students shouted, "He won." No way, even Lady Martha lost. What kind of aura is that? Rayon just stretched and stayed quiet. Then he noticed her fist was still clenched even while unconscious. To him, that mattered more than skill or talent. Martha's willpower was incredible. Later, Glenn asked if the protagonist Ziegart had really beaten Martha. Rimmer spread his arms and said yes, completely. Martha had trained her aura for over 4 years, which made it even more amazing. Glenn looked down and said the flame he saw that day was remarkable, like a flower made of fire. It was small, yet impossible to compare by size alone. He was sure the whole family knew by now, so Rayon needed guidance before pride got to his head. Rimmer agreed. Then Glenn asked how Martha was doing. Rimmer said her injuries weren't serious, but she hadn't left her room. It was probably the shock of losing. Glenn said he hoped she could get through it. Later, MC was planting a flower when Wrath started yelling at him to do it properly or he'd ruin it. He barked that he needed to dig better or be frozen to death. He turned and said Wrath was done, pretending to be tough, which made Wrath yell even louder. Wrath said the protagonist should be thankful for his terrible elemental resistance. The protagonist didn't care. The night after beating Martha, the miracle medicine he won from the bet boosted his stats a lot. The system showed that a stronger fire ring had formed. It had reached the 4th stage, strengthening both mind and soul. His strength, agility, and endurance all rose, and the low endurance effect disappeared. MC figured the medicine had finally pushed all his hard work into effect. A lot improved, but the 4th stage of water resistance mattered most. Now he didn't have to fear Wrath's outbursts as much. Since it was the last day of rest, he went to work in the garden. Wrath kept yelling that he was doing it wrong and needed to dig deeper without damaging the roots. Wrath gripped the little shovel, wondering why he had to sit through gardening lessons too. Wrath said to use his hands, that was the only way to protect the roots. He wondered why Wrath knew so much about this. and Wrath proudly said that in the demon world he cared for ice flower gardens that all demons admired. The protagonist asked if that was true. Right then Martha appeared behind him and quietly looked his way. Rachel figured she hadn't come to fight, so what did she want? She stayed silent, and he tried to read her thoughts. He thought she was acting childish. Then Martha finally spoke. She wanted to challenge MC again. He turned away and said she really needed to learn how to lose. Martha shouted that she wasn't denying her loss. She just didn't understand it, so she came for answers. The protagonist asked what he would get out of another fight. Martha snapped. What? MC calmly asked if she knew the custom that a loser had to bring the winner a gift before asking for a rematch. Martha got annoyed and called it nonsense, asking why he always wanted payment just to fight. Rakon said it was just principle. Martha clenched her jaw and realized he wasn't going to agree easily. Looking at the roses, she wondered if trampling them would somehow help. Instead, she said he seemed to like flowers. He answered that he really didn't, which left her confused. Patting the dirt beside the plant, the protagonist said he didn't even understand why people liked flowers. He only worked in the garden for his mother. Martha clicked her tongue, setting her foot near the flower. Then she turned as if to leave. Just then, Sylvia entered the garden and called out to Randon Zeekhart. Surprised, he answered, Mom? Sylvia smiled, saying she'd been looking for him, then noticed Martha and asked if he'd made a new friend while training. Martha turned around. Martha froze. So this was Sylvia Zeekhart, the woman who left everything behind for her child, then came back to save him. Sylvia smiled and said the black hair and eyes gave it away. This must be Martha. Before it could go further, MC grabbed her hand and quickly said Martha wasn't his friend, just a classmate, and he'd send her off. Sylvia asked why, saying she only wanted to talk to her son's friend. Then she walked over, took Martha's hand, and asked if it was true she had dueled Rayon. She checked if Martha was hurt. Martha said she was fine, but Sylvia still looked worried and gently touched her cheek. Sylvia said she knew Daniel had brought in a talented child, but she hadn't expected someone this gifted, and this cute too. Then she asked what had brought Martha here. Martha shyly said she only had something to tell him, and was already leaving. Sylvia stopped her and asked if she wanted to stay for lunch. Martha blinked in surprise, and Sylvia said she couldn't send the protagonist's friend away hungry. Martha just froze in shock. A little later, MC and Martha sat across from each other at the table. He glanced at Sylvia and wondered what was going on. Sylvia set a dish in front of Martha and explained that Rayon liked meat stew, so she often made meals like this for him. Then she asked if Martha was a year older than him. Martha said yes, she was 15. Sylvia smiled and asked whether training had been hard for her, but Martha said not really. Sylvia went on, saying the cooks here were good, though the meat wasn't as nice as what they had in the main house, so it might be a little tough. She gave Martha's shoulder a soft pat and told her to chew carefully, otherwise she might get an upset stomach. That instantly reminded Martha of her own mother. Her eyes dropped and she quietly chewed the meat. After a while, Martha thanked Sylvia and said the food was delicious. Sylvia brushed it off. Happy Martha liked it and said she hoped she and the protagonist would stay friends. From behind them, the protagonist whispered, asking what had gotten into his mother. Didn't Martha come here to fight? Wrath could only say who knows. When Martha stepped outside, she thought MC probably thought she was crazy, but Sylvia's eyes felt so much like her mother's, that was why she couldn't refuse. The face, hair, and voice were all different, yet for a moment it felt like standing beside her mother again. After her mother was taken by the white blood cult, and Martha was adopted by Daniel, she swore she would never lose until she found her mother. She had kept that promise all this time, but then she lost to Rayon. Daniel had accepted her because of her talent, and now if she kept failing, maybe he would cast her aside. Her father was kind, but what if he was only pretending to search for her mother? If that happened, all her hope would be gone. She was never meant to lose. She entered her room and found a servant waiting. He said she was back later than usual. Martha asked if he had been waiting for her. He said yes. Daniel had sent a letter. Martha stared at the envelope and asked if it was really from her father. The servant said it was, likely written after the duel. In it, Daniel congratulated Martha on her first defeat. One loss didn't make her a loser, so she shouldn't cling to it. She just needed to understand why she lost and use that to grow. He added that he wished he could comfort her in person, but his mission was taking longer than expected. At the end, he asked her to forgive him for not being there. He wrote that he was still searching for her mother and would never give up, so she shouldn't doubt that. Martha stepped forward and told the servant to let her father know she understood, and that she was deeply grateful. The servant bowed and said he would. Martha turned to the door, thinking about how badly she had lost, not from carelessness, but because she was truly beaten. She went inside, picked up her blade, and decided it was time to accept that loss and move forward. She couldn't shame her father. If she acted like nothing happened, she would learn nothing, and then she'd never be able to face him. So Martha cut off her long hair. This was her new start. She would keep moving, throw away that weak, pitiful past, and grow stronger. The next day, the students were stunned, asking what had happened and whether Lady Martha had lost her mind. Martha walked up to Raon and said she wouldn't give some heartfelt apology for everything she'd done. Still, she would keep her word. He asked what word she meant. Martha replied, it was their deal. The loser would step back and accept their place. That was all she came to say. As she turned to leave, the protagonist was honestly surprised. He hadn't expected her to be this straightforward about it in such a short time. Martha had really changed. Not bad for a start, and she was still young. Then Martha smacked Dorian and yelled at him for blocking the way. Terrified, he quickly begged forgiveness. Rayson watched and thought the change seemed to apply only to him. Still, with the new school year starting, little by little things were shifting. Martha now calmly followed his lead as the senior student. Burin had also grown calmer, which helped his leadership. Luna's sword got even sharper than before, though her emotions stayed exactly the same. As for Rayon, brutal training had become normal. One student said it made no sense. They had only just learned river steps, and MC had mastered it in less than half a day. The student insisted he must have learned it before because nobody should improve that fast. Another pointed out that he could stand still with his eyes closed for ages, and his posture already looked better than the instructors. Later, even Rimmer was amazed. He said the protagonist's growth from meditation was unreal. He was a true monster. Glenn turned and dryly asked if Rimmer was MC's personal butler, since every time they met, that was all he talked about. Rimmer grinned and said there was no need to hide it. Glenn was clearly curious too. Then he glanced around the main building and noticed everyone seemed busy lately. He asked if they were preparing something, but Glenn said no. They were getting ready for guests. A delegation from the Kingdom of Owen would arrive in a few days. Owen was one of the 6 powers in the center of the continent and one of Zegart's few allies, though they rarely mixed with others. It was a kingdom that valued swords and martial skill. Reimer asked who would lead them. Glenn folded his arms and said the third prince was named as the representative, but Duke Tartan might be the one truly in charge. Rimmer was stunned that Tartan had become a duke, then noted the third prince should be about the same age as Rayon and Burin. Glenn said he didn't know since he'd never cared enough to check. Either way, Rimmer was told to make sure the students behaved. He asked if that included even the 5th training hall. Glenn said yes. The prince would bring young knights with him, and they wanted to watch Zygarde's swordsmen and students train. They couldn't afford to embarrass themselves, especially with him there. Reimer rubbed his chin and said, the third prince and Owen's young knights being Rayon's age could make things interesting. Glenn immediately said he looked like he was plotting again. Not long after, a student shouted in shock, sparring with the young knights of Owen. Rimmer smiled and said yes. By now they'd all heard the delegation was coming. He called it good news that the prince and his group wanted to train with them. One boy nervously said it still felt too sudden, and Rimmer asked if that really bothered them. He reminded them a swordsman had to be ready to fight even if dragged out of sleep. Martha then pointed out she had heard the delegation was supposed to visit the 6th hall, not theirs. So why come to the 5th? Earlier, Rimmer had gone to the prince's tent and said he heard the prince had visited the 6th training ground and hadn't looked impressed. So Rimmer invited him to stop by the 5th hall the next day if he had time, promising to show him something worth seeing. Now, turning back to the students, Rimmer said he understood their nerves. The news had come out of nowhere, sure, but instead of fearing the worst, why not focus on winning first? Then he told them the guests could come in. These young knights were the pride and future of Owen. The third prince, Greer the 500th Owen, stepped forward, placed a hand on his chest, and said he was glad to meet them. Brown studied him closely. So this was the third prince. For someone his age, Greer's build was excellent. One look was enough to tell he was the strongest of the group. Rimmer put his hands on his hips and asked the protagonist if he planned to sit this one out too. MC looked at the prince and thought he'd be a perfect test for the combo he had just learned. Rimmer steps and the sword of connecting the stars, so he answered no. If anything, he wanted to join the sparring. Rimmer said that since their top student wanted in, he'd take that as everyone agreeing. The match would begin soon. He only needed 20 participants, and their best student would choose them, so everyone had better follow Rayon's lead. Then Rimmer added the part he'd forgotten. He had bet a month of his pay on them, so they absolutely had to win. Win no matter what. If they lose, he'll kill them. The boys just stared. What? A little later, he said he had picked the fighters. Before they started, he told them to study their opponents first. Look at their hands. The students did, and blinked in surprise. They were shaking. Renan said that even if they looked proud in that armor, they were still just students their age, nervous about the sparring like everyone else. He reminded them they trained just as hard as any top group. All that sweat and blood would matter today. So they needed to drop the fear and fight with everything they had. The students shouted back, "Got it." Renan then set the order. The first match mattered most because it could lift everyone up, so he decided to open with someone who was very likely to win. Martha would fight first. He asked if she was ready. Martha waved him off and said she'd finish this fast. Rimmer called the fighters to the center when ready. Burin muttered nervously, "Is he really our age? Why is he so huge? He already looks like a real knight." Tar stepped out and introduced himself as a fighter from Owen. Seeing Martha, he said she looked fired up for someone her age. The others worried the size gap was too big. Even Martha might struggle. Martha just sneered. A great fight? No, she'd crush him. That was enough talking. She charged. Greer watched and thought she was surprisingly fast. The swordsmen from the 5th hall were clearly strong, worthy of the Zegart name. Their level was close to royal knights. The 6th hall had let him down a bit. They trained well but were clearly below the Robert family students. This hall, though, was the real thing. A little later, Tartan asked why Rimmer had suddenly invited them to the 5th hall yesterday. Rimmer grinned and said chances to cross blades with one of the Empire's 6 great knights didn't come often. He figured it would be a good lesson. Tartan said it was strange hearing that from the man once called the Brilliant Sword. Rummer shrugged and said they couldn't stay sheltered forever. Then he suggested a bet. Tartan laughed, asking if Rummer still hadn't quit gambling, and what the rules were. Rummer held out his hand and proposed 20 matches with a prize for the winner. It'd be more fun if they put something on the line. Tartan studied him, and said Owen's students got elite training. Did Rummer really think his side could beat them? Rummer said he trusted his students, just like Tartan trusted his. Right then Martha slammed into Tartan and shattered his sword. He barely had time to react before Martha swung again and smashed him in the stomach. Tarj cried out, and then Martha was declared the winner. Raywan watched closely, impressed. He'd thought she might hold back after their last match, but she looked even faster and stronger now. She sheathed her sword and mocked Tarz. What was the point of all those muscles, if he couldn't even go all out on the first strike? Idiot. The protagonist thought it was interesting. Wrath grumbled that interesting was a stretch. It was just bugs fighting in sand. Rayon said those bugs were still young. Wrath snorted that even young demons fought in a more exciting way. MC squeezed him and told him to be quiet. He was enjoying this. Rimmer called for the next one, the 18th match, Luna versus Adelia. He looked at Luna and said it was her turn. She gave a short nod. She stepped forward, and when Adelia asked, she gave her name. Luna. Adelia stared at her oddly. Then fire wrapped around Adelia's body. Luna calmly said she hated fire. She gripped her sword and cold mana spread around her. Their blades met, and the clash kicked up smoke across the arena. Then Luna slipped behind Adelia, making her spin around in shock. Was that an illusion? Luna rested her blade on Adelia's shoulder, and Rimmer announced Luna as the winner of the 18th match. Adelia admitted defeat and thanked her for the battle, but Luna ignored that, walked to Rayon, and asked if he saw her fight. The protagonist told her she did well. Luna sat down and gave a pleased little yeah. Rimmer smiled. Now it was 9 wins to 9. Things were getting heated, so he called round 19 Burin and Saloon. Get ready. Saloon Castle introduced himself and said he had recently become a knight. Burin introduced himself as a student here. Rayon studied them and realized Saloon was strong, the strongest Owen student besides the third prince. Rimmer gave the signal to start. Burin rushed in with a sword strike. Saloon frowned. Their skill levels were even, and if either one dropped their guard for a second, it would end right there. He was sure Burin knew that too. The two kept pushing until both suddenly stopped. The students gasped, both swords had broken. Then Romer shouted that the round ended in a draw. Rayon folded his arms and praised Burin. That knight had been one of their strongest. Burin frowned and said that didn't matter. If he fought with Zegart's name on the line, he had to win. MC put a hand on his shoulder and said there was no need to worry. He'd take the final round and protect Zegart's honor. As they walked to the center, Greer realized this was the opponent chosen for him. He didn't look impressive at all. Greer asked if he was from the main Zegart line. Rayon answered no, he was from a side branch. Greer clicked his tongue, annoyed. He hadn't expected such an easy-looking match. He'd rather fight one of those other three. Turning to Rimmer, he said he had a suggestion. Rimmer asked what it was. Greer pointed at Luna and Martha. They didn't seem tired after their matches, so maybe he could face them after beating this one. Reimer said he didn't mind if Greer won, of course. Greer replied they should get ready because this would be over fast. He even decided not to use aura and save his strength. Tartan looked at Reimer and asked what kind of monster that boy was. His presence was so faint he'd almost missed it. Reimer said he hadn't missed it at all. Tartan asked why he didn't warn the prince if he knew. He then answered his own question. The prince would one day support Owen's whole kingdom, but he still hadn't learned what defeat felt like. This would teach him. Still, the prince was no weakling. Even Rayon wouldn't beat him easily. Reimer crossed his arms and said he disagreed. Then he asked for another bet. Tartan looked annoyed. Again with the gambling? Reimer said it was simple. Drinks. Tartan agreed and asked who he was betting on. Reimer smiled and said Rayon would beat the prince in 5 strikes. At that moment, he grabbed his sword and rushed Greer with a stream of fire. Greer's eyes widened in fear, and Tartan blurted out, "What?" The protagonist slashed Greer's side, and the prince cried out and dropped to his knees. MC said it looked over. Reimer laughed and said it hadn't even taken 5 attacks. Greer realized he had judged too fast. There was a reason Rayon had been saved for last. He was a monster. Tartan asked if he was really just a trainee. His movement and sword skill were incredible. Reimer said that was exactly why he'd picked the protagonist to win. He'd better reserve a nice place for those drinks. Greer told MC to stop, saying he could still fight. Tartan tried to tell him the duel was already over, but Greer shouted that he hadn't shown his real power yet. If only he'd gone all out from the start. Martha suddenly stepped in and told him to stop barking like a beaten dog. If he was really a prince, he should accept losing. What a crybaby. Just like one of her friends. Burin frowned at that, and Luna glanced his way from the side. Greer asked, "What?" Martha crossed her arms and said she'd been trying to speak nicely because he was a prince. Instead, he should just leave. He lost. Adelia jumped in and told Martha to watch her mouth. She was speaking to royalty. Martha mocked that right back, saying she had the blood of Rayon Zegart's main line. So what was the problem? Reimer clapped and cut it off. That was enough. They should hear what he thought, since the choice was his. The protagonist said he had no reason to keep fighting. The duel was done, and he wouldn't battle just for someone's pride. Greer shouted that he accepted the loss, but he hadn't judged Rayon right. He'd underestimated him before the match began. Now he was so ashamed he couldn't even lift his head. He lowered his sword and asked for one more fight. If he walked away like this, he'd regret it forever. Please, MC. MC looked at him, surprised, and thought he never expected this, especially not Greer lowering his sword. He'd taken him for just another spoiled brat. Then he answered, okay, but this would be the last one. Greer agreed at once, reached for his sword and looked at his pendant. He realized his own pride had blinded him to the talent standing right in front of him. This time, he would use everything he had. He unleashed his mana, shocking everyone there. Tartan shouted, "Third Prince, that technique." Greer cut him off. This wasn't the time to hide his strength. He wanted to face Rayon at full power. Wrath smiled and called him a fool for showing everything so openly. The protagonist answered that it didn't matter. He could beat him again. Wrath laughed and said Greer's aura was huge. He was actually stronger. MC asked if he wanted to bet, and Wrath instantly agreed. A system window popped up. Wrath offered a bet. Beat the third Prince of Owen and all stats go up by 4. If he lost, he'd take a 10-point Wrath penalty. Wrath lowered his stance as Greer faced him. Greer said he was starting now. He kicked off the ground and charged, but he blocked the strike. The people watching stared in confusion. The fight kept going and Greer realized something. He was using everything he had, yet the protagonist handled it with ease. Was the protagonist a genius? No, monster fit even better. Greer decided to show his true best. MC studied him and recognized the Perez sword style, a technique passed down only to Owen's heirs. From Greer's energy, Rayon could tell the next attack would be his all-out move. He told him to come. Greer answered that this was everything he had. He charged straight at the protagonist. But MC had already memorized every move Greer had used. He answered with the Thousand Flames technique. First flame, Cyclatorsia. Greer froze in shock. Golden flame aura? No, he couldn't give up yet. He still had one more technique. With a shout, Greer rushed in again. Rayon sent fire mana at him. The clash shook the area, but he held his ground, stunning Greer. Greer stared at his aura as the protagonist released more mana, wondering if Rayon could really push back even this. A moment later, Greer dropped to his knees again. Rimmer declared MC Zegart the winner. Greer looked at his shattered sword and couldn't believe it. He had been faster and stronger, yet Rayon had cut right through his aura. Greer muttered that the world was far wider than he thought. Then he held out his hand and thanked him. He said he'd learned a lot from the duel, and fully admitted defeat. The protagonist smiled and said he had learned a lot too. Greer apologized for looking down on him and admitted his own poor judgment. MC said it was fine. When Greer asked his age, MC answered that he had turned 14 this year. Greer let out a breath. He had lost to a younger, less experienced swordsman. Then he held out his hand again and told him to take what was in it. He asked what it was, and Greer said it was proof that the third Prince of Owen, Greer the 500th Owen, would grant him any one request. Rayon wondered why he'd give away something so valuable. Greer smiled and said losing this duel had opened his eyes. It felt like he had reached a new understanding. Lucky to lose to someone like the protagonist, he turned to leave, saying they would meet again. Next time he hoped he'd still be ahead, but keeping up with MC sounded fun. Greer told Rimmer he had lost, so Rimmer won the bet. Rimmer praised him, then went to Duke Tartan and said it was time to leave. Tartan agreed, but Greer said he had just decided on something urgent. As Rayon walked down, he thought about his past life. People always said following your real path came with no price. Was this what a reward felt like? It was strange. This life kept surprising him. Later at the palace, Glenn asked if that was the lesson Greer had taken from the duel. Greer said yes. He had foolishly believed he was the best, but Rayon made him rethink many things. Greer added that he had dueled across the 6 kingdoms, yet had never met a swordsman like him. Even though he was younger, there was still much to learn from him. Glenn said he understood. Greer explained that was why he wanted to return right after the meeting. He was eager to train. He wanted his body to learn what he had seen from the protagonist. Glenn agreed and told him to pass on his thanks to the king. Greer thanked him. Not long after, the group rode out. Tartan called to Greer. Greer asked what he wanted to say. Tartan pointed out that Greer had revealed every trump card, even the Perez sword technique against Rayon. Wasn't that too much? He reminded him that hiding his strength mattered. Greer admitted he might have gone a little too far. Tartan also mentioned the medal, but Greer cut him off. He said MC had shown real mercy. Even after being badly underestimated, Rayon still accepted his selfish request, so Greer gave him the same in return. Besides, he had revealed a secret technique too. Tartan said that was true, but Greer interrupted again and said the medal was also an investment. Tartan asked what he meant. Greer said the protagonist already had amazing skill, character, and wisdom at such a young age. Even from a collateral branch, he was sure MC would become someone important. Building ties with him could only help. Tartan said Greer had thought it through. Well, Greer smiled and said he was raised in a royal family. If he couldn't think ahead in moments like this, what good was he? Then he wondered how far Rayon Zegart would have grown by the time they met again. At that moment, he asked if Glenn was proud that his grandson had been praised by a prince from a neighboring kingdom. Glenn asked what he was talking about. The protagonist said he was only thinking out loud, but it had been a long time since he'd seen such a big smile on Glenn's face. Glenn touched his face and asked with a smile, and MC said yes. He had been smiling ever since the third prince brought up MC's name. Glenn answered that he must just be getting old and imagining things. He then brought up the leader, saying he was still worried about Duke Tartan's words. What did Glenn plan to do? The protagonist remembered Tartan saying he had a private message unrelated to the prince's letter. It came from the ruler of Owen Lacrosse, Albertian de Owen II. The 5 demons had started moving again. Later, Rimmer told everyone they had done well against Owen's knights. Since they were ready for the next step, he would give them special training next week. Someone asked what kind of training, and Dorian nervously asked the same. Rimmer said, maybe training wasn't the best word. They were heading into a real battle, so they had better be ready for bloodshed. South of Rayon Zegart's lands, groups of toll-taking bandits had gathered. Along with the mountain gang called the Claws of the Snow Tiger, plenty of other scum were there too, making money off mountain passage rights. Lately they had grown more violent, attacking merchants and killing people. A student asked if the mission was just to scare them off. Reamer said that had been the plan at first. When asked why he said at first and why they couldn't simply raid them, Reamer explained that the bandits had recently surrounded a village south of the mountains and slaughtered everyone there. After that, they burned it down and ran. The student cried out, and Reamer said their mission was now total extermination. Most were rabble, but many were still dangerous, so no one should let their guard down. He told them to get ready. They would leave tomorrow evening. Later, Luna trained alone, cutting falling leaves with her sword. She had decided to work on her stance before tomorrow's mission, but something still felt off. Rayon's lunges were smooth and flexible, hers weren't, and she couldn't tell what she was doing wrong. Looking toward the mountain, Luna thought MC was probably still training too. Maybe she should ask him for help. Then she shook her head. She didn't want to bother him. She had to figure it out herself. After a while, she climbed the slope and lay down, thinking she felt weaker than before, but her movements were definitely smoother. That was enough for today. She wondered if Rayon was still there. Maybe she could stop by and say goodbye before heading home. She remembered saying she'd bring ice cream, so she should get back early this weekend. Luna turned and thought, right, she'd go home early, talk with him tomorrow, and share the ice cream then. As she turned the corner, someone called out to her. Luna looked back and her eyes widened in fear. Surya smiled and said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Luna cried out, Surya! He stepped closer and said it was hurtful that she wasn't happy to see her own brother. Luna started trembling, and Surya said Rimmer's training seemed to be helping. She had gotten much stronger than he expected, and he said he was proud of her. But surely she wasn't really planning to go to war and risk her life. Luna jumped back with a terrified scream. Surya mocked her, saying she had forgotten everything he taught her so fast. Maybe she needed another reminder. Then he asked for the name of her pet chipmunk. Ruby, Luna answered in fear. Brother, Surya pulled out the chipmunk and smiled, saying she would remember everything now. Let Ruby's death be a lesson. Brother, stop. Luna remembered the chipmunk's dead bodies and her brother's face. She dropped to her knees and screamed. Covering her ears, she kept crying out while Surya bent down and told her life belonged to him. Until the right time came, Luna should not even think about risking it. All she had to do was stay alive until he decided otherwise. Then an explosion hit, and Rayon appeared in front of Luna, glaring at Surya. He asked who he was. Surya smiled back and said it was rude to ask someone's name before giving your own, especially after barging into another person's conversation. Rayon answered that looming over a girl in a narrow alley was rude too. Was Surya a thief or planning something worse? The man paused, then said it only looked bad from the outside, but really he was Luna's older brother. He glanced at her shaking beside him, clutching her head in terror, and doubted that right away. Was that really her brother? The man raised his hands and claimed he just got carried away because he was happy to see her after so long. Rayon asked if crushing that rodent in front of her was supposed to be a joke. The man gave an awkward laugh and said it wasn't a real chipmunk at all, just a toy. He showed his clean gloves and insisted he'd never kill a living animal. The protagonist instantly understood he had burned away the blood and flesh with his aura. Then the man set a small box on the ground and said he had only come to bring his sister some treats before leaving on a long mission. Looking at Luna, he said she had a very nice friend and hoped they would stay close. After that, he waved, apologized for taking the joke too far, and walked away. Rayon Zegart recognized him. He was a sword genius from the Slyant house, one of the 12 monsters who could one day become one of the next generation's rulers of the Slyant family. MC had only heard of him before his reincarnation, so this was their first meeting. But he already knew the truth. This guy was a madman pretending to be a kind hero. He gave off the same rotten feeling as Darius. Once he was gone, Ravon held out a hand to Luna and offered to walk her back. When they reached the carriage, she thanked him for coming to say goodbye. He told her to sleep early since they were leaving the next day. She got into the carriage without a word and left, but what had just happened kept spinning in her head, and it stayed with her even after she got home. Opening the box her brother had left, Luna thought he had shown up again, and he still hadn't changed at all. Back when she was little, she once came to him with scratches on her arms from her pet and tried to explain that everything was fine, that Ruby was only upset because she was pregnant. He killed it anyway, saying his dear sister shouldn't be hurt by some animal or really do anything at all besides breathe. He even warned her that if she told anyone, he would kill them too. He said he'd destroy the house and burn everyone but her. That's when she decided staying quiet was the only way to keep anyone from getting hurt. When she first came here, she thought she was the only outcast, the only one who knew pain. Then she met someone she could share that pain with. That person was Rayon Zegart. She saw how kind he was, how hard he worked, and how much he had suffered. Watching him change through pure effort and earn everyone's respect made her believe she could change too. She worked beside him to make that real, but now it felt impossible. Things only stayed calm as long as she endured everything alone. The next day, they headed for the southern edge of Zegart territory, to the village of Jartan. Rumor said they would spend the night there and praise them for making it through the dimensional gate. He told them to rest while they could. This would be their last chance before the mission. A village official welcomed them and led them to their rooms. After settling in, Round thanked Wrath. Without his warning yesterday, he might not have noticed anything. He hadn't realized that man was hiding his presence. Wrath said he only wanted to protect his source of ice cream. Still, the protagonist kept thinking Syria might be gone for a while on that mission, but Luna was clearly afraid of him. Wrath told him to hand over his body so he could kill that idiot and be back in no time. A real warrior pays back double and takes revenge 10 times over. Luna had introduced him to the world of scoop ice cream, so he was ready to do anything for her. Thinking Wrath was joking, Rowan refused, but Wrath made it clear he meant every word. Even so, MC still said no. Syria had already left deep scars on Luna. Killing him now wouldn't erase what she had suffered. He thought Luna was the first child he had ever needed to protect. In either life, if anything happened to her, he would kill the one responsible himself. A few days after leaving Zegart lands, they reached a village ruined by the snow tiger claws. The moment they entered, several of the trainees felt sick from what they saw. Burned bodies were piled up among shattered homes. Byrne glanced at one corpse with visible unease, and Rowan thought the scene was beyond cruel. He checked Martha, but she barely reacted. She must have seen plenty of bodies before or made them. Then he noticed someone was missing and looked around. Where was Luna? She had walked over to a house and was staring at a burned man who seemed to have tried escaping before he died. The sight made her stomach turn. Rumor gathered everyone and said the snow tiger claws were behind this massacre. He told them to burn this scene into their memories. Then he showed them a silent whistle. It made no sound to normal ears, only specially trained people could hear it. If they ran into danger, they were to use it and help would come. He handed one to each of them and reminded them their enemies showed no mercy. But before blowing the whistle, they had to do everything they could on their own. They needed to learn to fight without help, and if the chance came, kill without hesitation. Luna trembled. The others answered that they understood, and then rumor told them to split into groups led by the top students. Martha would lead Group A, Burr and Group B, each taking 3 or 4 people. Luna meanwhile looked down at her sword and remembered her brother's warning. He had told her she belonged to him. She must never do anything that could hurt her, and if she did get hurt, he would kill whoever caused it for it. Rainbow Zegart pulled her from those thoughts by asking her to join his group. She hesitated, then agreed. The two of them moved out to search for the enemy. The protagonist studied the top of Mount Rutan and thought the high ground would make it easier to judge the area below. It was also a good place to hide or escape, since anyone attacking uphill would be at a disadvantage. But because it was the most obvious hiding spot, they probably wouldn't choose it, unless they expected their hunters to think that way. That meant the hill was still the best bet. It looked open, but there could be space underneath. Radon told Luna they would check there first and leave the forest to the other teams. She nodded and headed for the hill. Watching her, MC looked troubled, and Wrath pointed out how worried he was about her. Maybe he should talk to her. Radon said he didn't even know what to say. It was a family issue. As he followed her, he thought he barely understood his own feelings about Sylvia, so he was hardly the right person to give family advice. Still, he knew what Syria had done to Luna. The moment he got the chance, he would deal with it. Reaching the cliff's edge, he looked down and saw he was right. A thick hidden patch lay below, invisible from outside, and someone had carefully brushed away human tracks. That might fool beginners, but the broken branches gave them away. Crouching in the snow, Rowan thought real assassins needed more than killing skill. Tracking, scouting, and gathering information mattered too. These tricks might fool a normal hunter, but not him. He rose and told Luna the bandits' hideout had to be nearby. She should follow him quietly. So quietly even her breathing couldn't be heard. They moved with care and searched the area. Rayon spotted traps near the trees, and they slipped past them. Soon they reached the bandits' camp and hid behind the brush. Just as he expected, the only real defense was the traps at the entrance. The bandits likely thought no one would come this far, even with all the tracks. They had underestimated them. Just as he guessed, the camp was in a cave beneath the hill. Stepping out carefully, he noticed a starving boy near the entrance, and wondered if he was a hostage. The guards at the entrance were sturdy, but they had no aura, just regular fighters. The huge man beside the hostage looked skilled enough with a sword to hold his own. The rest were probably inside. There was no way they'd leave a hostage with only a weak guard team. A whole pack of bandits might be waiting in the cave. Should he use the whistle? He could fall back and rejoin the main group before attacking, but the hostage looked close to death. At this rate, the boy might freeze before help arrived. Since they hadn't been noticed yet, the best move was to rescue him first, then take the bandits out quietly if possible. Luna kept her eyes on the boy, clearly shaken by how bad he looked, and then Rayon got her attention. He told her not to panic, they could save him, but he needed her help. When he gave the signal, she had to block the sound. He would handle the rest himself. Could she do it? Since she wanted to change too, Luna steeled herself and said she'd help. One of the guards yawned, grumbling about how much longer they had to stand there. Then a girl suddenly stepped out of the trees, putting them on alert. Without a word, she used her aura and set up a sound-blocking barrier, so the bandits inside couldn't hear anything anymore, not even themselves. That was Rayon's cue. He burst from cover, deciding to kill these two before dealing with the stronger ones. He slipped between them and slashed at neck level. Then he stopped. Luna looked up in horror as one bandit's head flew over her, and that sight triggered a memory of the small animals her brother killed. She grabbed her head and screamed. Rayon tensed as the barrier started fading, putting the whole plan at risk. Had she remembered something tied to her trauma? If this kept up, they'd be exposed. Seeing a bandit move in to use her weakness, the protagonist rushed over. She didn't even notice the sword coming at her, and just before it struck, he knocked the man down and pinned him to the ground. He warned him to stay quiet. One word, and his throat was gone. All he had to do was answer. If he refused, Rayon would start cutting off fingers. The bandit clenched his teeth. MC glanced at Luna and saw she'd calmed a little. Even while shaking, she kept the barrier up. Thanks to her, they were still safe. Luna went to the hostage while he questioned the bandit. He was from Snow Tiger Claws. There were about 39 of them in the forest, and another hostage too. Rayon had already guessed that. The boy revealed the hostage was his little sister. He begged them to save her, and Luna promised they would, telling him not to worry. The protagonist told her not to make promises like that, but she wouldn't take it back, so he moved on and started planning. They could fight the bandits, but if they wanted the hostages alive, calling for backup was smarter. There were around 40 men plus the leader. Even for them, that was a lot. Luna suggested the whistle and blew as hard as she could. Rayon noticed he was standing close to her, yet heard nothing. So that was why Rimmer gave it to them. Then a voice suddenly came from the cave. The bandit leader had somehow heard the whistle and raised the alarm, leaving MC stunned. Could someone really have hearing sharp enough for that? Even he couldn't hear it. Luna quickly pulled the boy away while Rayon grabbed the captured bandit and stepped out, blade at his throat. The gang leader mocked how a little kid got in here and caused so much trouble. Who was he trying to call? He brushed it off. He wanted a hostage trade. If they handed over the girl, he'd return this man. The old man burst out laughing, saying he didn't care whether that fool lived or died. The girl mattered. He didn't. He told Rayon to lower his sword, and one bandit aimed his blade at the girl. Her scared cry made the protagonist snap. He told Luna to turn away and wait for his signal. Then he killed the hostage, and the others surged forward. But too late. They were furious. Rayon hurled his sword at them, and it struck the man holding the girl. As he screamed, MC gave Luna the signal to make a frost fog with her aura. She moved at once, touching the snow, and a white cloud spread fast, cutting the bandit's sight. Rayon used the cover, rushed into the cave, grabbed the girl, and escaped with Luna. When the fog cleared, the bandits realized she was gone and immediately chased them. The girl was clearly important. After a while, they found a safe spot, but the children were freezing and asleep, so they couldn't keep moving. He said they didn't know what the bandits might do to the village and suggested ending this here. He told Luna to guard the children, but she didn't want him going alone. His arm was hurt, and she argued back. Rayon insisted he was fine. He said he'd wipe them out fast and be right back, but she still tried to stop him. It was too risky in his condition, and their instructors would arrive soon. They only had to wait. The protagonist cut in, crouched to her level, and told her real combat was terrifying. Even veteran swordsmen got scared, let alone kids like them. But there was something worse than fear, doing nothing because of it. These bandits had done awful things. Some of the dead must have been villagers trying to protect others. Others probably fought to the end for the people they loved. They couldn't let those deaths mean nothing. They were swordsmen of House Zegart, and they had to do their duty to the end for the fallen and for those still alive. He said he didn't know what her brother had done to her, but the more she feared him, the more that shadow would swallow her. Only she could protect herself and the people she cared about. Then he placed something from inside his clothes into her hand and said what happened next depended on her choice. With that, he took up his sword and headed for the bandits, telling her to stop living in his shadow. His words brought tears to her eyes. She wanted to change. She wanted to break free from him. She didn't want to stay chained to the past. She wanted to protect what mattered. Looking at the wooden chipmunk figure, she decided she was done hiding in the dark. She wanted to step into the light. Meanwhile, Rayon was cutting through the bandits without mercy, making the rest uneasy. They couldn't stop him, even though he was just a kid. The bandit leader couldn't understand how they were losing to him. Then one bandit jumped at Rayon from above, but he dodged in an instant. The leader tried to strike from behind, yet the moment he attacked, he sensed something was off. He looked forward in shock. MC was gone. He was behind him now, asking how long he planned to wait for a cheap opening like a coward. Rayon killed him at once and turned to the others. Stunned, they called him a monster, unable to believe a child could be that strong. He told them to surrender since their leader was dead, but something sharp flew at him, and he barely knocked it away. Then the real leader appeared, Vukan. Chuckling, he called the whole thing pathetic. How were they dying to a kid like this? If word got out, the North and South Alliance would laugh at them. Still, the boy looked rich, probably from a powerful family. That made things better. Vukan lunged, saying he'd worried their gifts wouldn't be enough, but now fortune was on his side. He punched Rayon hard enough to send him into the wall, and the protagonist knew at once this man was the true head of Snow Tiger Claws. He wasn't some beginner, he was closer to a swordmaster. Then a bandit shouted from the entrance that they'd found the girl and the hostages. MC turned and saw Luna barely holding back her enemy's blade. He worried she still wasn't ready for a real fight, but he had to help her. Vukan threw another punch and mocked him for losing focus in front of his enemy. Was he worried about them? Fine, then he'd keep him busy. Rayon cursed inwardly as he kept blocking, while the bandit facing Luna backed off and said she used strange techniques. She looked like she'd never killed before. He charged again, and Luna was told to hand over all the hostages. Looking at the children, she knew she had to protect them no matter what, but that meant killing the man in front of her. Luckily, he wasn't the strongest. She aimed her sword at him and tried to tell herself she could do it. She needed to remember Rayon's words, but her fear wouldn't fade, and her brother's shadow appeared before her. He was holding her sword. The moment she saw him, her vision darkened. She told herself to push him out of her head, but she couldn't. How could she protect anyone like this, like Rayon did? She was too scared to even swing properly. Until now, she hadn't protected anything. What was she supposed to do? Then his voice reached her, pulling her from the panic and making her look back. When their eyes met, he smiled and said it was okay. She could do it. That made her burst into tears. He had pulled her out of the darkness and shown her a way forward. She knew she'd have to thank him for giving her courage, for believing in her and helping her move on. She tightened her grip, swung her sword and cut through her brother's shadow. Then she rushed the bandit, froze his legs and struck a killing blow. After that, she looked at Rayon with resolve, while the bandit leader sighed in annoyance and asked he cursed his men for still losing to a bunch of kids, but the protagonist shot back that they were more than just children. That girl had beaten the darkness in her past by herself. Her heart was kinder and stronger than anyone he knew. She was the kind of swordswoman who broke through limits. As he said that, flames burst from his blade. He used the Thousand Flames technique, its first form, fall of a flower, and rushed in with a slash. Fire spread like flower petals and wrapped around the bandit. Once it was over, Rand checked the area for any traps before the instructors arrived. Then he opened the chest and found a two-colored bud, a very rare healing herb. Did they really wipe out a whole village for this? Then a voice came from behind them. The leader of the Eternal Bandits from the North-South Alliance stepped in, sounding almost disappointed that the fight had already ended. His eyes went to the bud in Rand's hand. He noted it was the same two-colored flower Vukan once had and asked if they had killed everyone. MC wondered what that would matter either way, and the man said he was pretty bold and good at reading the situation. He figured that confidence came from skill. He asked if he was from the North-South Alliance. The man confirmed it and said to call him Rictor. That put Rayon on guard. He knew that name. Rictor was a genius swordsman who joined the North-South Alliance with nothing but his sword. In just 10 years, he rose to lead a massive bandit force, far above the Snow Tiger Claws. His combat skill was exceptional. Rictor guessed the protagonist came from a noble house and asked if he was from the main Seagart line. Since their swords had no engraving, they had to be apprentices. Then he wondered if he should just kill them. The moment he said it, a cold wind hit Rayon. Rictor wasn't hiding his killing intent at all. To MC, who had once lived as an assassin, that much was nothing. He reached for his sword and Rictor asked with a grin if he could handle this. He said nothing, thinking he could kill him with a strike from behind. A direct fight would be tough right now, but even so, he didn't want to back down. He drew his blade and told Rictor to pull his weapon and fight. Rictor touched his sword and, a little surprised, said he would die then. Rayon answered that if he was weak, so be it. The bandit chuckled and said kids shouldn't toss around words like that. As they talked, he wanted to fight him even less. Killing the protagonist here would be a waste. The protagonist answered with confidence that a warrior doesn't get to choose where he dies. The bandit stared at him and wondered if he was really a child. Where had he learned words like that? Then he added there was another reason he didn't want to kill him. The fierce wind had been watching them for a while. Rayon didn't know who he meant, and Rictor jumped onto a rock and said that if he ever joined the North and South Alliance, that would be good. At last, he asked for MC's name, and when he heard it, he smiled. Then he left, saying he hoped to hear more about him beyond the Terracan Mountains and the Rabble River. Rayon kept staring at the rock for a moment, then told the girl it was time to go. She nodded and asked if she had done well. The question caught him off guard, but he smiled and told her she had been amazing. She smiled too, and together they gathered the children and returned to the others. Their short, somehow long mission was finally over. When they came back carrying the Snow Tiger Claws leader's head, Byrne and Martha were annoyed that Rayon had beaten them again. Remor calmed the students who hadn't gotten a chance to shine, then smoothly turned it into another bragging story about how perfect his own first mission had been. Wrath jumped in too, boasting that he had frozen an entire castle in his first battle. He wanted to cover his ears and ignore both idiots. The rescued children had lost their families, so the Slyan family chose to take them in. The kids seemed happy with that, mostly because they liked Luna. After the mission, Luna and Rayon were called in to see the head of the family. They received bronze medals for what they had done, and the praise surprised the protagonist. What surprised him even more was being given the two-colored bud. The family head said it was MC's spoil, so he could keep it, even though the herb was an incredibly rare cure. When he got home and opened the door, he was shocked to see Dorian there and asked what he was doing. With an awkward smile, Dorian scratched his head and said Madam had asked him to report how the mission went. Random immediately stiffened and asked if he had told her everything. Fighting back tears, Dorian said he had told her the whole story. The protagonist grew tense as his worried mother appeared at the entrance. He was sure Sylvia would panic once she learned he had fought bandits, and he started thinking up excuses, but he didn't need them. She pulled him into a hug and stroked his cheek, praising him. That left him stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that. Seeing his face, she asked if he thought she would be angry. He said she had always told him to be careful, and she replied that the family's founder raised his sword to protect the weak. He always reached out to those in need. The Rayon Zegart line carried on that duty and protected the helpless. She had once dreamed of becoming that kind of swordsman herself, so why would she scold him for saving hostages? If anything, she was proud of him. The maid smiled and said his story had moved them so much that they planned to spread the news all over the main house tomorrow. Sylvia hugged her son again and said he had grown into a wonderful person. Raydon, confused, thought he still couldn't understand her. His feelings were a mess, and when he tried to glare at Dorian, the boy had already vanished. Wrath snorted that there was no point looking. The coward had run off long ago. MC decided to let it go, and thought the evening hadn't turned out so bad. That night, while Luna got ready for bed, she set the chipmunk on the nightstand and remembered Rayon's words. Next time, she promised herself, she would thank him properly. Elsewhere, Rimmer rested in his hammock and thought back to the talk between him and that bandit, especially the moment Rayon told him to draw his sword and attack. It made Rimmer smile. It had been a long time since he'd heard the founder's words spoken so clearly. The seeds were finally starting to sprout. Meanwhile, in the Robert family's main residence, Darius sat in his study writing notes. Then something caught his eye, and he froze. A red stain had spread across the page from the wound on his palm. He looked at his hand and thought about how it still hadn't healed. 17 years had passed since that day. He had tried every high-grade cure he could find, brought in skilled doctors and famous priests, but none of them could heal it. It was simply a wound that would not close. It still looked exactly the same as the day he got it, like it was meant to remind him. The dead seemed to be telling him not to forget what happened, but sadly for them, he didn't live in the past. The day he would make his dream real was getting closer. A new day began. As Rayon went for a walk, the system told him the frost curse had weakened. He had reached the third stage of the Thousand Flames technique, frost aura, and legendary sense. His fire resistance had also reached stage 3. Now he could train at the expert level in swordsmanship. His aura control was faster, his sword skill had improved, and his movements were more precise. The protagonist smiled, realizing he had finally reached the expert stage. Even so, this was only the start. He had worked hard to get this far. Wrath scoffed that even swordmasters looked like bugs to him, so MC was nothing special. What was so great about reaching expert rank? Rayon answered that not every 15-year-old could do it. Across the whole continent, there were barely any his age at that level. Wrath snapped that only fools cared about age in battle. Age was just a number. Weak was weak, no matter how old you were. He admitted he had a point. In a real fight, no one goes easy on someone for being younger. Wrath called him an idiot and added that as he was now, the protagonist couldn't even scratch his finger. MC smiled and admitted that was true, which made Wrath blurt out in annoyance why he was grinning then. Raon said he was just happy. In his past life, he had never come close to reaching this level. Even Wrath had to admit he'd grown a little. Wrath froze, then shouted in rage, like he would ever praise a human, especially this one. He asked why he kept pretending. His voice had shaken, so he knew he was right. He had been with him long enough to read him. That only made Wrath madder. How could a human see through him so well? He felt like killing him. Wrath screamed in frustration, and Raon coolly said his anger meant nothing to him. If Wrath didn't recover his power soon, it would swallow him whole, wouldn't it? Wrath suddenly smiled and said the protagonist's nonsense reminded him of the old days. MC sensed where this was going and shivered as Wrath went on. Back in the demon world, plenty of people had challenged him. Not wanting to hear more, he headed off to train, while Wrath yelled at him for ignoring him. After a while, Rimmer clapped his hands and called an end to the day's training, and the students thanked him, but Burin still wasn't satisfied. He asked the elf if, since he showed up 20 minutes late, they should train a little longer. Rimmer just bolted, saying they could make up for it tomorrow. Burin thought that was unbelievably irresponsible. Rimmer told everyone to wrap up so the people on cleaning duty could get started. Then the group went to their lockers, including Dorian. He packed up like nothing was wrong, but the second he shut his locker, he found Martha standing there staring at him. He let out a scream. Startled, he shrank back as she grabbed his shoulder and asked if cleaning with her was really that awful. Dorian hurriedly said no. Actually, it was an honor. Martha snatched the mop from him and grumbled that her training schedule was already packed. Then she looked at the others hanging around and told them to get out so she could clean. They ran off right away. Raxleo thought she only acted soft around him. Just then, Rimmer walked up behind him and said with a smile that she really hadn't changed. The protagonist turned, surprised, and asked if he hadn't already left, but Rimmer said he came back because he forgot something. That instantly made everyone uneasy. He floated up a little to get their attention, and said he had one more announcement. An important one. After a short pause, he awkwardly smiled and told them they had a second mission. Everyone's expressions fell, and the hall went completely quiet at the sudden news. Rimmer gave an awkward laugh and apologized. They were stunned that he could forget something this important. Rain thought half a year had passed since their first mission, and to him, this second one should have come sooner. Compared to his past life, the Zikar clan clearly had fewer duties. Rimmer explained that orcs had invaded the southern part of Zikar territory. Their job was to wipe them out because they threatened the villagers, and they also had to protect the village. In short, they had to defend the people and clear out the monsters. The students lit up. They'd been waiting for a mission where they could finally test their sword skills. Rimmer quickly shut that down. This time, no instructors would go with them. They had to reach the village by themselves and work together on their own to finish the mission. Burren asked what they should do if they ran into something they couldn't handle. Rimmer said that was their problem. If the mission was too much for them, they had to decide for themselves whether to go forward. The leader's skill in judging the situation would matter most. Their leader had to find the best answer. Dorian nervously asked if running away would count against them. The elf replied that normally yes, but it depended on the enemy. If they met one of the 5 demons, escaping wasn't shameful at all. It was the smart move. Dorian was relieved. Then came another surprise. They would leave the day after tomorrow at dawn. That of course made everyone upset because they barely had time to prepare. Rimmer said a monster-clearing mission needed far more planning than their last one. If they didn't prepare well, the village would pay the price, so they had to be careful. Burren complained that he should have told them sooner so they could have gotten ready. Ram told everyone not to panic. The instructor had already warned them they wouldn't always know about missions ahead of time. Instead of wasting time arguing, they needed to prepare. The more they complained, the worse their chances got. No one could really argue with that. Danger wouldn't always wait until they were fully ready. Seeing MC take charge, the instructor smiled and warned them that orcs were more violent and stronger than they thought. They were nothing like the enemies they faced before, especially because of their size, and they moved in groups so they'd probably outnumber them. At their current level, fighting them head-on would be hard, so in battle they should focus on dodging, not blocking. And they should pack as light as possible. They were to meet here in 2 days at dawn. After that, everyone split up. Time passed, and Rand finished packing his things. He picked a bag with a lightweight effect. Rimmer had made it clear that extra weight would only slow them down. That probably meant this mission would depend entirely on them. Still, he felt ready. Then Wrath appeared and opened with insults, asking if Rand really thought everything would go the way he planned. Anything could go wrong at any moment. The protagonist answered that anything could happen, including demons handing over their stat points without a fight. Wrath got mad and said he wanted to sew MC's mouth shut. Right then, someone knocked on the door. Wondering who would come this late, he opened it and froze in surprise. His unhappy mother stood there. She said he should have at least told her he was going on a mission. Rain wondered how she found out, and asked if Dorian had spilled everything again. She said Rimmer told her, and that made him want to tear the elf's ears off. He apologized, and her expression softened a little. Then she took his hands and told him that leading a mission takes much more than being the top student. He had to find the right way forward and guide everyone else. Doing that alone wasn't easy. He also had to choose the right formation to keep losses low and bring everyone back safely. The lives of his friends would depend on his choices. Rand was caught off guard. He expected anger, but instead she was giving advice. Sylvia said monster clearing only sounds simple. In truth, it's hard. They had to make sure every single creature was killed so the villagers would truly be safe. She told him to remember that he wasn't a rookie anymore, but a full representative of Zeegard. She wanted him to prove he was a swordsman who could protect the family's ideals. Confused, he said he thought she would scold him. Sylvia shot back that of course she was angry. She was hurt too and deeply worried about him. But this wasn't the time to lecture him. She hugged him and, smiling, told him to focus on getting ready. When he came back, then she'd scold him. She was proud to see him shining after all that training, but she would never stop worrying about him. He hugged her back and soon it was time to leave. Before they departed, Rimmer gave them one final warning. Anything could happen out there, no matter what. They had to stay alert. If something was beyond their strength, they were to retreat. They answered together that they understood. After that, he wished them a safe trip. The normal route would take a month, but the path had already been prepared, so they should arrive in a couple of weeks. He wished them luck, and Ray and his leader started organizing everyone. He ordered the students into 4 squads. They would move using the formation discussed that morning. Watching him, the elf smiled. He was sure they'd do well with the protagonist leading them. The protagonist wasn't just talented with the sword and aura, he was smart too. Reimer believed he'd finish this mission and come back safely, even at only 15. His expectations for him kept rising. As he watched the students leave, another instructor came over and asked if it was time to head out after them. At this distance, the students wouldn't notice them if they left now. Rainmore said it was still too early. One of them had senses that were too sharp. He yawned and wandered off to take a nap, which made the other instructors nervous because it was already time for them to move. Rainmore said it would have been better if they worried this much about the orcs. Somewhere deep in the forest, inside a cave filled with bones, a group got word that a squad of students was heading for a village. They decided to go there too, and their leader ordered them to kill anyone who got in the way. With that, they set out. Time passed and Rand's squad reached the forest near the village, where something unexpected happened. Another squad blocked their path, led by Kane Zegart from the main family branch, the top student of the 6th training hall. Both leaders were confused. Neither understood why they had met here. MC remembered hearing that Kane had joined the 6th hall late because of some injuries, but he looked completely fine now. From the feel of it, he was also skilled with a sword. Kane said his team was on a mission tied to the orc raid. So what were they doing here? Ryan replied that his group had the same mission, which left Kane baffled. He wondered if both teams had really been sent to the same place, because no one had told him that. The night before departure, the instructors gathered at a tavern nearby. One of them told Rimmer he'd heard his students did great on their last mission. They were so young, yet they handled the mountain bandits. Rimmer grinned proudly and said that even as their teacher, he was amazed. Maybe they should be sent to handle the orc raid too, since they were doing so well. He was sure they'd finish it fast. Maybe their leader would even thank him. Then Methan, the instructor of the 6th training hall, stepped up behind him and said his students would take that mission instead. Against monsters, teamwork mattered more. He argued that Training Hall 5 was full of individualists, while Training Hall 6 fit this kind of mission better. His students had just cleared Hell Week without a single failure, so they would be the ones going. Rimmer sighed and said, Methan was just jealous because his kids had been getting all the attention lately. Why not send both groups together? The orcs still need to be dealt with, and a little rivalry would make them move faster. That sounded fine, but they needed the leader's approval first. Even so, they were already excited to see how it would turn out. In the present, Burren stepped up and said working together would only cause confusion, so they should head back and leave the mission to them. That clearly annoyed Kane. He warned Burren not to say it again. Was the 5th training hall getting ahead of itself? His squad was built for missions like this, where teamwork mattered most. Rimmer said he knew how skilled Kane was, but that didn't mean he could look down on the 5th training hall. Rimmer watched without stepping in. He was sure Rimmer knew both squads had been sent here, so why hadn't he mentioned it sooner? After thinking it over, he realized the instructor wanted them to face something that felt like a real mission. Monster raids depend on teamwork and tactics, two things they were still weak at. Maybe this was meant to push them into competing with the 6th training hall and fix those flaws on their own. Once he figured that out, he quietly cursed that elf. Still, this was a good chance for everyone. Before he left, his mother told him to prove he was the kind of swordsman the family could look up to. He hadn't stopped thinking about that since, so Rayon stepped in and told them both to calm down. There was no point wasting time arguing when neither side would back down. A competition would settle it. Burren asked what he meant. They didn't even know what was waiting for them, and he wanted a contest. The protagonist pointed out that neither side planned to give up this mission. And if it was an orc raid, there should be more than enough enemies to go around, especially elite ones, so they would compete to decide who led the mission. After that, they would take out the elite orcs first, throw the rest into chaos, and finish the cleanup. It was a solid plan. If the leading team ran into trouble, that just gave the other side a chance. Would everyone accept that? Kane did, saying it was fair. Then Rayon told them to head for the mountains first. The contest began. Burren, Martha, and a few others rushed ahead. The rules were simple: beat the other team or take their flag. Either way was better than standing around arguing. Rayon told them to make a plan first, but they were too sure of themselves and ignored him. Martha was the worst about it. She finally found worthy opponents and didn't think losers like them deserved tactics. With a grin, she charged in and started the fight. Meanwhile, MC relied on his sharp senses to read the battle without even needing to watch it directly. The clash had already begun. Luna asked if it was really okay to let them fight with no plan. Raina said some people were just too full of themselves to listen. She wondered if they could still win, but he was certain they'd lose and badly. Sure enough, Burn and Martha started getting pushed back. They kept attacking, but couldn't understand why nothing worked. Their opponents were weaker on their own, yet their defense had no openings. Some of them shouted that Burn and Martha weren't the center of the world and needed to stop looking down on others. That only left Martha more confused. By the time the sun was sinking behind the mountains, they returned to the main group looking frustrated and miserable. Ragyan asked if it had gone as easily as they expected. Instead, they were the ones forced back. That was their mistake. The world hadn't stopped growing while they trained. Did they think being stronger than those students once meant they would always win? That was the result of charging in with no plan and no knowledge of the enemy. Their confidence ruined them. They burned through stamina, used up aura, and even revealed their techniques. Those students trained hard too, and better results didn't give them the right to look down on anyone. Luna asked if that meant they had lost. Round said not yet. They still had another shot. At once their mood changed, and Martha snapped that she'd crush those idiots this time. He smiled. At least they were ready to try again. Then he laid out a plan to win. At the same time, the 6th training hall talked about their opponents. The 5th seemed weaker than expected, though their fight had still been interesting to watch. One student warned them not to relax. The 5th training hall had beaten the Snow Tiger Claws, one of the biggest bandit groups in the Alliance. He was sure they wouldn't quit so easily. Then he saw Martha coming, drew his sword, and said he'd been expecting this. Martha called him an idiot and warned that if he insulted them again, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. Then she rushed him with a focused stare. He told his group it was a frontal attack and ordered the 4th formation, focusing their defense ahead. He stepped up to block, but she suddenly attacked from the side, catching him off guard. At the same time, Burin charged another group. Since they'd seen his opening stance before, they thought they knew exactly how to handle him, and moved in. But instead of meeting them head-on, he slipped past, fooled them, and struck in one smooth move, knocking two swords away at once. Their leader turned in shock. Had Burin really changed direction that fast? Their whole fighting style had changed. Martha was also driving back 3 students by herself, and now she understood. Rayon had been right. When he explained the plan, he asked why they lost, if they were stronger one-on-one. Burin guessed it was because of information and tactics, and the protagonist said exactly. The 6th training hall already knew their skills and built a plan around them. Meanwhile, they had gone in with no prep at all. Sure, they'd win anyway, so they got crushed in a fight they should have taken. Dorian nervously asked if that meant they were doomed. Martha grabbed his clothes and told him to shut up. Rafran said it wasn't over yet, but they had wasted a lot of strength and aura. They were behind now, but they weren't the only ones who could use information and tactics. Rafran asked if he had something in mind. MC said Kane had sharp eyes and strong instincts. He'd spotted them early and matched each of them against students who countered their strengths. Martha had power and endurance, but her attacks were simple, so he sent swordsmen who could absorb the pressure and make her waste aura. Rafran was fast but too straightforward, so they put evasive fighters against him. The easiest answer would be switching opponents, but Rafran knew they wouldn't agree to that. He was right. Martha insisted she wanted to beat her own opponents, and Barfran felt the same. He said that was fine. Then they'd just have to fight differently. Those opponents were solid, but they had a bigger weakness in how they used aura. Martha's job was to find the weak point in their defense and strike there. Barfran had trouble with fighters who leaned on instinct, but feints worked well against that type, so he needed to drop his usual style and start baiting them. Martha said it made sense, and they wondered how Rafran knew all this when he'd been sitting there the whole time. He answered that Kane did have a sharp eye, but the protagonist's senses were even better than most students. He'd been following the whole fight through smell alone. Everyone else was doing fine too. Even Luna was holding her ground. Then he heard footsteps behind him and turned. Now it was his turn. His opponent was Kane Zegard. Since things had changed, Rafran had no choice but to go after the flag himself. Kane said he'd wondered why his side had suddenly started losing, and now he knew. MC had told them to change their style. So the rumors about him weren't wrong, but this competition would end here. He'd heard he used fire aura, but he wasn't the only one. With both hands on his sword, Kane coated the blade in flames. Rafran was a little surprised to see he had fire aura too. Kane boasted that his aura was the best among the students, better even than many graduates. That meant the protagonist couldn't beat him. Annoyed, MC wondered why everyone in this family loved talking so much. Before a fight, he activated his own aura and told Kane to begin. He'd show him whose fire was stronger. Then Rafran rushed in. Kane was startled by how fast he was. He'd heard he had beaten Martha and even Prince Owen. Kane leaped back to avoid the strike, thinking the protagonist's aura couldn't match his even if he was strong. Still, he believed he was stronger. Then Rafran's sword flashed at his face, and Kane barely blocked it, only to see MC's flames blaze even brighter. A cut opened on his cheek, and panic hit him. How was that possible? His fire couldn't be weaker, or could it? He drove him back, bringing down another heavy strike. Kane blocked, but holding his sword up was getting harder. With a shout, he forced out more power, and a blast thundered across the area. In the end, Kane lost. Rafran asked, wasn't his fire supposed to be stronger? Turns out he was just weak. When his squad came back, everyone was stunned. Kane stood near their leader, deep in thought. They asked why he was there, and Rafran said the fastest way to turn a losing fight around was to take out the enemy commander. That shocked them. They hadn't expected him to see it coming. Byrne admitted the protagonist was right. Fooling them had been easy, but he couldn't have done it alone. Without MC's orders, they would have lost to the 6th training hall. Even Martha, though she hated to say it, agreed. She added that if his plan had failed, she would have stepped in. But they won because of him. The group accepted Rayon as the leader of the 5th training hall and said they were ready to follow him. He was a little surprised, thinking they had finally grown up. Hearing that pleased him. He told them they had all done well, and this fight should teach them how dangerous pride and overconfidence can be, especially when they charge in without a plan. If this had been a real battle instead of a test, they all would have died. He told them never to forget that lesson. While Rayon spoke to his squad, Kane watched and thought he had gone far beyond expectations. He was strong in battle and smart in planning too. Kane had looked down on the 5th training hall as a bunch of arrogant rookies, but now he realized he was the arrogant one. He walked up to the protagonist and held out his hand, saying he had learned his lesson. Rayon had taught him not to relax until the very end, and to always have another plan ready if the first one failed. He truly believed they would win somehow. They had known about MC's group from the start, yet they still lost the team battle, and he also lost their one-on-one fight. He thought he was stronger, but really he had just been full of himself. To Kane, that was an important lesson, and he thanked him, calling him a great teacher. The protagonist smiled, realizing Kane was far better than the other main branch kids. Then he shook his hand and said the match had taught him something too. Kane answered that as promised, they would support them on this mission. 2 weeks after the competition, they moved through a snowy forest. Soon they reached a cliff, and from there they could see their destination, a small village with no special goods and no tourist value. It was just home to a few farmers living off the land. The mission itself sounded simple, another monster cleanup. Still, Raon felt like someone had been watching him the whole time. It wasn't the same feeling as when mentors were nearby. This watcher felt darker, like someone sizing them up. MC looked around and decided they needed to stay careful and trick the enemy first. He called Burn over and asked him to lead this mission. Burn froze, so Raon explained that during the first mission, only he and Luna had fought the Snow Tiger Claws bandits. So this time it was better if the others led. He reminded him that he once swore he would surpass him. This was the perfect chance to show how much he had changed. After some hesitation, Burn agreed and said he'd prove it. Then he told the others he would be in command, and no one objected. They were ready to follow. Raon then went to Martha and told her he'd explain later, so she shouldn't get mad. She replied that she didn't need a special reason. She had already promised to obey his orders. With that, she went over to Burn and started talking with him. The protagonist then asked Wrath if he also felt someone watching them. Wrath answered that the protagonist had noticed it too, then smugly said it was obvious. After all, he had learned from him. MC asked where the watcher was and how many there were. Wrath laughed and said he wouldn't tell him the location. He could figure that out himself. But from the way he said it, he learned there was only one watcher, which surprised Wrath. The protagonist pointed out that Wrath said he, not they, and thanked him for the clue. Wrath instantly started cursing after realizing he had slipped up, but MC ignored him. Even so, he knew they couldn't be sure there was only one enemy. Maybe only one was watching while others stayed hidden. He couldn't afford to relax. With a heavy sigh, Rachun realized this mission would not be easy. Not long after, the man watching them returned to his commander and reported that they were Zegart's scions. The commander asked if they were one of the 6 kings' groups, then said that together they still weren't that strong. The scout said they looked like students and had no mentor with them, so this was probably only their second mission. The commander asked if anyone had noticed him. The man confidently said no, then smirked, saying mere students could never see through his disguise. His subordinate asked why Zegart had sent disciples at all, when they already had the orcs under control. The commander replied that the villagers must have told them everything. They didn't like the change and asked for help because the number of orcs had grown. He had expected to find the Mana Stone quickly, but they had been wrong. Looking toward the village, the subordinate said it was nowhere in sight. Maybe it was hidden there. He asked if that meant they should attack now. The commander refused and said they would wait a little longer, but the subordinate argued this was the perfect chance to kill the kids. The commander answered that killing disciples was easy enough. The real problem was acting too fast and letting them discover the Mana Stone. That would be a huge mistake, so they would simply let them kill a few monsters and think they had done their job well. Then he put on a helmet, transformed and turned into an orc. He said that once the students left, they would attack the village and wipe it out. Later, inside one of the village buildings, Wrath looked at Burn and admitted he had worried about him at first. But Burn was handling leadership much better than expected. He wasn't throwing his rank around. He put the mission first and calmed the village chief and the villagers before anything else. Seeing how hard he worked, he felt there was no need to worry. The rest of them could handle the monsters without Wrath leading. Looking out the window though, he knew the real problem was the person who had been watching them outside the village. He wasn't sure, but it felt like the surveillance vanished once they arrived. Maybe it was someone from House Zegart checking on them, or maybe someone else entirely. Either way, they would likely learn the truth tomorrow. The next morning, Burn found tracks in the snow and said monsters were definitely moving through the area. The village chief had said monsters came every year, but now there were 3 times more than usual. The villagers couldn't handle that many. They had already spotted over 100, so the total might be more than 200. But numbers weren't the only issue. They didn't know the forest well, so a villager would guide them through the mountains. He was the fastest man in the village, so he should be a big help. The guide Konbar looked nervous, as if he had sensed something was wrong when the village chief visited last night. Still, he agreed to guide the Zegart group. Radlon noticed his fear and told him not to worry. They would make sure he got home safely. Burn then called everyone together and warned them that the biggest threat was the orcs. Though goblins and kobolds were dangerous too because they used poison and dirty tricks. Even a small wound could turn serious, so everyone had to stay alert. Then he called on the 6th training hall and ordered them to block off the area and watch for escaping monsters. Kane agreed at once. Burn moved out with the others, announcing that the cleanup was starting. As they charged ahead, he shouted for them to show the power of the Zegart family. At the same time, Wrath called them idiots, saying he had never seen anything dumber. They had been preparing for an ambush, and now they were yelling and giving away their position. All that effort was wasted. Rain stayed calm and said they were shouting to shake off their nerves, which was normal for a first cleanup mission. Wrath stared at him, thinking the protagonist sure didn't act like it was his first time. He wasn't nervous at all, and seemed to see everything at once, like an old soldier. Soon, Burn's group ran into a pack of orcs. Martha grinned and said she'd wipe them out, but Burn attacked calmly and ordered everyone to kill the goblins and kobolds first, before focusing on the orcs. Then someone shouted that the monsters had broken through the formation, and 2 huge orcs were charging straight at Kanbar. Kanbar went pale and shouted, asking if the orcs were coming this way. He knew it. He never should have come. Rayon stood calmly between him and the monsters, then struck one of them with a powerful slash. Right after that, he dashed to the second and cut it down with another heavy blow. Then he stepped back and sheathed his sword, leaving both monsters fatally wounded. The stunned guy dropped to the ground and asked if they were already dead. Rakon turned to him, said his name, and asked if he was hurt. Kanbar, still shaken, said he was fine. MC calmly asked about old stories tied to these mountains, maybe a treasure or some great monster. Kanbar nodded and said there was one. Long ago, according to legend, a brutal battle happened here between the Goblin King from the west and a group of knights. People said the Goblin King's ring was still hidden somewhere in these mountains. That made Rakon realize what was going on. The presence he'd been sensing this whole time was Eden, a group that worships one of the 5 demon kings, famous for madness. Their goal is to bring back the age when monsters ruled and humans bowed to them. If that were all, they'd have been wiped out already, but they can control and tame monsters. On top of that, they can use monster powers themselves. Even as humans, they can rival the Zeekhart family. That strange power is a secret even the greatest families on the continent don't know. But Raison knew because of Darius. During another mission under him, they ran into Eden. The whole Shadow Squad was slaughtered there, and only he made it out alive. He hadn't understood it back then, but now something felt off. He already knew Eden used mana stones. If Darius, one of the 6 kings, knew too, why didn't he tell the world? Wrath looked at him and asked what he was thinking. The protagonist could feel a deep dark rage rising inside himself. Just remembering Darius was enough to make his anger flare up. He forced himself to calm down. Right now, Eden mattered most. He guessed they were after the Goblin King's Mana Stone. Centuries had passed since that king was defeated, but Rayon was sure the powerful stone was still hidden somewhere here. Most likely, Eden was using them to make sure the mission looked finished. Once they left, the search would start again. Meanwhile, Borin rushed at a monster with his sword raised, shouting that its master was his. He'd ended in one strike, but suddenly something hit first, kicking up snow in front of him. Martha had already killed the monster and grinned, saying it was hers. Borin clicked his tongue and complained that was unfair. Then he called to the others that the monster's leader was down, so they should finish the rest. Rayon called Kambar over and asked more about the Goblin King's story. Had anyone found treasure or jewelry in these mountains since then? Kambar thought for a moment and said that when he was a child, the chief had gone into the mountains and returned with a red gem he found near the peak. MC's eyes sharpened and he asked where that gem was. Now, Kambar said few people knew, but it had been buried under the chief's house. Since then, the village had actually become warmer. Hearing that, Rayon realized things were worse than he thought. If Eden hadn't found the Mana Stone in the mountains, then the village was the real target. Sometime later, the squad reported that all the orcs nearby were dead, and the area had been cleared. Afterward, they went back to the village. The chief shook Burin's hand and thanked him for the help. He praised the Zeekhart family as true veterans. Burin answered calmly that they were glad to help. He stood nearby, watching from the side. Martha snapped him out of his thoughts by asking if things had really gone as planned. From his face, it didn't look that way. He turned and saw her on a tree branch, biting into an apple. Rayon said he still didn't know, but he'd explain when the time came. She hopped down and told him not to worry. Whatever happened, she'd follow his orders until the mission was over. Luna walked up, called his name, and asked what he was doing out there. He looked troubled. She couldn't see any joy in his win. The protagonist said everything was fine and they should go, since the chief was preparing a feast. He figured Eden wouldn't move until they left. The real move would come tomorrow. The next day, near the edge of Cebu village, Burin walked with the group and smiled to himself. Everything had gone well. They wiped out every monster in the mountains and only came away with light injuries. For a first mission, they had done great. Maybe that was why Rayon had trusted him with command. There had been no real mistakes in his leadership, though he still didn't get why MC handed him that much authority. Even so, he hoped he'd proven his skills were no worse than his. With a faint smile, he said it was time to leave. They went a little farther, but Rayon suddenly stopped, and the others did too. They turned and asked what was wrong. It was way too early for a rest. The protagonist said seriously that the real mission was starting now. Burin frowned and asked what he meant. MC calmly repeated that the mission still wasn't over. Confused, Burin said they'd killed all the orcs and even cleared away the bodies. Was there really something left? Rayon reminded him their mission was to protect the village. Burin still didn't get it, and asked what the problem was. He said someone had been watching them the whole time. The gaze was there an hour ago, then vanished. Some might think it was the instructor, but he was sure it was hostile. Far too hostile to be an instructor's. It had started before they even reached the village, and only stopped once they got far enough away. Burin stared at him in shock, and asked if he was serious. Martha stepped in and asked if that meant they'd been watched before arriving. The protagonist said it began when they climbed the hill near the village. Martha said that explained why he'd handed Burin command. The protagonist nodded. He hid himself to buy time and study the enemy. Kane admitted he'd also felt something strange during the fight. It didn't feel like normal instructor supervision. Still, he never realized they were being followed. Burin asked if that was why MC had given him command. MC said yes, and explained that doing so let him watch everyone unnoticed. Burin had handled that role well. Because of it, the enemy likely mistook Burin for the team leader and ignored him. He said he was a true Zeekhart and would recommend him as vice captain when they returned. That hit Burin hard. He'd been sure he wasn't below the protagonist, but it turned out Rayon had been quietly gathering information on an enemy none of them even noticed. Brufin had been proud of his success and never suspected a thing. MC said they should start with one fact. Orcs rarely work with other species, but here orcs and goblins were fighting together. That meant someone was controlling the monsters. Their job was to protect the village, and that job wasn't done. Since the village was still in danger, they had to return to Cebu quietly so the enemy wouldn't notice. Camouflage would have helped, and though they didn't have any, one squad member stepped up, pulled out gear, and asked if this would do. Rajan looked a little surprised and asked where he got it. The man said he brought it just in case. He, a bit amused, asked if he really carried all that around for emergencies. Then he told them to move like they were on a stealth mission. He called for Crane and said that since he was the fastest, he should report everything to the instructor. Crane agreed and left at once. The protagonist then told the rest to follow his orders no matter what happened. 5 hours later, at Eden's temporary hideout near Mount Cebu, the scout returned and reported that the group had left. They even checked the other side to be safe, and it was clear too. Their leader said it was time to begin. Using a recovery skill, he brought many orcs up from underground. Standing beside them, he said they were to kill everyone and leave no one alive. Burn saw a wave of monsters charging toward the village and cried out in shock. So there really were orcs left, and this time they had to finish them for good. Rason stayed calm and said this wasn't the time. He had warned them they were being watched. These weren't just monsters. They were dealing with people. They didn't even know exactly who the enemy was yet. Baron, worried, shouted that there were too many orcs. The village couldn't survive a force that big. MC looked at him and asked if he understood they'd all die if they made one wrong move. Baron, still tense, said they should step in now and save the village. He asked if he remembered the instructor saying how important it was to grasp the true point of a mission. The time still hadn't come. They had to be extra careful because their enemy was Eden. Everyone froze and Martha asked if he meant the same. Eden led by the 5 demons. Rowan said if someone was controlling monsters, then it had to be Eden or the Monster Lord. Either way, they couldn't be careless. Byrne admitted the protagonist was probably right, and he knew how dangerous Eden was. But if they waited any longer, half the village would be killed. Was he really supposed to sit there and watch people die? To him, the Zekart family wasn't the kind to do nothing. MC thought that way of thinking was childish. Byrne insisted they fight now. That was what real family members would do. Then he jumped off the cliff after the monsters and shouted that he didn't care who followed. But if they truly saw themselves as Zekart's swordsmen, they should come with him. The others didn't like being left behind, and Luna said she was going too. The moment she said it, she leaped down after him. The rest agreed. As members of the family, they couldn't back down just because the enemy served one of the 5 demons. They were recruits of the 6 kings, and they were going too. They had to protect the village. Kan called to the 6th training hall and said they were joining the fight. They would support the 5th training hall and strike Eden together. Everyone agreed and rushed after him. Rowan stayed on the cliff with a few squad members and thought things were moving just as he expected. From what he'd seen of Byrne and the others, there was no way they'd ignore this. They were bound to charge in and stop Eden. That was why he'd secretly told Luna to follow them. With the 3 of them, even Eden would struggle, unless something unexpected happened. Then he called over Martha and asked why she stayed behind. He thought she'd be the first to jump into battle, but she calmly reminded him that she'd promised to follow his orders to the end. Rowan gave a small laugh and said that meant they were heading to the village too, but they needed to hide their presence. He was sure some of Eden's people were waiting in ambush as backup. He could feel a strong killing intent from the mountains, not the village. The 5th and 6th training halls could deal with the monsters easily enough, but facing the enemy leader head-on would be dangerous. Still, that only mattered in a direct fight. For an assassin, it was different. Up ahead, the others clashed with the monsters, and Byrne warned them not to take the orcs head-on. Dodge first, then counter. Anyone who couldn't fight alone should team up. If they failed here, the village would pay for it. As he fought, Byrne realized these orcs were stronger than yesterday's. Still, defending the village would be easy if monsters were the only problem. Eden was the real issue. As long as they were here, the attacks wouldn't stop. He warned everyone to stay alert and watch for a sudden strike from the forest. Then the squad spotted figures in the trees and shouted that it was Eden's green phantoms. Byrne saw the goblin masks and headgear and knew it was them. He expected an ambush, but not this many, at least 40. They needed a smart plan to handle that number. He called for Kane to take command and make sure the enemy didn't break into the village. Luna was told to use her icy wind to freeze the feet of the orcs and the green phantoms. Byrne said he'd handle the rest. She calmly nodded. Then Luna swung her sword and sent out frost spikes with her aura. The orcs held their ground and stared back. Byrne used continuous flow, rushed in and cut down 2 monsters with autumn wind. One of the enemies in the trees pulled out a blowpipe and fired a dart at him. He sensed it and dodged in time. The others also caught on and shouted to block the darts with aura or avoid them. Then a small pouch dropped to the ground. They had released poison gas. Byrne realized this poison was far stronger than what monsters usually used. He yelled for everyone to cover their noses, but some had already breathed it in. They dropped to their knees, saying they couldn't even lift their swords, much less use aura. Byrne grimaced. He felt it too. It wasn't just them, even his body was getting harder to control. Luna also went pale, while the orcs and green phantoms were completely fine. At this rate, they would be wiped out. Then he felt a fierce, crushing force and turned to see Martha. She charged in with 3 others and snapped that since those idiot idealists messed up, it was their turn to deal with Eden's freaks. They couldn't let them get away. The 4 of them slammed into the monsters, giving the trapped trainees hope. They said if Martha had come any later, the poison would have killed them. They had to get up and help. Burn smiled a little oddly. Rayon wasn't with them. Still, her arrival had turned the fight around. If they pushed harder, they could win. Some green phantoms tried to run, shouting that these rookies were way too strong and they needed to escape. But they stopped at once, stunned when their leader angrily asked if they were really fleeing the battlefield. The trainees looked up and saw a huge monster standing there. Burn could tell this one was far above the green phantoms. It wore a leader's headdress and could speak like a human. This was the battle green phantom of Eden. Burn shouted that even if he wasn't top rank, what was an Eden commander doing here? The monster said he came because he heard they had returned after learning about Eden's ambush. Then he glanced at Martha and said the black-haired girl was impressive for a rookie. Still, if she wanted to live, she should run now. Most of them would die today because they didn't know their place. He attacked and crushed them almost instantly. They couldn't even scratch him. The others stared in shock. He had beaten 3 of them with a single blow. Then they wondered where Kane was. He was still at the barricade fighting orcs, but then where had Rayon gone? There was no way he'd ignore something like this. The Eden commander looked at Martha and asked if she could still stand. He called her the toughest of the idiots and said she was the only one who had sensed them. That just meant she was another sprout for him to crush, an insect with no skill, will, or discipline. He raised his weapon and declared they would all die today. Then Rayon burst in from behind, slashed at him, and said that wasn't happening. His sword blazed with aura as he moved in and used Cyclone Turn Thousand Flames first form, cutting off the monster's arm. The arm hit the ground, but the monster only laughed and called it a nice ambush. Rayon clicked his tongue. He hadn't expected the creature to escape with only one arm lost. He had wanted to end it in one strike from behind. The monster admitted that even as a surprise attack, the cut was skillful. He called him a promising member of the Sieghart family, but said that was all he had. From his condition, it was obvious he'd spent most of his strength on that one blow. The protagonist's hands shook. He really had burned through almost everything, trying to finish it in a sneak attack. Now he could barely move right. Still, he asked if this thing was really in charge here. The monster laughed and asked if he truly thought Eden's real leaders would bother with some village. Then he stood in front of Rayon and said these crazy rookies were hard to understand. He mocked MC's sharp tongue and said they'd see how long he could keep talking. He raised his sword, thinking he still hadn't fully recovered. But neither had the monster. When he blocked the next strike, the monster sounded surprised. The protagonist was stronger than he expected. Rayon shot back that no one becomes a swordsman if they can't stop a hit like that. That answer annoyed the monster, and the two launched into a flurry of rapid strikes. Burn watched from the side in shock, trying to understand what he was seeing. That green phantom had crushed them with a few swings, yet MC was matching him blow for blow. He was even using the same continuous flow technique. Burn felt like he had been closing the gap, but his real level was already far beyond any rookie. Martha stared too and said this was Rayon's true power. Everything he'd shown before was only the beginning. Even so, she knew it still might not be enough. They looked even now, but the protagonist hadn't recovered the aura and strength he used in that ambush. Could he really beat the battle green phantom with what he had left? Luna said they had to help him. Martha shot back that she was barely holding herself together. Even if she was weaker, Luna still meant to join the fight. One mistake could get her killed, but she calmly said that didn't matter. Martha expected fear, but Luna seemed calmer than ever. She really had changed since she started following him. Burn got up, ashamed he had hesitated at all. Luna was right. They had to help. Martha glared at him and asked if the one who started this mess was finally speaking and whether breaking the rules would change anything. He calmly said he still couldn't ignore this and leave the team to die. They were swordsmen of the Sieghart family. After thinking it over, Martha agreed, but with one condition. If this went wrong, they would all share the blame. First, they had to set a formation and charge in together. The commander said it was surprising such a pathetic rookie had lasted this long against him. He even said MC was talented enough for Eden, and asked his name. Tired, MC gave it. The commander's face hardened. So he was from the main family line. His hair and eyes proved it. The blood of the Northern King of Destruction was in him. That killed any thought of recruiting him. Now he would do whatever it took to murder him. Right after that, he swung with terrifying speed. The attack came even faster than before. Ranon stared in shock. The madman had sped up again. Was he burning his own life to get stronger? The protagonist barely held on with the ring of fire, and he still hadn't fully recovered. Then he noticed Martha. She rushed in from behind the monster and slashed at his back. Annoyed, he spun around. He sneered at the insect that dared strike him, then sensed another attack and turned again. Luna was already rushing in. She stopped in front of him and unleashed Ice Aura. It was the breath of winter. Burn followed at once, charging in beside them and leaping with his sword. He used continuous flow techniques, Starlight Radiance, but the orc caught him by the body with one hand and lifted him overhead, mocking him for thinking that weak attack could win. If Burn had at least been as strong as that dumb blonde, he might have landed a proper hit, but Burn just smiled and said he was right. That kind of attack wouldn't beat him. It only had to buy time. Then the orc noticed Martha nearby, gathering a huge amount of power. She used Titanic Aura, Ultimate Meteorite. Martha brought her sword down hard and shouted for him to try enduring that. After the strike, she stopped behind him. He took the hit head-on, then whipped around and hurled Burn straight at her. Both of them were blasted away and slammed hard into a tree. The orc coldly called them insects and told them to learn their place. Didn't they get it? None of their attacks mattered. Behind him, Raon gathered power and said he was wrong. He thanked them because they had bought him enough time to recover. He wouldn't let the chance they risked their lives for go to waste. The orc demanded to know where that power came from and who he was. Raising his sword, Raon told the green battle phantom it should feel honored. This was the first time he would use this technique on a living enemy. He had thought he wasn't ready for it yet, but this fight showed him he could handle it. Thousand Flames technique, winds of blazing domination. He poured fierce fire into his sword and fixed his eyes on the enemy. The phantom's face tightened with worry. Something about that flame felt wrong. It wasn't like before. His instincts screamed that it was dangerous. He decided to kill MC now, no matter what, and charged with a roar. But MC moved first and unleashed a massive strike packed with power. The phantom couldn't endure the blow and crashed to the ground. He was completely drained after that attack and looked down at himself, struggling to steady his breathing. The others stared in shock and Burn said Raon had actually beaten the green battle phantom. The protagonist lifted his sword and shouted that it wasn't over yet. Eden's green phantoms were still here. For the village's safety, they had to wipe them all out. The squad around him answered at once, ready for orders, and together they hunted down the remaining monsters and Eden members. Later, Burn came over and said Raon had been right. If he hadn't stepped in, they would have died, and so would the villagers they were meant to protect. He was thankful for being saved and apologized for disobeying, even though he still would have gone to the village. Swordsmen of the Zegart family couldn't ignore injustice, just because they were weak. To his surprise, MC turned away and said Burn had done well. Because of their efforts, he could use the phantom's opening. This win belonged to all of them. Without even one of them there, he didn't know how it would have ended, so he sincerely thanked them all. Burn looked away and muttered that he didn't get why Ram was saying that. Still, he would grow stronger so this never happened again. Then he wouldn't have to rely on him anymore. He turned to Martha and said she had done well too. He only recovered because she kept that freak busy. He thanked her for following his orders. She smiled and asked what use she'd be if she couldn't even do that. Then she said she'd go help the villagers fix the damage. There was no need to push himself anymore. As Rand finally rested, he wondered if the mission was really over. Then his vision blurred. His body felt weak and his legs gave out. As he started to fall, Luna caught him and called his name, asking if he was okay. He looked at her and asked if it was that obvious. She said it reminded her of the training hall before, like all his strength had left him. With a faint smile, Rawan realized he wasn't the only one watching over the team. They were watching him too. He thanked her, and then something drew his attention. A system message appeared. It said he had pushed past his limits in an extreme battle. He had ambushed an enemy stronger than himself, landed an invisible strike, and defeated someone above him in both strength and rank. He earned the title Unshakable. A status window appeared with his name, the title Unshakable, the status Frost Curse 5 nodded, and his abilities. Rage, Ring of Fire, Legendary Sense of the 4th stage, Thousand Flames Technique, Flame Resistance, Frost Aura of the 3rd stage, Water Resistance, and Invisible Strike of the 1st stage. His stats were Strength 57, Agility 58, Endurance 59, Energy 42, and Sense 64. Rayon guessed it was the reward for beating the Green Battle Phantom. Every stat had gone up, and he even got a new title and skill. He got back up, told Luna he was fine, and said she should return to the village. He wanted to check if anything had been missed. The title was even better than he expected. The system explained that Unshakable was given to those who don't flinch against stronger enemies, and when fighting someone above them, all stats rise by 3. 3 points didn't sound huge, but it would scale as he got stronger. Since plenty of stronger enemies still waited ahead, this would be useful. Another message explained Invisible Strike during ambushes. His presence would be harder to sense, and his chance of landing a fatal blow would rise. Raon thought it looked built for killing. If he'd had it earlier, maybe he could have killed the Phantom in one sneak attack. Wrath appeared beside him and complained that beating such a weak enemy shouldn't give rewards like this. Even if he made the system, where was the logic? The protagonist thanked him with a small smile and said Wrath was helping him grow stronger every day. That only made Wrath matter, and he shouted that he'd make the protagonist's death slow and painful. He promised to bite and tear at him until every part of his body begged for mercy. MC ignored the rant and casually told him to try, if he could. That calm answer made Wrath even angrier, and he screamed. Sometime later, the squad was helping rebuild the village, calling for more timber and asking where the debris had been dumped. When the wooden barricade was finished, Wrath woke up on a bed and muttered that he only meant to rest a little, but had passed out instead. He stepped outside and saw that while he was asleep, they had finished repairing the barricades. Luna spotted him, called his name and asked if he was awake. She also asked if he felt alright. Rong said he was better after the nap. Luna told him to come with her. Everyone was already waiting for him. Surprised, he asked who she meant. He headed to the middle of the village, where the elders said everyone had gathered to welcome the one who saved them. The villagers thanked the Zeganart swordsmen for risking their lives to protect them. Without them, the whole village would have been destroyed. They said they would never forget what these nobles did for them today. Ron looked at his teammates and felt something new. It was their respect and also the villagers' thanks, wonder and honest feelings. For the first time he really felt it. Back when he was an assassin, he almost never received gratitude. There had only been life and death. Everything he did was for Darius. No matter how many people he killed or how filthy the job was, Darius got all the credit. But now for the first time, Ron's own efforts were being seen. Had he ever felt this before, his hunger started to grow, the wish to earn even more praise and see more people looking at him with admiration. From now on he would live as a respected swordsman, not a killer, and he would see moments like this again and again. Afterward, Ron asked the village chief if they could talk for a moment. He had something to ask. The chief agreed, and they walked a short distance away from the village. Once they were alone, the chief asked what he wanted to know. The protagonist calmly asked if he knew who sent the orcs to attack. The chief said the blue-haired swordsman told him it was one of the 5 demons, but he still didn't understand why they wanted such a small, ordinary village. MC explained that during the battle, Kambar said they found a red gem on Mount Cebu. The chief nodded and said he found it there when he was young, and brought it back to the village. Then he realized what Ryan meant and shouted that it couldn't be true. He told him plainly that Eden had come for that gem. The chief asked, shaken, if the whole attack really happened because of it. His village had nearly been wiped out. The protagonist said they stopped the attack this time, but as long as the gem stayed here, Eden would keep coming. The chief said that after they buried it, the harvest improved and the village stayed warmer. To them, it was like a guardian god. He never knew it was a mana stone Eden wanted. He asked what they should do, dig it up and throw it away? Ron said no, he would take it himself. The chief was stunned that their savior would carry it away. MC explained that Eden believed the stone could bring back the dead. If they just tossed it somewhere, Eden would still find it, so taking it himself was safer. The chief worried that would put him in danger, but he calmly said it was fine. That was the way of the Zeganart family. The chief nodded and said their family had helped him once again, and he had no way to repay it. The protagonist asked what he meant. The chief said that years ago, when he was a little older than MC, Glenn Zeganart had also saved their village. He remembered it clearly. Just like Ryan, Glenn protected them from monsters. Then he added that Glenn had been kind and always smiling. He was caught off guard. Was he really talking about the same person? The chief cut the talk short and said they should keep moving. He would show the protagonist where the stone was. When they arrived, he pointed to the spot and said it had been buried there. He said he brought the stone to help the village, but instead, it nearly ruined everything. Rayon noticed the cloth and asked what it was. The chief said it was a family heirloom. He wrapped the stone in it to hide the light coming from it. Seeing the stone, MC realized it was the Goblin King's mana stone. If Eden got it, a monster with the Goblin King's power could be brought back. He started to say they needed to wrap it again, but someone beside them cut in. The man said he finally understood this cloth hid the mana stone's energy, which was why he couldn't find it no matter how hard he searched the mountain. He added that without it, the village would have been erased long ago. He turned sharply and demanded to know who he was. He couldn't understand how someone got that close without him noticing. The man pulled out a helmet shaped like an orc's head and smiled as he asked what Rayon thought. The protagonist looked at it and realized he was the Mad Blood Demon. The demon seemed amused that MC recognized the helmet, pretty sharp for a mere recruit. He said his strength was hard to measure, so he must be the one who killed the battle phantom. Rayon asked if this was the commander they had mentioned, the one who supposedly wasn't coming here himself. The demon put the helmet on and said coming here had become his mission. If the protagonist hadn't killed his man, he wouldn't have shown up. This was the protagonist's fault for forcing his hand. The pressure pouring off him made MC tremble. It wasn't just him, even if all the recruits fought together, they would still lose. Roth appeared and told him honestly that he couldn't beat this enemy. There were only 2 choices. One was to die pointlessly. The other was to hand over control of his body. At the same time, the squad was still fixing the village barricades. Byrne noticed Martha and asked why she came. With a faint smile, she said she heard he was repairing barricades and wanted to see it for herself. She teased that he was pretty good at it, maybe woodworking suited him better than swordsmanship. Annoyed, he told her that if she was done watching, she should leave. Martha shot back that elders deserved respect, so if he wanted her gone, he should ask nicely. Only one person had the right to order her around. Then she turned, saw Luna with a basket, and asked what she was doing. Luna said she was picking fruit. When asked why she needed more after the villagers had already fed them, Luna said it was for Rayon. The fruit looked juicy, so she gathered some. Martha let out a sigh and joked that Luna was as devoted as a caring wife. Luna ignored that and said she should get going. Suddenly, a huge shockwave hit nearby with a deafening blast. Luna spun around at once. Remembering that Rayon had gone that way with the elder, she took off running and shouted that this was where he went with the village chief. They needed their weapons and had to call Kane and the others too. They all rushed that way and Martha yelled that this was the chief's house. What happened here? Burren shouted the protagonist's name, telling him to answer if he was alive. At that moment, MC came flying past them with the village chief. All of them were stunned and shouted his name. Raison hurled the chief toward Burren, and yelled for him to catch him. As he forced himself up, he shouted that they had to get out of there at once. They needed to move the village chief somewhere safe and escape immediately. They were about to answer, but then a violent pressure hit them. The aura was so heavy they could barely breathe, like their lungs were being crushed. Then the demon stepped forward. He looked at them and said they had gathered quite a nice group. Seeing his ogre armor, they asked in fear if he was really Eden's commander. He mocked them for shaking, asking if his aura was already too much for them. So weak even with the name Zegart. Raison shouted at them with a hard look, asking if they wanted to die there. He told them to get a grip and run. If they stayed, they would be killed. They had to focus their aura on resisting the pressure and get out, while taking as many villagers as possible. Burin agreed, started moving, and said he would come back for the protagonist. Raison called to the girls and ordered them to fall back and wait for the right chance. There was no point thinking about fighting now. They only needed to watch and survive. Instructor Rimmer always said to break past your limits, and this was one of those times. Now was the moment to push body and mind as far as they could go. The demon laughed and said he liked that spirit, but did MC really think going past his limits would be enough? Raison gripped his sword and thought about who stood behind him. The young recruits and the people of Cebu. If he ran, they were finished. No matter what, he had to take the demon's head, but he saw no clear way to do it. It felt like standing at the edge of a cliff and staring into a bottomless pit. Even in his past life, an enemy like this would have been overwhelming. The demon stayed still and asked why Raison was only staring. After all that talk, was he too scared to move? Then the demon lowered his stance to charge, saying it didn't matter anyway. He rushed in at incredible speed and threw a punch, saying he was simply striking first. He was shocked by how much faster he was, but still reacted and used the 1,000 Flames technique. 10 vortexes of flame, heavenly tornado. The demon kept coming. He pushed through the attack and admitted the blow was decent. The protagonist was stunned. The demon had broken through the 1,000 Flames and kept charging. He caught the strike with his sword and looked for a counter. Right after that, he sprang aside, barely blocking the next hit. Without the Ring of Fire reading his moves, he would have died. Running now was too soon. First, he had to create at least one opening for the others watching in fear. Even a tiny boost to their survival odds mattered. Maybe 10%, maybe only 1. Raison rushed in again, but the demon only laughed and told him to try. Then he leaped up, mocking flames that die in one blow. Flying down, he swung his fist and shouted that he should show him something better. MC's heart sank, but he still dodged to the side. As the demon straightened up, he said these flames were far beyond normal aura. The Green Battle Phantom had been foolish, sure, but now it made sense why he lost to them. Still, that changed nothing. Fire couldn't hurt him. Then he asked why Rayon was staring. Tired but steady, he said he already knew it was because of the helmet. That was where the ogre's power came from. Ogres, the kings of the forest, can ignore even blazing fire while guarding their land. In battle, they don't care if fire arrows pierce them. The Mad Blood Demon had copied that trait. He calmly said the protagonist understood, so he should know fire was useless against him. MC said that was fine. If fire wouldn't work, he'd use something else. Cold aura spread around him. The demon blinked in surprise. His fire aura had already been unusual, even if useless here, but now he could use more than one element at the same level. Multiple attributes and sword skill at his age. Who was this kid? Rayon asked why it mattered. He'd be dead soon anyway. The demon laughed and called that arrogant. He said they'd see how long that confidence lasted. At the same time, Burin and the others came back from the village to the battlefield. He froze in shock when he saw Rayon fighting the demon. That wasn't his usual fire aura. It was ice. Could he really use multiple aura types? And with that aura and swordsmanship, when had he become a sword master? On the continent, fighters are ranked by how well they use aura. Anyone just starting is called a beginner. Those who can draw aura out and coat their weapons are aura masters. Above them are fighters who fully control aura and can release it into the space around them. Recognized as experts, by that standard, Rayon had reached expert level. That should have been impossible, yet he was holding off the Mad Blood Demon, an expert himself. Even against a monster like that, the protagonist still hadn't taken a crushing hit. How was he overcoming such a huge gap in power? Then MC glanced at him, and Burin understood. He was making an opening for them. They had trained together long enough to read each other with one look. He turned to the girls beside him. Both of them understood at once and nodded. They were Zegarts. Protecting the village was their duty, and with Rayon there, they felt they could do anything. He charged the demon, then called to his allies to strike now. The two attacked at the same time. Sure, the three of them together could win, but the demon stayed calm. He had been waiting for this. The instant they moved, he unleashed a massive burst of energy that blasted them all away. Burin stared in shock. That was fighting aura. He was knocking them back like a shockwave. This monster was on another level. The demon laughed, saying he'd started to worry he might have to chase them down. Now they had saved him the trouble. Nothing pleased him more than watching hope turn into despair. Did they really think they could beat him? They were wrong, and today they'd die for forgetting their place. Rayon shouted that the demon wasn't the only one glad for this chance. Everything the protagonist had learned as an assassin in his past life let him guide that cold energy through the thousand lights technique and focus it into a single point. Then he used thousand lights zenith and drove it hard into the demon's stomach. Breathing hard, Rayon stared at him. The demon stopped the attack and grabbed the sword blade. He asked if MC had found his weak point right away, and even poured aura into the strike. One mistake and it would have killed him. Then he answered with a brutal punch that sent Rape flying back. His sword snapped, and the demon said it still wasn't enough to overcome their gap in strength. The protagonist had thought focused aura would pierce him, but it couldn't get through. The demon had hardened his skin and muscles to stop the blade, so this was an aura master. Gritting his teeth, MC said he had no other choice. As the leader, he ordered every rookie to leave. Burin was stunned and asked what he was saying. Rape shouted that they couldn't beat this monster. They had to save themselves and the villagers. There was no time. They needed to pull out the squad and the residents now to keep losses down. He called Burin's name and asked if dying here was really a fitting end for a Zeegard. If not, then follow orders. Burin finally shouted for a retreat. As everyone started running, he told them to move faster and get away from the Mad Blood demon. They had to save as many people as they could. Luna looked back, called out to Rape Flyant, and told him he had to survive. With a faint smile, the protagonist said he understood. He reached for his fallen sword, and the demon asked if those insects really thought they could escape, but something else interested him more. Was MC seriously planning to hold him back alone while they fled? He stayed where he was and called to Wrath, saying he had a deal. Wrath appeared beside him with a wide grin. It was finally his turn. What kind of deal was this when Rayon could die any second? What was he betting? The protagonist said they were betting on which one of them would die first. Wrath laughed and asked if he really thought he could win. MC admitted it was almost impossible, but for even the smallest chance, he needed his aura and body restored. In return, he'd accept Wrath. If he died, Wrath couldn't take his body anyway. Fine, he'd restore it, but could he really endure his wrath completely? A huge wave of pain slammed into Radon. The demon stared at him and asked what this was. He hadn't drunk ogre blood or troll blood, so how was he recovering? It made no sense. The protagonist pointed his sword and said he had warned him. There was no reason for him to know. Now he just had to come forward and fight until one of them died. Back in the village, Burin said they had to move together, just like ordered. Help the wounded and anyone who couldn't walk. They were all exhausted, but they had to hurry. There wasn't much time and they needed to reach safety fast. Some squad members anxiously asked what was happening. Would they really be okay? Burin knew worse was still coming. Martha spoke up saying Rapefine was fighting that monster for all of them. He was still holding on with a broken arm and cracked ribs. Her voice turned sharp. Did they really have the nerve to complain? They had barely done anything. What now? Were they just going to lie down in coffins and shut the lids themselves? Burin clenched his fist and said she was right. They couldn't give up. They had to move. Crane was already bringing reinforcements. Help would arrive soon. He was about to keep talking when the group spotted an ogre and asked what it was doing there. Burin turned, worried. Why had an ogre come out here? Then others shouted there was another monster too. Ogres had surrounded them. They were trapped. Where had all of them come from? Martha's face tightened. This couldn't be happening. Those Eden freaks could control monsters. The blood demon ignored them and kept fighting because he had already sent monsters after the group. One squad member dropped to his knees. Sure, this was the end. They were all about to die without even putting up a real fight. Burin shouted that they couldn't give up. Their comrade was risking his life for them, and if they died here for nothing, how could they ever face him in the next life? Martha walked up and said he finally got something right. Luna joined them too and told everyone to help the civilians and move them out. He knew she was right. They had to endure. That was the only thing they could do for him. While he fought alone to protect their lives, they charged forward, but then a sudden gust of wind drew everyone's eyes. The demon stayed calm and said Rayon was stubborn and should stop already. MC looked down and realized his broken left arm was holding him back. If he cut it off, he might last a little longer. But why was he even pushing this far? Every part of his body screamed in pain. Why keep enduring pain worse than anything from his past and still keep fighting this monster? In his old life, he would have run long ago. Then he remembered Sylvia hugging him and calling his name, saying she wanted him to show everyone that he was a swordsman who could protect the family's ideals. Those words still stayed with him. He also had comrades he had grown close to, and they were keeping him here. Luna seemed cold, but she was kind. Byron had clashed with him at first, yet lately had proven himself worthy. And Martha rough but firm and dependable. He couldn't deny it anymore. He had started to care about them, and he wanted to save this generation of worthy Zygarde swordsmen. Wrath asked if he was stalling so his comrades could escape while he fought through the rage. Ryan rose with his sword and admitted it, even thanking him for noticing. Wrath only smirked and called him arrogant. He was sick of being looked down on. Did Wrath really think he could take back control of his body after killing this monster, and then chase after his comrades? How could he do any of that when he could barely stand? The pain slammed through him, and he dropped to his knees with a scream. Wrath said the protagonist had already lost the moment he accepted that rage. He might resist being possessed, but once he lost control, he'd never get it back. The demon stared at him and said he had finally hit his limit. Then he grinned, saying he had a better idea. He'd go kill Rayon's friends first, and finish him later. That sounded much more fun. He wanted to see MC's face when their heads rolled in front of him. MC knew the others couldn't stand against an insane blood demon. He had to keep him here until everyone got away. The monster paused when he called his own name and declared he was a descendant of Glenn, the Northern King of Destruction. One day he would become the strongest swordsman on the continent, and as long as his heart still beat, he would not let him leave. The demon looked at him and admitted his will was incredible. Calling him weak would be wrong. A warrior like that deserved respect, and he would remember Rayon's name. He threw a heavy punch, and the protagonist knew he wasn't strong enough to dodge. Right then, a fierce wind burst around him. Raymer stepped in front of him and stopped the punch with his sword. Rayon smiled at the sight of him and said he was a little late. Raymer just smiled back, apologized, and joked that he overslept. Then he told MC to leave the monster to him. The demon stared at him and said, "What a fine sword, MC Zegart." Raymer stood there calmly, called him bald, and said it had been a while. He couldn't just watch some freak kill the family's younger members, could he? Power gathered in the demon's fist as he asked who would have thought a warrior this skilled would be sent to inspect trainees. Seemed loyalty wasn't worth much to them. Then the two attacked at the same time. The demon said even blocking that strike was hard, it ruined his balance. So the rumors were true. Rimmer's energy core had been destroyed and he'd become useless. Rimmer only smiled and told him to get a better informant. As usual, he got his information too late. The demon said the proof was clear. Before one swing from Rimmer brought death. Now he could barely stir up a little wind. That wouldn't be enough to beat him. He rushed in with a hard punch but missed. Rimmer slipped aside with a grin and called that rude. Rayon watched in awe. His instructor moved through the air like a leaf in the wind, so smooth it gave him chills. If Rimmer used his full power, the fight should already be over. So why drag it out? Maybe he wanted him to watch. Maybe, just like before, he was teaching through battle. Even now, he was still giving a lesson. Rimmer dashed in and mocked him, saying he acted tough but still couldn't beat a weakened man. At this rate, he'd lose that helmet soon. The demon flared up with rage and unleashed a storm of punches, yelling at him to shut up and fight seriously. Rimmer stayed calm and decided it was time to stop toying with him. He had already pushed himself enough just messing with him. Calling out to Rayon, he told him to watch carefully. This was how the Zegart family fights, and he needed to learn it. Then he raised his sword and used sword field release Eye of the Storm. A violent wind exploded around him. The demon understood at once, a raging storm with the enemy trapped at its center, an aura barrier that would kill anyone trying to break through. Rimmer had cut off his escape. That meant the only path left was straight through it. The demon charged, shouting that he'd kill him. Rimmer rushed forward too, and the two clashed head-on. After the exchange, they stood back to back, and the demon realized they had focused all the wind from the calm center into the sword, cutting down both his power and aura. Of course, that was what a sword field did, but how could an indirect Zegart descendant create one? Rimmer gave a small smile and said it wasn't a true sword field. He had made something close by, borrowing the power of nature. Elves were good at that. The demon said he understood. Old and weakened or not, a tiger was still a tiger. His only regret was failing to kill Rayon. He needed that for his goal. Reimer calmly replied that they would never let the young king fall to someone like him. The demon admitted the protagonist had the makings of a king, and that his side also had talents fit to face that monster. Today, victory belonged to them. Then blood burst from his wounds, and he collapsed. Reimer turned to Rayon and asked if he had taken it all in. As a member of the Zegart family, he would need to learn Swordfield one day. Unlike mages who make barriers with mana, a sword field is formed by releasing aura. It takes experience, control, and natural talent. Since MC was a direct descendant, he had more than enough ability to master it. Until then, he needed to train hard. Then Reimer looked back with a grin and asked if the others had been watching too. He saw the three nearby and asked what they were doing there. Overjoyed to see him alive, they rushed over and shouted his name. They said they were so glad he was okay and asked about his wounds. Watching from the side, Reimer thought the cost of arriving late was catching up to him. For someone who wasn't a direct Zegart descendant to use a sword field, many conditions had to be met. Experience mattered, but so did affinity, stamina, and vitality. And the real price was that vitality itself. Despite his damaged energy core, he had used the sword field by spending his own life. That kind of thing could never leave the body untouched. Still, he had no regrets. What he saw before joining that fight was the birth of a new king. In that moment, he decided he would serve this child as his master. Even with a broken energy core and a fading life, these children had changed everything. His world had color again, so even if this shortened his life, he didn't regret it. Before retiring, he only wanted to see Rayon become a king. Sometime later, at the Zegart ancestral home, Glenn demanded the elf repeat himself. Was he really saying the protagonist Zegart had faced the insane blood demon? Reimer laughed and said he knew that would shock him. That was exactly why he hurried back to report it in person and see his reaction. Glenn shouted for him to stop fooling around and give the important part. Reimer said he barely believed it himself, but he swore it was true. He wasn't the only witness. The trainees from the 5th and 6th training halls saw it too, and even the people of Cebu village could back him up. Rayon had faced the mad blood demon by himself. Glenn pointed out that a monster like that was on the level of a sword master. If that was true, how badly was the squad hurt? Reimer said most of them only had light injuries, but MC was the one who got hit the hardest, though he held on until Reimer arrived. Glenn asked if he was seriously supposed to believe that. It sounded absurd, yet he knew the truth would be clear once he saw he had reached expert rank. A boy who survived a fight with a swordmaster-level demon deserved the Elverin potion, so Glenn gave it right away. Glenn said it was a priceless medicine made from the sap of the second world tree. Not even 1,000 gold could buy it. Reimer replied that Rayon had earned it. Glenn said it almost sounded like Reimer had picked a side. He let out a breath and said he was only worried about the protagonist's future and the future of all his trainees. Glenn said he understood why he felt that way. Then he told Rowan to summon the lords. They would hold a meeting after the trainees came back and gave their report. The butler said he would obey. Glenn then praised the elf. Reimer grinned and asked when Glenn had last praised him, maybe 20 years ago. Glenn shot back that if he talked less, he'd hear praise more often. Then Glenn asked when the trainees would arrive. Reimer guessed they had to be close by now. After some time, the group figured they were late because Eden got in the way, but they still finished the mission in Cebu village. After the attack by the Mad Blood demon, they were delayed even more while helping rebuild the village it had wrecked. Meanwhile, Rayon, the worst injured of them all, was recovering in the village elder's house. After waking up, he instantly asked Wrath for his reward. Of course, Wrath argued the bet should be cancelled because Rimmer was the one who killed the demon. In the end, they settled on MC getting a trait instead. Wrath, annoyed, asked why that of all things. MC stared confused and asked what he meant. A system window appeared, saying he got an extra reward for winning the bet with Wrath, unbending will. When he takes heavy physical or mental damage, his mental strength and pain tolerance go up for a while. Rowan hadn't expected a new trait at all. Now, even if Wrath used his Wrath effect on him, he should be able to endure it. Wrath fumed, wondering why he was lucky enough to get unbending will. He cursed the system for handing the protagonist such a huge advantage. After all, the system was built to give the user the powers he needed most first. Without that gift, fate might have already taken this body. Wrath told himself to stay calm. He still had time. Bit by bit, he was recovering his strength faster and faster, and MC's anger kept growing too. Even if MC's progress was unbelievable for a human, Wrath believed he would win in the end. Soon this body would be his, and what was left of his soul would freeze forever in the ice. After a while, Iluni, the outer commander of the Zegart family, said they had returned. Dorian weakly muttered that he just wanted to go home and sleep. Luna whispered that she wanted ice cream. Martha sighed that she was exhausted, and Buren said it was a miracle they made it back. But Aluna cut in. They were tired. Sure, yet it was still too soon to rest. Rowan looked at the commander in surprise. Aluna said they had to report to the head of the Zegart family. A little later in the hall, the protagonist bowed and formally greeted the family head. People whispered in shock. Was this really MC? He had killed the Green Battle Phantom and stood against the Mad Blood Demon. Looking at him now, he seemed like a high-level swordsman. So maybe the rumors were true. At first, he was thrown off when they were called in to report. Then he realized this was a rare chance. All the strongest people in the Zegart clan were gathered here. During this mission, he learned something important. At his current pace, he'd need a miracle to survive future fights against even stronger enemies. He needed another way to grow stronger fast. Not just Glenn and his close aides were in the hall. The leaders of the main family line were here too. That meant Glenn understood how serious this was. He also seemed like the kind of person who gave people what they had earned. So this was Rayon's chance. He needed to show what he'd done and gain new techniques to get stronger. Glenn told the protagonist he had heard the protagonist played a major part in what happened. He ordered him to report everything. MC began by saying that when they reached Cebu village, the villagers welcomed them warmly. Then a Green Battle Phantom attacked, just as they were getting ready to leave. After that, the Mad Blood Demon showed up, likely because contact with his underling had been cut off. Rayon explained that if all the trainees fought him together, the losses would be too high, so he chose to act as bait. Karan snapped in anger, asking how he dared lie in front of everyone. Was Glenn really going to believe this? He was only 15, and he claimed he survived a fight with a Green Battle Phantom and even lured away the Mad Blood Demon. To her, it was an obvious lie. The protagonist turned to Dorian and told him to show them. Dorian said he'd bring the item out now. Then the people recognized the helmets of the Green Battle Phantom and the Silent Blood Demon. That proved MC had been telling the truth. Rayon then said this might be disrespectful, but he asked for permission to draw his sword. Glenn allowed it. He pulled the blade free and used his power. The people cried out in surprise. He was using sword energy, and the flames on it were incredibly strong. 10 years ago during training, Rayon's mana had seemed average. Could this really be the same boy? With power like that, beating the Green Battle Phantom made sense. The protagonist asked if that was enough. Karan cursed inwardly. If he had truly reached expert level and brought back Eden's helmets, there was no point in arguing anymore. Then Glenn addressed all the trainees and said they had done an amazing job. The unexpected praise left everyone stunned. No matter how hard the mission was, Glenn usually gave his people only the bare minimum. This was the first time in decades he had called their work amazing. A few trainees were so moved they even cried. After that, Rayon showed Glenn the Goblin King's Mana Stone and explained the goal Eden had been hiding. In the end, every trainee got a bronze medal, while MC received silver. As he left, he wondered if hoping for a big reward had been pointless. He had hoped uncovering Eden's plan would earn him more than a silver medal. Did that mean he wouldn't get any new combat technique? Wrath mocked the result, saying he couldn't believe he got nothing worthwhile even after bringing back such valuable information. He called Glenn unbelievably stupid. The protagonist thought that after receiving the Thousand Lights technique, he had started expecting more, but now that hope meant nothing. Lowen then turned to Rayon and said he wanted a word. MC wondered what was going on. Lane asked if he could come to the annex around midnight. He asked why. Smiling, Lane said Glenn wanted him brought there. He was probably planning to give him an extra reward. Later, Helen announced that the young master had returned. Sylvia called for him and said she heard rumors that he had run into Eden. How was his arm? The protagonist answered that he was fine, completely healed. She hugged him and apologized for pushing him too hard and for telling him to show everyone the true Zeegart spirit. Sylvia blamed herself, saying her words had led him to challenge Eden's demons. Rayon called her mother and said he was thankful instead. He admitted that when he faced the mad blood demon, he wanted to run. He wasn't sure he could win. He even considered using the other trainees as bait. But then he remembered what she had said. She had told him she'd be happy if he lived as a Zeegart swordsman. Those words gave him the strength to stay on that path to the very end. He said he only stood his ground because of her. She tried to reply but suddenly dropped to the floor, sobbing. The maid started crying too, saying he had become much braver. Rayon looked at them in confusion and asked what was going on. That night, MC asked what new things had happened while he was gone. Chudol said she had been called back. An order came from the central hall. She feared they were about to get rid of her. Seeing how down she looked, he guessed it probably was punishment. She had failed to report that he'd reached expert level with the sword, and what had happened in the audience hall. He couldn't let Judiel die yet. This double agent could still be useful. Rayon told her that if she wanted to live, she had to follow his orders. Startled, she listened as he said she must not go back. Instead, she had to send a letter saying she was now the protagonist's personal lady-in-waiting. She should write that his mother, worried about his condition, chose her herself. That would make them hesitate to touch her. They might even think keeping her close to him would help them gather more information. If they ever started doubting her, she should say he had almost fully recovered. Only Glenn and Instructor Rimmer knew that for sure. That way they believed she was still useful. If she agreed, she needed to send the letter right away and act as confident as she could. Juhail said she understood. Wrath then remarked that every move she made showed fear and doubt. Why did MC want such a useless spy? MC replied, Juhail isn't useless. She could become great bait for Karin, and he felt like he was looking at his old self. He couldn't stand by and watch someone get used, then tossed aside. Looking out the window, Rayon asked what the plan was for today. A little later, he smiled to himself. Then he told the clan head that he had come because of his summons. Glenn told him to skip the formal talk and ask straight out what movement skill he used on the mission. Rayon wondered why Glenn brought that up. Carefully, he explained that movement is life or death for a martial artist, so he used river step, the basic footwork taught to beginners. Glenn said that kind of technique can still help later on, but for a master it was too simple and weak against strong enemies. To the protagonist, that sounded perfect. Glenn had already decided on a reward for exposing Eden's goal. Glenn said he would personally teach him a movement technique that fit him better. MC could hardly believe it. Glenn was going to teach him himself. Glenn warned him to watch closely. He would only show it once. As Glenn began, Rayon realized he was seeing the footwork of the strongest warrior on the continent. It was a rare chance. The moves were unlike anything he'd seen. Smooth and fast, strong yet subtle. Those wide flowing steps felt beyond anything else in the world, and even after a short look he was completely drawn in. He knew he never could have grasped this on his own, not even with the Ring of Fire pushed to its limit. Glenn called it the Step of Supreme Harmony. Then the system window appeared. The Ring of Fire had detected the technique, and the protagonist had learned its first stage, True Paradise. Afterward, Glenn asked if he had managed to see it. Raisin apologized and said his level wasn't high enough to understand it all. He said he only barely caught the first step, then asked if that was really enough. Glenn said that was all. This was his reward for revealing Eden's motive, and whether he mastered it or not was up to him. MC bowed and thanked him for the chance, then took his leave. Later, he laughed softly and thought he never expected Glenn to teach him the Step of Supreme Harmony. Wasn't that fascinating? After all, Glenn had created the technique himself. Rayon wondered if he could really master something that difficult. Glenn, meanwhile, was sure the protagonist had already understood at least half of it. That meant the first stage, True Paradise. He had grasped it by instinct. The whole Step of Supreme Harmony is built on that first stage. MC might not know how important it is yet, but in time he would figure out what to add to that first step, and one day master the whole technique. Several days passed after Glenn showed him the Step of Supreme Harmony. Rayon kept training with the system's help, but still couldn't fully learn it. Then Wrath reminded him that he had already said he wouldn't master a technique like this. He had thought a few tries would be enough, but he still couldn't do it. Then Sylvia suddenly called his name as she jumped over the fence and demanded to know what he was doing there. She told him to rest, while Wrath was shocked enough to wonder if her power core was really damaged. She snapped that he had promised to rest until he was fully healed, and the protagonist tried to calm her down. To him, his own mother was scarier than a demon lord. In the end, he had to put the step of supreme harmony aside. Even when he tried sneaking in practice, Helen and the other maids watched him closely, never letting him train. Rayan thought it was too much, though honestly, resting like this was kind of nice. Then a maid rushed in and announced that Raiden Zagart had arrived. MC thought that should be Baldur's son, Glenn's fourth son. He asked what he was doing at the annex. The maid nervously said she didn't know. Before Rayon could get there, he heard that Raiden had already started getting violent with Sylvia, and his expression changed. Soon, Raiden complained that an important guest had arrived, yet the servants were a mess and claimed they never got any notice of his visit. Sylvia said they truly hadn't received a letter. Irritated, he asked if she was calling his head butler a liar or him. She quickly said that wasn't what she meant, and asked him to wait while they prepared everything. Sylvia and the maids started cleaning up. Raiden, furious inside, thought this was all infuriating. He had destroyed the White Blood cult's base, so he expected the whole family to focus on him. Instead, no one cared. That bastard Raywan had stolen all the attention. How could a half-blood take what should have been his? Spitting on her hand, he shouted, asking how much longer he had to wait. Helen fired back that even as a member of the main house, he was going too far. Raiden hit her and demanded to know who she was to raise her voice at him. He wasn't just from the main house, he was her master. Even if he killed her, the worst he would get was 2 days of house arrest, and she really thought she could step in. Sylvia shouted for him to stop. Judiel turned to Sylvia and cried out that it was too dangerous. She refused to let anyone hurt her. Right then he appeared with a sword in hand. Raiden sneered and asked if he had finally shown up. He said he had come to see him anyway, so the timing was good. But what was with the sword? Did the protagonist really plan to point that thing at him, a direct descendant? He ordered him to put it away, before this got worse. He proudly introduced himself as Baldur's son, and the master of the Central Martial Arts Hall. Raiden rushed him and asked if that was supposed to matter. At the last second, Raiden's butler blocked the strike and called him a dog. MC answered with a punch to the face. Raiden yelled, asking if he even knew who he had swung his sword at. He said of course he did, then took his stance and said he was cutting down an arrogant trespasser. He shouted back in panic that this was insane. He was the rightful owner of this place. Raiden kicked him in the stomach and said he was wrong. Raiden gasped that he had gone mad, but the protagonist told him nothing here belonged to him, and this annex wasn't his either. Raising his sword, MC declared it belonged to him and his family. Raiden screamed in fear, but suddenly Rakahel stepped in and ordered him to stop. He thought the man's clothes marked him as one of the Heavenly Sword Order. Why was a swordsman under the clan head's direct command here? Raiden shouted that if he was from the Heavenly Sword Order, then he should execute this trash at once. A half-blood had dared attack a direct descendant of the clan head. Rakahel replied that they only follow the clan head's orders and told him to calm down. Raiden stared in shock. How could the family's watchdog disobey him? The butler whispered that he needed to stop before he made things even worse in front of a Heavenly Sword Order swordsman. Grinding his teeth, Raiden turned to the protagonist before leaving and said he wouldn't forget this day. Raiden would regret ever daring to treat him like that. He swore he would make him suffer humiliation and pain worse than death. After that, Helen apologized to Sylvia, saying she had failed in her duty and it was all her fault. Sylvia told her she was wrong. She had acted bravely and done nothing wrong. She said Helen shouldn't worry and promised to handle it. MC said he would take care of it himself. He didn't think this was just a simple provocation, so he asked them to trust him and leave it to him. The next day, Glenn told them they could rise. He said he had heard rumors about the disgraceful scene yesterday. Raiden claimed every word was true. He said he had sent a letter asking to meet him, but the annex wasn't ready for him, and its people had treated him rudely. Then he and his butler had attacked him, and he could have died. The protagonist thought he was a better actor than swordsman, nothing like what Judiel had said. Then he politely told Glenn that Raiden was lying, though the memory of his shouting and insults still burned in his mind. Raiden angrily grabbed his collar and called him trash. Raiden told him to stop and warned him not to forget where they were. Since their stories didn't match, Glenn said he would call a witness to settle it. Rakiel greeted the clan head and said he would report what he saw. He explained that young Master Raiden claimed he had sent a letter, but no letter ever reached the annex. He added that Sylvia and her maids had been gardening as usual when Raiden suddenly stormed in and started complaining. MC was stunned. He had expected Rakiel to side with a direct descendant, not the people of the annex, but he was telling the truth. Then Glenn turned to the shaken Raiden and said things clearly hadn't happened the way he claimed. Had he really been exposed? Raiden shouted that what mattered was that a member of a collateral line had attacked a direct descendant. This could shake the family's order. Glenn said that was a serious issue, and since both sides had acted wrongly, both would receive punishment. He yelled that this was no real punishment. If Raiden was spared, he could still become a problem for the family. Raiden told the clan head he would accept whatever penalty came, but first he had something to settle. Glenn asked what he meant. Raiden said Raiden had shamed his mother in front of everyone, and even laid hands on the maids. Yet he still hadn't paid for any of it. The clan head frowned and reminded them that both sides would be punished. Then he asked if they really meant to keep this going, his power pressing down as he warned them to remember who stood before them. Raiden felt like the whole hall might cave in under that pressure. Still, he said he understood, but Glenn himself had called this sacred ground for swordsmen. Since Glenn believed a swordsman should speak through his blade, he asked for permission to settle it in a duel. After thinking it over, Glenn said that would be worth seeing, so he approved it. The duel would be 1 week later in the Central Training Hall. Both of them were told to get ready. Later, Baldur Zeegart, master of the Central Martial Hall, heard the whole story with his arms crossed, so they really chose a duel. Raden told his father that Raden Zeegart had been arrogant enough to challenge him in front of their grandfather. If Raden won, he could destroy the protagonist's energy core. If the protagonist won, then Raden and his butler had to apologize to the Annex staff. On top of that, the masters of the Central Martial Hall would be banned from going near the Annex. Baldur said that no matter how gifted MC was, he was still Sylvia's son by some wanderer. He needed to learn what a member of the main family branch really was. Raden said there was nothing to worry about, he'd only been caught off guard before, and he was no match for him now. He had already reached intermediate expert. Baldur laughed, clearly pleased. Still, he warned his son not to go too far and kill him. Ruining his life as a swordsman would be enough. He should leave Raden with no hope for the future, and Raden smirked that he would. Later, the protagonist trained in the garden while Sylvia and Helen watched from the window. Helen worried that the young master had challenged Raden to a duel. Would he really be okay? Raden was already an intermediate expert, while MC had only recently become an entry-level one. She thought they should stop him before something terrible happened. Sylvia knew Helen was right. The duel was dangerous. Rayon had caught Raden by surprise before, but in a proper fight, his odds were much worse. Her brother's sword style looked rough, but it was tricky and hard to read. Since Baldur trained him himself, a serious match was hard to predict. But after seeing his eyes, she changed her mind and said they just had to trust him. Helen cried out, asking if she really meant to leave things like this. Sylvia said that honestly she was scared too, and trying to calm herself down. But she believed the protagonist had a good reason for choosing this fight, so she would trust him. Then Judo brought him lunch, a simple sandwich he could eat fast. She warned him not to rush after training, or he might upset his stomach, and Rayon thanked her. Surprised, he asked what this was. MC realized the book had details about the flexible sword style Rayon used. It was laid out so clearly that he could grasp it at a glance. Had she really gathered all this and made a guidebook in just 1 day? She had even stepped in to protect his mother before. He never asked for any of it, but she kept helping him, and he felt grateful. A week passed and everyone spent that time preparing in their own way. Then the day of the duel came, and the whole family gathered to watch. Rayon smiled to himself, thinking he had waited a long time for this. Rayon had no idea how badly he wanted to finish him. He planned to wreck his body so badly he would never hold a sword again. The referee called them up if they were ready. Rayon sneered that he wanted to see the loser's pathetic face, but he said he wouldn't get the chance. The referee declared the duel had begun. Rayon rushed in with a smirk and mocked Rayon for acting so confident, but after using his movement skill, he suddenly lost sight of him. The protagonist appeared behind him and said that this was his first death. Rayon was stunned when had he gotten behind him. Raising his fist, MC said today he'd die as many times as he deserved. Then he slammed a punch straight into Radon's face. Radon reeled, wondering what just happened. He hadn't seen a single move. Radon asked how long he planned to stay on the ground and told him to get back up. Radon had said he was meant to die many times, so this one was for lying about the letter. Furious, Radon swung his sword and called him arrogant trash. He swore he would regret not ending it earlier. They charged again, and then Radon lost him a second time. He was sure he had only grazed him. Rayon struck his face with the hilt of his sword and told him he was on the left. That one was for ruining the flowers his mother grew. He hit him again and said this was for trampling them. Then the protagonist drove another punch into his face for hitting Helen. Radon couldn't understand what was happening. This trash was only supposed to know the flexible sword style and river step. Rayon was a lower-level expert, so he should have been weaker. Then why was he losing? Helen watched beside Sylvia and thought MC could have ended the duel in one blow. Instead, he kept giving Radon chances to stand back up. It was like he wasn't fighting just to win, but for them. Helen started crying, realizing he was releasing all the anger from the insults they had suffered, even for someone like her, just a maid in a place where bloodline meant everything. Rayon had challenged and crushed a direct descendant. Watching her son, Sylvia thought her father had only ever valued strength, and that was why this family had grown colder and crueler over time. Even as a direct descendant, she never felt she belonged. In the end, she broke under the pressure and ran away instead of facing it. But maybe that was not a mistake. Now she could see another way to use her strength to break the order of this rotten place. Her own son had shown her that. No matter how weak you are, your spirit has to stay strong. No matter who stands against you, you fight to the end. After a while, the judge announced that Rayon could no longer move. The duel was decided. The winner was Rayon Zeegart. Baldur shouted at his son for bringing shame on their family. Raumur cheered, shouting that he had said the protagonist would win. Dorian yelled that this was exactly what he expected. Luna called out his name, and Martha and Byrne shouted that they knew he'd do it. Rayon noted that he had served the Zeegart family for a very long time, but this was the first time he had seen so many people openly support a collateral descendant, no matter his rank. Glenn thought being praised by allies without regard for status was impressive. But what shocked him even more was that, despite his lack of experience, Rayon had used the step of supreme harmony, a movement art Glenn himself created through years of hard discipline. Most masters needed half a lifetime to learn it, yet MC had done it in only a week, and he was earning this much support while still so young. Their family had always chased strength above all else. That mattered in noble society, and even Glenn could no longer change that way of living. Rayon, as a collateral descendant, had felt the unfairness of that system himself. Maybe one day he would be the one to change this family from its roots. Rising from his throne, Glenn said the result was clear. Now all that was left was to carry out the terms they had agreed on. Afterward, he told Roan to find any excuse he could and slash the Central Martial Hall's budget in half. The butler grinned and said he would handle it. Then, under Glenn's watch, the duel's terms were carried out at once. Rayon had to kneel and publicly admit what he had done, apologizing to Sylvia and the maids. Glenn also ordered that no one from the Central Martial Hall was allowed near the annex. The maids finally relaxed, their tense faces turning bright with relief. Once everything was over, they all headed home together. At the front gate, Sylvia smiled and grabbed Rayon's hand, asking when he had become so strong. Flustered, he told her not to cling to him like that, and said he would explain later. One swordswoman said he looked more like a child this way, even though he had seemed completely different just a little earlier. The sorceress added that Rimmer claimed he survived a fight with a mad blood demon because of the strength he showed, and that was probably true. The fighter said the protagonist's movements were nearly perfect, and that the boy's talent was outstanding. Ignoring him would be a mistake. They should recruit him into their squad. Another said he wouldn't mind taking Rayon into Black Tiger after graduation. The swordswoman shot that down, saying it was too soon to put that kind of burden on him. The sorceress pointed out that the trainees of the 5th Training Hall did not have much time left before graduation, and after that they would choose for themselves which squad to join the ranks. They said he clearly stood out, but he wasn't the only standout in the 5th Training Hall. There were also Martha, Buren, and Luna. Any squad would want all three. They were strong and gifted. The coming selection ceremony was going to be fun to watch. Later in MC's room, Judiel asked if he had planned that duel from the start. He said more or less, at least he never doubted he would win. With a sigh, she called him scary, though still far kinder than most people here. Rayon asked if that meant he was nicer than the rest. Smiling, Judiel said she was truly thankful he saved her from Karen back then. After that, she left so he could rest. He noticed her expression looked natural. Maybe her efforts to protect Sylvia and the way she reacted were real. For a moment, he wondered if he should admit he lied about the rampaging worm. Sometime later in the hall, Rimmer cheerfully greeted Glenn. Glenn asked where all that gold came from. Rimmer said he won it from that fool, or rather from the master of the Central Martial Arts Hall, and it was all thanks to Renon. He also got a huge pile of enhancement pills for the 5th Training Hall. Glenn figured the instructor was making money off his grandson. Still, he knew Rimmer wasn't here just to brag, so he told him to get to the point. Rimmer nodded and said he had a proposal. Glenn asked what he meant. He had already given him full control over training. Rimmer said this wasn't about training. He wanted permission to change the graduation exam for the trainees. Glenn repeated that he wanted to alter the exam and told him to explain. Rimmer said the current test was simple, either earn the instructor's approval or duel another trainee. But these trainees had already fought the Owen Knights, and on their second mission they killed in a real life or death battle. They had already done far more than normal trainees, so the 5th Training Hall needed a new kind of test. Glenn found that interesting. Ryber said he wanted to make it a survival exam. The great Zekart name wouldn't save them there. If they could survive on their own, that would prove they were worthy of becoming true knights. Ryber grinned and asked if that wasn't a great idea. Glenn studied him for a moment and said he had changed. Rymer looked confused and asked what he meant. Glenn said that after his energy core was destroyed, he retired and stayed out of sight for a long time. But after meeting this year's trainees, he wasn't dull anymore. Now he was full of energy and eager to teach. Rymer laughed and said praise like that was embarrassing. He added that he agreed with Glenn. His mood really had gotten brighter. He denied it, then admitted it almost felt like he'd found a talent for teaching. Who knew? Maybe one day someone he trained himself would sit in the clan leader's chair. Glenn asked if he meant Rapso. Reamer said who could know for sure. It might be Buren, Martha, or even Luna. Glenn smiled and said that was amusing. He gave him 1 week to prepare the exam plan. If he failed, this whole talk meant nothing. Reamer smiled and pulled out some papers, saying he had already prepared it. Later, the 5th Training Hall trainees wondered why Remer had called them together and still hadn't shown up. Then again, that wasn't strange. He was never on time. Maybe he'd spend all night gambling and drinking again. Then Remer slammed the doors open and rushed in, happily apologizing for being late. He claimed he got delayed because he stopped to see the orphans. Burns snapped that if he was going to lie, he should at least make it believable. Remer insisted he was telling the truth, then said he had an important announcement. He'd been thinking about this for a long time, and they had finally given him the push to do it. The graduation exam was coming soon. They couldn't stay trainees forever. Usually, he said, students passed by winning the instructor's approval or beating another trainee. But not this time. Their exam would be different. When they asked how, Remer said they had already gained enough experience fighting Owen trainees, battled the South-North Union even as rookies, and survived Eden's surprise attack on their last mission. So instead of pointless duels or chasing his approval, they would go out into the world alone. Smiling, He announced the new graduation test, survival. In 1 month, they would stop being Zeegart trainees and survive in different places across the continent with only their swords. Of course, anyone too afraid could take another exam instead. Luna turned to Rayon and asked if he would join this test. The protagonist said of course he would. Luna answered that she would too. Buran said the instructor must have a reason for choosing this, so he was in as well. Martha said she'd been surviving her whole life, so she was ready. Remmer looked surprised that not just MC, but all of them decided. So fast, had they even stopped to think about where he might send them? He warned that he especially was the top trainee, so his choice could sway the others. They might follow him without thinking. He replied that he didn't expect it to be easy, but Remmer wasn't the kind of person to make a choice like this without a reason, and he had never given them impossible tasks. Remmer said that was worth praising, but he still wouldn't go easy on him. Then he announced their destinations. Reading from the paper, Remmer assigned the Levin Desert to Buran, Siam Canyon to Martha, the Kadam Jungle to Luna, and the Northeast Fortress Haben Castle to the protagonist. He was startled and wondered what kind of place it was. The instructor explained that it was a battlefield where they fought monsters pouring in from the northern sea and Mount Stalin every day. People called it hell on earth because there was hardly ever time to put your sword away. It would be hard for all of them, but hardest for Rayon. They had 1 month before departure, so they needed to prepare well. Later in the annex garden, Helen asked Sylvia if the young master was training too hard. He hadn't slept for days because of it. Honestly, maybe he should just give up this exam, it was too dangerous. Sylvia said she understood, but this was also a chance for him to grow. She believed he wanted to give it everything he had at Haben Castle, so they should help him focus fully on training. Meanwhile, Rayon kept pushing himself and thought that ever since hearing the exam conditions, he had trained even harder for a week and was already feeling worn down. Still, even with all that effort, it felt like something was missing. The monsters at Haben Castle were huge, and their hides were so tough that swords barely cut them. If he used the Zeegart sword style, balance between attack and defense, he'd be at a disadvantage. Thousand Lights was deadly, but it burned too much aura, which was a problem in long fights. The Ring of Fire had covered for that until now, but he couldn't keep relying on only those 2 skills. He had 3 weeks left, so first he needed to learn more about Haben Castle and figure out how to improve Thousand Lights. He needed a more aggressive sword style, and to make one, he'd have to push himself to the limit. Sometime later, Glenn asked if he wanted a new sword art in exchange for a silver medal. Rekon said yes, exactly. Glenn reminded him the silver medal was his to use, but asked if he hadn't planned to spend it on something else. MC said that was true. He had wanted to use it to restore his mother's place as a direct descendant. Glenn asked if he still meant to spend it here. He said he had learned something from the Sepia village mission and the last fight, and Glenn told him to continue. Rayon explained that for someone his age and position, his mission achievement was impressive, yet he only earned a silver medal, not a gold one. Then he remembered what Glenn had said before about how hard it was. Gold medals were what he needed to restore his mother's status. Gathering silver medals wouldn't help her at all, so it made more sense to use his silver medals to get stronger, then win gold medals later. Using his insight, Glenn said that logic was sound. He told the protagonist to take this. It would help at Haben Castle. If he didn't like it, he could choose something else. MC looked at the title on the book, Fangs of Madness. He thought that at least Glenn wasn't cheap when it came to proper rewards. Since Glenn picked it himself, Rayon trusted it would work and respectfully accepted it. The clan head told him to give everything he had to learn it. He said he would, then got ready to leave, but Glenn stopped him. He had one question. If the protagonist came for a new sword skill, did that mean he still didn't fully understand what waited for him at Haben Castle? Was he really not afraid? He could have refused. MC said he understood after fighting Eden's demons. Glenn asked what exactly he realized. Rayon answered that a life-or-death battle can bring more growth than years of training in a practice hall. He understood one thing. If he wanted to grow, he needed trials that pushed him to the edge. Still, Rimmer would never send them into something they couldn't survive. The road ahead would be rough and painful, but it would make him stronger, and he'd be thankful for it later. Glenn said he understood. Before he left, Glenn gave him one more piece of advice. A sword can be used in many ways, so the protagonist needed to think beyond his usual limits. The protagonist thanked him. Then Rimmer, who had been hiding nearby the whole time, jumped in and said this was exactly why he liked MC so much. An instructor wants a student who understands him, not someone like grumpy Buran or overly caring Martha. Glenn shot back, asking what kind of teacher insults his own students. He also said it surprised him that Glenn gave him Fangs of Madness. Rimmer laughed and said that kind of gift was worth a gold medal. Glenn's love for his grandson clearly had no limit. Glenn replied that he talked too much. Still, he admitted Rimmer had been quieter lately. Then he warned Rayon that just like its name, the sword style was savage. Whether the protagonist could master it or not would depend on him alone. Glenn had already done enough by handing over the book. Rimmer just smiled and said Glenn would definitely help anyway. His care for his grandson was obvious. Glenn suddenly roared that he'd had enough of him. If Rimmer was talking this much, then he must be fully recovered from his last battle. Panicking, Rimmer begged him to stop and claimed he still wasn't healed. Glenn raised his hand and coldly said Rimmer looked fine to him. That meant it was time to teach him a lesson. Rimmer quickly begged for mercy and soon a terrible scream echoed through the hall. Later, back in his room, Rayon looked over the silver metal sword art and thought it was far too good to be called a silver-level reward. Fangs of Madness really fit its name. It was a wild style like a beast sinking its fangs in, charging straight in to deal deadly damage with pure instinct. This wasn't something you learned from theory, it had to be earned through real fighting, so Rayon kept dueling the other students to get used to its brutal style. He trained without putting his sword down until the graduation exam drew near. He had to become sharper and fiercer before he could truly master it. So he kept training until no one wanted to spar with him anymore, and just before leaving he finally grasped the core of Fangs of Madness. Then his training time ran out and the final night before the graduation exam arrived. Judal pointed out all the bruises on his body. He'd pushed himself too hard because of tomorrow's exam, and Sylvia would be upset if she saw him like this. MC admitted she'd be right, he'd gotten carried away. To learn Fangs of Madness, he had fought every single day. Then he asked her to heal him somehow. Judil said it wasn't like she had a choice. Before leaving, Rayon said there was something he needed to tell her. As she listened, he closed his eyes and admitted he had lied about the frenzied worm. From her reaction, it seemed she may have already guessed. Judil said she had suspected it, though she wasn't sure. He asked why she doubted it. She explained that at first she truly believed he'd put the worm inside her, and after that she was too terrified to even think it might be a lie. All she could do was focus on surviving. But little by little, the warmth of the people in the annex changed her. Rayon treated her like a person, and asked for nothing back. He even helped her avoid suspicion in the Central Martial Arts Hall. After living there, she realized something. The way he acted around Sylvia and the way he looked at her were all meant to protect the annex. That was when she started thinking there had never been a worm at all. She had no proof, but she still wondered why he told her that lie. The protagonist said it was because she had changed. He had been watching her closely too, and the fake mask she used to wear was slowly fading. When Rayon went wild in the annex, she risked herself to protect Helen and Sylvia, and that was real. Later, information about Rodan's sword style appeared on his bed. He asked if she had left that book there, because it had helped him a lot. He thanked her for it. Judel then said she had a younger brother. They were separated when she was taken away to serve, and now she didn't even know where he was. She obeyed orders only because she was told it was the only way she could see him again. With tears in her eyes, she apologized. Rayon told her he would save her brother. He was sure Karan wouldn't stay out of his path for long, and when they met again, he would demand her brother's return. As long as he lived, he'd do it. Judal asked one question. What if she reported him to Karan? Why tell her the truth about the worm at all? MC smiled and said it was because he trusted her. She said she hadn't expected that answer. Rakan asked what she would do now. Judel said she would follow him, and if he ever needed help, he only had to call. He said he would leave the annex in her care while he was away. Kneeling, she promised to protect it. The next morning came, and with it the day of the graduation exam. It was finally time to test them. Their mission was simple: survive for a year and come back. If they did, it would be a huge achievement. Then Rimmer told their representative to give a farewell speech. Robert thought his instructor kept pushing him into this stuff even though he hated it. Still, the protagonist stepped up and said people always say what doesn't kill a fighter makes him stronger. Maybe fate threw them into it, but they had faced a real battle and survived. They escaped death while doing their duty, and that proved they were stronger now. He told them to keep growing and bring honor to the family and the 5th training ground. The graduates shouted that they would come back for sure. Remmer watched with a smile, thinking he had known from the start that Rodan was different. His skill wasn't the only special thing about him. He was calm and steady, far beyond his age, and he had the power to affect the people around him. Even with all his success, he never got arrogant and always trained harder than anyone else. What Rodan showed in their last fight looked a lot like Fangs of Madness. Watching him never got boring, because he always went beyond expectations. Reimer thought about how Mem-C had beaten all the others and even managed to wound his own mentor. What a bold kid. He just hoped he would come back alive. It would be a shame if they missed the rise of a new king. Then the protagonist told everyone it was time to bow to their instructor together. They all thanked their instructor with respect. Reimer smiled and said he'd be waiting for their success. They had to come back safe. Baran turned to Ran and said he'd train until he dropped this year. He hoped he wouldn't disappoint him. Martha agreed. She still hadn't repaid her debt, so MC better not stop there. And if he died, she'd drag him back just to settle it. He could only think that they really couldn't be honest even once. Then Rodan called his name and held out a box. Surprised, the protagonist asked if it was really ice cream. She nodded and said she still had plenty, so it was fine. Rodan thanked her and said he'd enjoy it later. Rodan told him to be careful, and he promised that he would. After that, MC turned to Dorian and said it was time to go. Dorian freaked out and asked why he had to go to Habun Castle too. He dragged him along, saying they needed to stop somewhere first. Dorian asked where they were heading, and Rayon smiled, saying their first stop was the trading city of Cameloon. They needed gear before they started fighting monsters. Sometime later, at Cameloon's central market, the protagonist looked around and saw plenty of items but nothing useful. It seemed he'd have to visit the black market instead. Dorian noticed they hadn't bought anything, and asked if there was really nothing worth taking. Did that mean they were going underground? MC asked if he knew the city's black market. Dorian said of course, MC was surprised since this was supposed to be his first visit. So how did he know? Dorian proudly explained that he grew up in a merchant family, so he knew all about trade. He had already guessed that much. Dorian really was born into that world. Since he'd said it himself, there was no reason to worry about appearances anymore. The protagonist smiled and said they'd go there. Then, he mentioned that the black market could only be reached through a secret path and asked if Dorian knew where it was. Rayon added that Rimmer had told him about it. Dorian then said he'd heard there was gambling in the black market, so their instructor must have known exactly how to get in. With that, they headed there. They hid their identities under black hooded cloaks and headed for the secret passage to the black market. Soon, they arrived at Cameloon's black market. Dorian was stunned by how huge it was, and even more shocked that it was cleaner than the regular city market. Still, he wondered if they could really find what they needed here. Rowan pulled out a book and said he'd check the auction catalog to make sure. After a bit, they sat on a bench and MC realized he had found it. The black butterfly was listed for auction that night, with a starting price of 10 gold coins. Dorian asked if he really planned to buy it because it was crazy expensive. He knew he was right, spending all his travel money on it was too risky. He decided they needed more cash, so he told Dorian they were going to a pawn shop. They had to sell a few things before the auction. An hour later, Dorian asked why the protagonist was still browsing instead of going straight there. The protagonist holding an item said he was looking for anything useful. Since there was still time before the auction, MC kept searching. Now that he had a little extra money, he could trade, but even here useful items were rare. Still, the black market was full of hidden bargains, if you knew what to look for. Just as he was about to head to the auction, he spotted something shining. Startled, he wondered if it could really be that item. He quickly recognized it as the ring of the first head of the Segan family. He had seen it before in his memories while learning the Thousand Lights technique, so finding it here felt impossible. Ranon picked up the ring and asked the price. The merchant praised his eye and claimed it boosted strength and cleared the mind, then asked for 5 gold. Dorian exploded. 5 gold? He said the man was basically robbing them. To him, the ring wasn't worth more than a few silver. He pointed out that if it really had effects like that, it would be sold in a magic shop, not dumped in the black market. And if the strength boost were truly big enough to justify 5 gold, it should at least rival an ogre's glove or ring, which it clearly didn't. There wasn't even proper engraving on it, just a plain pattern and smooth surface. No beauty, no style, and even a few chips. Dorian scoffed that it looked like brass and wasn't worth picking out of the trash, so how could the merchant ask for 5 gold? Dorian pushed him down to 1 gold, and after struggling, the merchant agreed. Rayon silently admired him. Wrath said the ring was obviously no ordinary item, but Dorian's sudden change was honestly unsettling. The protagonist thought Dorian was an amazing haggler, even if he couldn't judge true value. For the protagonist, this was a huge win. Then a masked girl stepped in and asked if he had already paid for the ring. MC said yes, and she immediately offered 10 times what he spent. She didn't care what the price had been, she wanted the ring. Judging by his look, she guessed he was an adventurer, short on money, so that should be enough. Dorian shouted in disbelief at the offer, while the merchant blurted out that he had sold it for 50 silver. Was it really that valuable? He urged him to sell it for such a huge price, but he realized the girl knew what the ring was really worth. Its true value had to be at least 100 gold. Even so, the protagonist politely refused. The masked girl raised the offer to 20 times, then 30, but he still said he wasn't selling it. Even when she offered 50 gold coins, MC turned her down again. He said he didn't sell his belongings, no matter the price. Her escort Satar warned that he didn't know who they were dealing with, and should be more careful. Going against the lady would only bring trouble. Rayon asked if he was supposed to change his mind just because her status was high. He didn't care who they were. Everyone should follow their own path. The masked girl snapped back, asking who he thought he was to act so proudly. She told him to stop resisting and hand over the ring, while she was still being polite. He looked at her and said the real arrogance was trying to take someone else's property against the owner's will. Did she really want to stain a noble's honor over this, or could they part ways peacefully? She warned that he had no idea how cruel the world could be, and should think hard about why people bow to others. Unless, of course, he wanted to die in some alley with no one remembering him. The protagonist said if that was all she had to say, he was leaving. Annoyed, the masked girl turned to Satar and said they were going to the auction house right now. She explained that this area was usually for people coming from the pawn shop, so if he was here, he was probably heading to the auction starting soon. Whatever he tried to buy, they were to outbid him. Sometime later at the auction, the auctioneer announced a winning bid of 70 gold for Data's necklace and congratulated the buyer. Next came a silver mana stone and a ring of violent flames, both sold, and the auctioneer moved on to the next item. So far, nothing interested Rayon. He kept waiting for the black butterfly. At last, the auctioneer introduced the next lot, a rare butterfly that worked especially well with mana stones. This one was a black butterfly, also prized as decoration because of its faint glow. It did have drawbacks, a short life and high upkeep, since it fed on mana stones. Even so, its beauty made it popular, and the bidding began. The price quickly climbed to 7 gold, and Rayon jumped it to 13. He thought that was already high. For a decorative butterfly, 13 gold should have been enough to scare everyone else off. Then the masked girl called out 50 gold and the room erupted. People shouted that no one had ever paid that much for something like this. The auctioneer declared that at 50 gold the item was as good as hers. She said it was time to leave, and Sator asked if she had come just for the black butterfly. She said yes, that guy had ignored every other lot, and even bid above market price for this one. The black butterfly was clearly his target. She had just put him in his place. Dorian cried out that she wasn't even hiding her bad intentions anymore, and asked what they should do. There might not be another black butterfly for sale. Ravan told him not to worry, they just needed to go pick out clothes for a night trip. Dorian stared at him confused, and MC calmly said they were going to steal back the butterfly. Dorian looked horrified. He meanwhile thought about how every great swordsman had their own special trait. Some were known for speed and smooth movement, others for mental strength or strategy. In his past life, the protagonist had been known for stealth. His best movement art back then was traceless steps. He never expected to use it again after learning the step of supreme harmony. But tonight proved otherwise. 10 minutes earlier, Dorian had quietly brought the night walking outfit MC requested. MC said it was excellent, especially on such short notice, then asked if Dorian had learned anything about the masked girl. Dorian scratched the back of his head and hesitated. He noticed the odd reaction and asked what was wrong. Dorian asked if they should just give up. The masked girl was Princess Jaina of the Kingdom of Balkar. He explained that she had shown incredible magic talent since childhood, and her skill at sensing magical artifacts was one of a kind. That was why the king treasured her so much. As frustrating as it was, Dorian thought it would be smarter to give up and find different gear for the mission. Round said a royal being in the black market changed things. Since her purchases would need extra checks for authenticity, she wouldn't get the item right away like normal buyers. That meant stealing it while it was still with the seller was the safest move. He said he'd be back soon. Dorian tried to stop him, saying it was far too dangerous. After a while, the protagonist thought as he moved silently around the auction house that he had been right. The princess's purchase still hadn't been handed over. One employee complained that he couldn't understand why anyone would spend 50 gold on a decorative butterfly. His coworker said rich people were just weird and told him to stop worrying and keep playing cards. Rajan spotted the black butterfly. The workers were guarding it, but they were too focused on their game. Using his skill, MC decided this was his chance. As the butterfly slipped out of the cage, he thought that black butterflies were usually kept in bird cages because they die in a cramped, sealed container. They loved magic stones because they fed on pure mana. Once it sensed the even purer mana of the Thousand Lights technique, the butterfly wouldn't resist. It would come to him on its own. And when it did, he knew he had succeeded. One worker suddenly stared at the birdcage. His partner asked what was wrong and why he stopped playing. Then he yelled in panic. The butterfly was gone. Both men shouted that they had to find the black butterfly fast. At the same time, the protagonist slipped away with a pleased smile. A little later, Dorian waited nervously, worried that if the young master got caught, it could cause trouble with the Kingdom of Balkar. The thought alone kept him from calming down. He muttered that he should have stopped him. Then the protagonist returned and said he'd found him. Dorian jumped in shock, asking how he suddenly showed up there. The MC said Dorian looked like he'd seen a ghost. Dorian quickly asked if that meant he was already done, and Rayon Zegart said yes, he succeeded. Dorian could hardly believe it. Since the job was done, they moved to head back. Right then, Jaina appeared, surprised by the unexpected meeting. She asked if he was upset and mocked him for leaving the auction without getting what he wanted. Then she offered one last deal, the black butterfly for the ring. She told him to think carefully, but the protagonist asked if she had trouble hearing. He reminded her he'd already said many times that he would not trade away the ring. Jaina's tone turned cold. If he kept refusing, he might not leave the black market safely. Before things got worse, an employee ran up to her. Jaina snapped at him for interrupting, but he quickly blurted out that the black butterfly had vanished. Someone stole it. The protagonist smirked and pointed out that she had a problem now. Jaina instantly suspected him. That mocking tone and arrogant grin got under her skin. She crossed her arms and called him a thief, saying she thought he was proud, but he was nothing more than a criminal. The MC coolly asked if he was supposed to care who she was. Jaina pulled off her mask, introduced herself, and demanded to know if he really thought he could act this boldly in front of her. Then she said she'd teach him his place. Saitar cracked his fists, ready to fight, and Jaina ordered him to handle it. He charged in and threw a punch. Rayon Zegart got into stance and asked why her name should matter to him. Then the fight began. The protagonist dropped Sitar with one punch to the face. Jaina screamed in disbelief, asking why her servant was on the floor. How could he lose to some tramp? Greer stepped in and told them to stop. Then he asked if this was really Rayon Zegart. He said he recognized the voice right away, then noticed Jaina too and asked if they knew each other. Jaina turned to Greer and asked if he really knew him. Greer said, of course he did. He reminded her about the outstanding swordsman from the Zegart family. This was the protagonist, Zegart. That revelation stunned Jaina. She remembered the Northern Destruction King had the same blonde hair and red eyes. Was he really part of that bloodline? Rayon Zegart then asked what she had called him. A thief, right? Jaina had no answer. The protagonist said he'd put up with enough already, and asked if her actions should be seen as Balkar accusing the Zegart family. He gave her one last chance, apologized now, and he treated it as the mistake of an immature princess. Shaken, She said she didn't know who he was. The protagonist replied that she could explain that during the official protest for calling him a thief without proof, insulting him, and starting a fight. Grinding her teeth, Jaina finally bowed and apologized. Before leaving, the MC said he accepted it because he didn't want this to grow bigger. Still, he warned her to watch her mouth next time unless she wanted to shame her kingdom. She kept her head down and swallowed her anger. Later, Greer asked if he had shown up at a bad time. Rayton Zegart said not really, thanks to him. He avoided being falsely blamed. Greer said he was glad to hear that. He added that MC didn't need to worry about Jaina anymore, since he would speak to her himself. The protagonist thanked him. Greer then asked what brought him to Camelon. He was there on a mission himself, so he wondered how someone from the faraway Zegart lands ended up here. The protagonist explained that he was on a graduation test assignment. He came with another graduate to buy gear. Greer nodded and said it really was graduation season, then asked what he needed. The protagonist answered that he was looking for a new sword because he'd used his current one for a long time. Greer said he knew a good place, a small workshop in Camelon's Western Craft District. It wasn't fancy, but the smith there was excellent. He even wished he could introduce them himself. Sadly, his mission kept him busy. The MC thanked him for the tip, and as they parted, Greer told him to visit Owen someday. Rayan said he would after the graduation exam. Greer wished him luck. Once he was gone, Dorian let out a long sigh and said they'd barely escaped trouble. He still couldn't believe how reckless that was, but the protagonist reminded him it had all been planned. Even so, he admitted Greer's help had been lucky. Dorian asked if they were heading to the workshop now, but the protagonist said no, they'd go tomorrow. He still had one more thing to do tonight. That night in his room, the MC said it was time for the black butterfly to do its job. The black butterfly can absorb mana, but it can't make that power its own. The two colored buds can't store mana either, but together they can do something special. Once the flower takes in the mana gathered by the black butterfly, it becomes a rare elixir mixing fire and water energy. Rayon brought the flower to his mouth, thinking that only a few people knew this secret. Even he had learned it only through memories tied to the Thousand Lights technique. A system message appeared. One frost curse node had been destroyed. The durability of his energy center and mana pool rose, and his energy, willpower, and overall stats increased a lot. The status window updated, showing that the MC's frost curse was now down to 4 nodes. His traits were listed: Fury Stage 5, Ring of Fire Stage 5, Thousand Lights Technique Stage 3, Flame Resistance Level 3, Frost Aura Level 3, Legendary Sense, Water Resistance Level 4, Invisible Strike, and Unbreakable Will Level 1. His stats now stood at Strength 72, Endurance 66, Sense 79, Agility 73, Energy 70, and Rage 10. After some time, Rayon said it was time to visit the workshop. Dorian was shocked and wondered what had happened to him. Over just one night, the protagonist's energy and aura had grown by a huge amount. At first, Dorian had only been curious about him. Back then, the protagonist was treated like a disgrace and looked down on by the direct line and the rest of the family too. Even so, the MC endured all of it in silence and poured everything into training. After getting close to Rand, Dorian came to understand something important. More than anyone in the 5th training hall, the protagonist truly deserved the name Zegart. That was why, even after going separate ways, the 5th training hall still looked up to him. Dorian thought that if he had even a little of the protagonist's strength, he might solve his family's problem. But that wasn't the reason he followed him. The protagonist turned and asked what Dorian was thinking about so seriously. Once they got the sword, they would have to keep moving right away. He told him not to slow down because they still had a long road ahead. Dorian smiled, thinking that was true. As long as Rayon stayed by his side, he could keep getting stronger. With them together, there was nothing to fear, and Dorian shouted that he was already moving. The protagonist calmly replied that he also wanted to see Dorian's flowing sword style on the way to Haven Castle. Dorian grinned at that. Sometime later, the blacksmith Kubrad Jajan apologized for the rough greeting and said they had come on Sir Greer's recommendation. He asked if they really knew the 3rd prince of the Owen Kingdom. The protagonist confirmed it and said that if the prince recommended this workshop, then the weapons here had to be reliable. Kubrad seemed surprised that the prince had really sent them. Then the blacksmith studied the MC closely. He looked young, but his level wasn't below the prince's. Not perfect yet, but his aura felt sharp and powerful, like a strong blade. Kubrad said it was hard to believe a child could hold that kind of strength, and that his aura was different from the prince's. Then he asked, "Isn't this Renan Zegart?" Dorian quietly wondered how the smith knew that without much talk. Wrath remarked that this was the real Kubrad, someone who could tell exactly who stood before him, and what they could do at a glance. MC thought his companion talked too much. Sitting in his chair, the blacksmith said he had seen many swordsmen in his life, but never anyone quite like the protagonist. The MC apologized for not introducing himself sooner and gave his name. Dorian introduced himself next, and Kubrad answered with his own name, calling himself just an old man who had spent his whole life at the forge. Ray Baron was stunned. Was this really Kubrad? The man who forged countless masterpieces for Owen and Balkar and became famous across the continent. He never expected to meet him in such a humble shop. The blacksmith asked what they wanted. The MC put a hand to his chest and said he needed a sword fit for the journey ahead. Kubrad asked if he wanted his first true battle sword. The protagonist said not exactly. First he had to pass the test that would earn him the right to be called a swordsman. He added that someone had already promised to forge his real battle sword. The blacksmith then asked if that person was Velkon. The protagonist nodded, confused. Kuberad lit up and said he knew it. Velkon gave up retirement to forge the protagonist's sword. Kuberad said he couldn't take Velkon's place by making MC's first true sword. So for now, MC should pick a temporary one for the test. He promised every weapon here was top quality, and Dorian grinned. Dorian asked if he could choose one too. Kuberad said yes, and told him to hurry while he was still feeling generous. Dorian quickly thanked him. Holding a blade, he thought Kuberad really earned his title as the best blacksmith on the continent. Every sword here was excellent. Then the protagonist noticed a dark blade in a barrel and asked what it was. Dorian pointed around excitedly, saying the swords were incredible, and he had no idea what to pick. Smiling, Kuberad said that was only natural. He made them. Dorian could choose blind and still do fine. The blacksmith suddenly froze. He snapped his head over and shouted that it was energy. Then he went silent, staring at Rayon, holding a sword wrapped in dark aura. Kuberad yelled for Dorian to arm himself right away. Dorian just stood there, confused. When he asked what was going on, Kuberad shouted that MC was holding a possessed sword. They had to take it away before its deadly energy took him over. Dorian said it didn't seem dangerous, and Kuberad barked back in disbelief. How could he not feel how dangerous that energy was? But when Kuberad looked at Rayon again, he was stunned. The sword was giving off a terrifying aura, yet it wasn't trying to possess him at all. Wrath cursed the blade as worthless trash. Furious, he shouted that this thing dared go after a body that belonged to him. He marched up to the sword, calling its nerve unbelievable. Wrath said he'd freeze it and smash it, but he told him not to touch it. Annoyed, Wrath yelled that the freak was trying to take his body, so why wouldn't he interfere? He even claimed the protagonist would have been possessed without him. The protagonist calmly answered that his body wasn't Wrath's, and the blade wouldn't have consumed him anyway. Kuberad asked if MC was alright. MC said he was fine, then added that this dagger was clearly no ordinary weapon. Kuberad said it was a failed piece. He didn't know if he had been hurt, but the blade was definitely possessed. He explained that there had once been a small southern village, called Siren. Its people served the sacred tree of Fellow and lived peaceful, trusting lives. Then the white blood cult attacked. Half the villagers were killed, and the rest were taken. No survivors were ever found. After hearing what happened, Kuberad used a branch from a Fellow to forge this blade in their memory. But it became a terrible mistake. The moment the weapon was finished, its pale blade and hilt turned red. Instead of honoring the dead, it brought back the villagers' hatred and bitterness. No one had ever been able to withstand its malice and deadly energy. Yet somehow, Rayon stayed completely sane. Kuberad still couldn't figure out how. The protagonist closed his eyes and felt the memories of Siren's people flowing through the blade into him. Their anger, pain, and grief. Had they really died so horribly at the hands of the white blood cult? MC thought he was too busy to help them get revenge himself. But if he ever met members of the white blood cult, he promised he would avenge them. Staring at the sword, Rayon asked if it was ready to follow him. Kuberad watched in shock as the deadly aura faded. Had the blade really accepted the boy as its owner? He said this weapon was forged to honor the fallen, and he invited the blade Requiem to join him. Later, the protagonist thanked Kuberad for his work. He left with Requiem and a normal sword as well. Kuberad said there was no greater honor for a blacksmith than seeing a rising star fight with his creations. MC turned back and said that if Kuberad ever came to the land of MC Zegart, he would be welcomed with full honor. Kuberad wished him luck on the exam, and hoped all would go well. As he watched them leave, he thought that Rayon had not only endured the possessed blade but made it his own. Was it some kind of bond between the blade and his mind, or was his spirit just that strong? Either way, Kuberad felt the protagonist Zegart would shock the world again. After leaving Camelon, they kept heading north for several more days. Snow covered everything around them, and once they got used to the endless white, Haven Castle finally came into view, the place where they would take the final exam. Rayon let out a breath and said they had arrived. Dorian covered his mouth and asked what that smell was, while Wrath cheerfully called it the true scent of a battlefield. He even said it was refreshing. MC looked at Dorian and asked why he was already complaining when they had just gotten here. To him, the trip hadn't even been that bad. Dorian stared at him and shouted, asking if he was serious. Ever since they left Camelon, the cold kept getting worse, and he only moved faster like freezing weather meant they should train harder. That wasn't all. Whenever they rested, Rayon kept picking apart Dorian's sword skills, and during his night watch, he swung his sword right next to Dorian's ear. Dorian barely slept, so of course he was upset. Wrath grumbled that even a broken watch is right twice a day. The protagonist had really gone too far with the training. He didn't even let Wrath rest. Then Tarion Barradoon, the deputy commander of Haven Castle's defense, asked if they were the reinforcements. He pointed out that they were late, and introduced himself in a stern voice. Tarion made it clear that while they stayed here, they would answer directly to him. MC agreed and asked for his guidance. Tarion glanced at Dorian and asked if he was alright, but MC said this was normal for him, so there was nothing to worry about. Tarion told them to follow him. He urged Dorian to get up already, but Dorian dropped to the floor and muttered that he wanted to go home. As they walked through the castle, the protagonist thought it looked far more vivid in person. the walls scarred by collapse and repair, and the air thick with dust, blood, and the stench of burned bodies. It was exactly how Judiel had described it. There was no way she could have seen this herself. So how did she know so much in such a short time? Just then Yua, who worked at the Frosty Branches Tavern, turned and noticed Rayon. Carrying a bag of food, she said she didn't recognize them. Were they new reinforcements? Her grandfather asked why she had stopped, and told her they needed to open up. She answered that she was going. Yua ran off, and MC glanced to the side. A little later, Tarion announced their arrival as he entered the room. He said the reinforcements the commander mentioned, the Rayon Zeegard trainees, had arrived. The castle's commander Milinj Braydun welcomed them and introduced himself. He recognized the name at once. This was the same Milan, known as the North, the man who had defended Haven Castle for over 20 years. Wrath noted that those eyes belonged to a real warrior. The protagonist quietly asked if he felt it too, and Wrath said only someone who had spent decades in war could have eyes like that. Milan folded his arms and said only the people in the room knew they had arrived. To everyone else, their presence was secret. He also knew why Rimmer sent them here, to gain real combat experience and return stronger. Then he warned them, this wouldn't be easy training with a kind teacher. There would be no hot meals or soft beds, only freezing wind and endless battles. If they came expecting comfort, they could leave now. Dorian instantly raised his fists and asked if leaving was really allowed. Raytheon answered first, saying they came to grow stronger, and he would accept any battle or situation. Milan said he liked that attitude. But they were soldiers now, and they would start from the bottom like everyone else. He turned to Charles and ordered him to place the 2 in the 3rd Reconnaissance Squad. Charles said he understood, and Milan added that they could be given any mission or fight. After that, Charles was told to show them their rooms and he led them out. Once the door shut, Tarion said he didn't like them. Milan asked why. Tarion said Dorian had been trembling in fear, while Rayon was way too calm like he was out for a walk. In his eyes, they would bring nothing but trouble. He even mocked the flower bracelet, asking what kind of warrior wore that, and said they should just send them back. Milan cut him off and said he understood the doubt, but appearances meant nothing. They had survived the brutal Zeegard training, so they weren't as weak as they looked. Milan said they should watch them first and judge later. He told Tarion to keep an eye on them, and Tarion agreed. Then Milan said the only thing he didn't understand was why someone had asked for weekly reports on the boys. Tarion wondered if it came from Instructor Rimmer, but Milan said no. The letter looked like it came from the head of Zeegard himself. Tarion was stunned. The commander said the Northern King of Destruction was watching them himself, and Milan confirmed it. Glenn had ordered reports on everything they did. It was the first time the chief wanted every little detail, and even the commander had no idea why. A little later, Rayon stared at the room in shock. He asked how Dorian had fixed it up so fast. Dorian happily raised a hand and said he did it while MC was in the bathroom. He was baffled. Just a minute ago, the place had looked awful. He pulled back the curtain and asked where Dorian got it. Dorian proudly said he brought it with him. Rayon noticed it came in different colors too. Dorian nodded, saying it was a must-have. He had red, yellow, and green, then asked which one the protagonist wanted. The protagonist could only wonder what kind of magic bag Dorian was carrying. Then Rodden, the captain of the reconnaissance squad, stepped in and asked if the newcomers were done unpacking. After introducing himself, he said he knew they had just arrived, but there was no time to rest. Orders had come in. They were heading out on an expedition. Meanwhile, back at Zeegard Castle, Glenn asked why Rimmer had come. Rimmer grinned and said he already knew everything. Glenn had secretly put people on Rayon to see how he was doing. Glenn rubbed his forehead, annoyed, thinking he never should have let MC go to those gambling houses, if that was where this got exposed. He told Rimmer to keep quiet, but Rimmer just excitedly brought up how incredible he was. He said the protagonist had even made use of the 2 colored buds from the Claw mission and beaten Princess Balkar. Glenn dryly replied that the protagonist really was an amazing thief. What was so great about wrecking things with a princess from a nearby kingdom? Rimmer shot back that she had started it, and Rayon only answered in his own way. He added that even the Watchers couldn't figure out how MC stole the butterfly, and his next move would probably be just as impressive. Glenn said he doubted that. He'd already called his people back. Rimmer was stunned and asked why. Wasn't Glenn curious what he would do next? He'd even heard Kuberad gave him a sword. Glenn calmly said he only sent them to stop trouble inside the family. Since that was settled, there was no reason to keep watching. Rimmer smiled and said that was fine. Now Glenn's spies inside Hoven could send reports instead. Glenn looked horrified, and the butler shouted that he never said that. Rimmer kept pushing, saying it was obvious Glenn had people in the castle. Why was it so hard to admit his grandson was the best? Then he asked Glenn to show the protagonist some favor. That would also help the people in the annex, and it might fix things with Sylvia too. In the end, everybody would benefit, Glenn coldly said. One lesson clearly hadn't been enough for Rimmer. Rimmer instantly got nervous, said it was time to go, and rushed out. Glenn folded his arms and vowed to make sure he never forgot lesson 2. A loud scream echoed through the castle. At the same time, Rand turned his head and wondered if he had really just heard someone screaming. Later, Rodden announced they had reached Mount Sterling. With the snow and monsters, Castle Hoven was called Hell on Earth. Still, he admired the view, and MC agreed. Rodden then asked if they should do a quick test before the reconnaissance mission. He wanted to see their skill, so he pointed at some tracks and asked what they made of them. Dorian guessed they were from an ice troll because they were so big. Robin covered his mouth in thought and said it definitely wasn't a troll. Kneeling by the print, he explained that troll tracks looked more like human footprints. They were usually bigger and deeper than this. These came from a four-legged animal. He said they belonged to a mountain goat, Kari. Rodin was shocked that he figured that out so fast. When asked how old the tracks were, the protagonist said the ground wasn't very hard, so they were probably fresh. If they went west, they could likely catch it. Rodin then pointed to scratches on a tree and asked about those. Rodin said they were claw marks from a ferocious wolf, which marked its territory on trees and rocks, but this one was already dead. Rodin was stunned and MC went on. Ferocious wolves normally stayed inside their territory, so if the marks were old, the wolf had to be dead. Rodin could only think, who is this guy? How did he know all this? Most rookies in their squad struggled badly. At Haven's reconnaissance unit, they didn't haze newcomers or bury them in chores. They just threw them into reality until they understood how useless book learning could be and how deadly this place was. At best, a rookie got a few tips, but Raynon already knew too much. Nothing here seemed hard for him. Dorian stared at Rodin, confused. Rodin just smiled, held up a branch and shouted, asking what this meant. Dorian asked how he was supposed to know. Rodin laughed, wondering how he could not know, and Dorian quickly asked the protagonist for help. MC thought they could keep playing around while he checked the area himself. Thanks to his legendary senses, he was great at picking up everything around him. Then he noticed the dark energy coming off the blade. Rayon realized the Requiem blade could scan the area too and pass information through spiritual energy. He had discovered that soon after arriving, the sword absorbed spiritual energy from dead monsters and passed it to him, letting him read hidden traces. It was nice that the blade was trying so hard to help. Wrath snapped that it was trash and demanded to know why he was using it when his legendary senses were far better. Why rely on that junk? The protagonist answered that he liked Requiem's effort, and using it meant owing Wrath a little less. Wrath huffed and shouted that legendary senses meant nothing to him. They were still better than some sword. Brown asked how he could be so sure. Wrath barked that it was obvious because he was the greatest and strongest lord in the demon realm. MC calmly said he'd remember that. Wrath growled, upset that he was brushing off his advice too. The protagonist said the real problem was simple. Wrath kept trying to steal his body, so of course he couldn't trust him. Wrath snapped that MC had already figured that out, so what was there to worry about? Then he said he'd share a technique using Frost Aura. He looked at him and Wrath declared that he would show him the true power of Frost Aura. It was something Rayon had never seen in any book, and he was stunned by the sudden generosity. Soon Wrath revealed the technique's name, Glacier. It was beyond normal people, and could only be mastered by someone with the purest Frost Aura. With the protagonist's current level, learning it would take time and effort. Wrath told him to focus and empty his mind. He needed to blend his Frost Aura with the aura of this place. Wrath spread his energy around them and told Rayon to look at the Frost Aura, then asked what it resembled. Sitting with his eyes shut, MC said it looked like the snow covering the whole area. Wrath said it might seem that way, but it wasn't snow. It was all one huge Frost Aura, and the key was linking them together. He opened his eyes and thought it sounded incredibly hard. He hadn't known Frost Aura could do this much. Wrath explained that instead of forcing the connection, the protagonist had to keep the image of it in his mind. Then he could sense far-off events like they were right in front of him. All the snow around him became his eyes, ears, and skin. It felt like the world had frozen. No, like Rayon himself had frozen. His body grew heavy, but his senses sharpened. He could see Rodin teasing Dorian and even a ferocious wolf after a hunt. He wasn't just finding their positions. He could tell what they were doing. It was incredible. Since it was his first time, his range was short, and he couldn't hold the vision long. Then Rayon felt something, turned and shouted, "There." He ran over and called to Captain Rodin. Surprised, Rodin asked what was wrong. MC yelled that a mole shark was coming straight at them, underground. Rodin frowned. A mole shark. He could hardly believe it. This was Mount Sterling monster territory, so why would an aquatic beast be here? He couldn't even feel the vibrations one should make underground. He insisted it was true and that it was coming. Robin started asking how that was possible, then water burst up behind him. He spun around in shock. Were mole sharks really here already? Everyone stared at the huge monsters. Robert forced himself to stay calm. Only he and the two rookies were here. He had to get them out and alert the squad somehow. As he tried to move, one monster let out a growl. Robert panicked, wondering why his legs had gone numb now, of all times. Then Rayon flashed forward and slashed the monster in an instant. He said he'd hold them off, and Robert needed to warn the others. The protagonist knew the captain still didn't trust him, but at the very least he should trust MC's blade. Robert pulled Dorian with him and told Rayon to stay alive. He only needed to dodge and hold out until backup came. He stared at the mole sharks without panic, and muttered, "Guess it's time." The monsters charged at once, but the protagonist used fangs of madness and cut them down. He realized the technique worked even better than he thought. Normally monsters like these needed aura to beat, but now his swordsmanship alone was enough. Robert leaped aside in an instant, and the monster smashed into the ground hard enough to shatter it. He understood why his frost aura had linked with the area around him. That let him read their moves and use his sword better. So this was the glacier. He needed to train it more. Real fights would sharpen that sense. As MC struck again, he aimed to sink fangs of madness with the glacier. He felt like he could handle any strong enemy now. He was adapting faster than expected, and Castle Haven was full of monsters to train on. Then Robert rushed over shouting for Raoul to fall back. He had brought reinforcements, but the captain froze in place, staring at the dead mole sharks he had killed by himself. Those things could wipe out a whole squad. Just who was this kid? Robert looked at the protagonist, speechless, while Raoul thought the captain had nearly gotten innocent people killed because of that doubt. Even if Robert wanted to say something, nothing came out. His pride had taken a hit, but he still bowed and apologized, admitting MC had saved them. He confessed he hadn't trusted him and had put him in danger. He didn't even try to excuse it with seniority. After thanking him, he was surprised the apology came so fast. He placed a hand on Robert's shoulder and said it was fine. He wouldn't have trusted a newcomer either. Robert stared at him, amazed, and said he finally understood who Robert was. The protagonist tensed, wondering if the captain had figured something out, but Robert just grabbed his hand and called him an angel sent from heaven. To celebrate the rookie's first win, he ordered everyone to gather at the tavern, his treat. The assistant blurted out, amazed that their cheap captain was actually paying, and nobody was about to turn down free drinks. At the tavern, one comrade swore he saw the whole thing himself. Robert told the captain to trust his blade, then wiped out every monster. Another grinned and asked why someone that strong was stuck in this awful place. He didn't even look 17. The captain snapped at him for doubting the newcomer. Meanwhile, Roth was busy praising pineapple pizza, saying the rich cheese and sharp fruit taste were perfect together. MC looked at the slice in his hand, wondering who invented that combo. Dorian laughed and said this was new. He'd tried it before and hated it. Roth shouted that a guy who eats anything wouldn't understand. US stared at him in surprise and said the rumors were true. The senior scouts were apparently miserable. The new kid beat them in everything, even looks. Then she remembered to introduce herself as Yua. Holding a book, she asked if they wanted to see the rest of the menu. Rayon agreed and glanced it over while Raph studied the dishes with interest. He said the place might be remote, but the menu was packed and immediately demanded mint chocolate chip ice cream. The protagonist quietly said he wanted something else, but Yua lit up and started praising their mint ice cream, saying the mint near Castle Haven was the freshest around. Raph snapped that MC was unbelievable. He taught him a secret technique and this was the thanks he got. Rayon told the spirit to calm down, though he did wonder how a tavern out here even had ice cream. Then he simply raised a hand and ordered one serving. A man called out to the newcomer with a smile and asked if he really beat 6 mole sharks alone. He said not to take it the wrong way. He was just curious how someone so young could be that strong, and he also wanted to thank him for keeping them safe. The protagonist thanked him back and said he didn't need thanks. The man laughed, saying that with skills like his, promotion would come fast, so he wanted to talk while he still had the chance. Another comrade agreed and Dorian raised a fist with a grin, saying MC had really done something amazing. The MC, though, still wasn't used to praise. Yua set down a plate and cheerfully announced their special mint ice cream. Wrath urged him to taste it already, so he silently took a spoonful. Wrath exploded with joy, raving about the icy chill on the tongue and the sweet chocolate that followed. As the protagonist looked at the ice cream, he mentioned that using the glacier showed him it had many uses. Wrath asked if he'd figured that out already, then admitted he was right. The glacier wasn't just for scouting. Using frost aura that way also helped in battle, and Rayon asked if it could improve both offense and defense. Wrath smiled and said exactly. MC murmured that it was an amazing ability. Sharper senses, better attacks, better defense. Wrath brushed it off, saying it was nothing special for him, but for a weak little puppet like him, it was great, especially after a few years of training. The protagonist looked at the spirit and asked if that was too much. Wrath shot back that nobody had it easy, and the protagonist should listen if he wanted to become great. MC offered a bet instead. He said he could master the glacier in just 6 months. When Wrath hesitated, Rayon pushed harder and changed it to 5 months. That did it. Wrath quickly accepted. A system message appeared, saying Wrath had accepted the bet. Later he suggested that Dorian head back to the dorm, and Dorian agreed. But Yua stopped them, saying she had something to give them before they left. She handed over a bag of cookies and said they seemed to like the pineapple pizza, so she used the leftover fruit to make pineapple cookies. Rayon accepted the bag and thanked her, while Wrath praised the pineapple girl. Yua smiled warmly and said she hoped they liked them, then asked them to come back anytime for more. The group waved goodbye and said they'd meet again. At the same time, back in the snowy forest, the second reconnaissance squad ran hard through the snow. Their captain knew this was an emergency. They had to get back fast and report to Commander Millen. Ice trolls had appeared nearby. Some time later, at the castle, Radine announced, without meeting their eyes, that they'd been ordered to eliminate the ice trolls. Dorian freaked out, asking if this was really another mission. They had just finished the first one yesterday. The captain said he knew the timing was rough, but the order came from above, and he couldn't change it. Dorian still asked why, and the deputy explained that the second reconnaissance squad had found 13 ice trolls near underground mine number 4, maybe more. It was better to strike first. Millen pointed out that the 4th mine was close to the 5th. Terrion said that was why they would deal with the trolls first, then check what happened with the mole sharks at mine 5. The commander said he had a bad feeling and told his deputy to go along. Tarion agreed, and Millen ordered him to take his men and the Wolf Squad mercenaries, wipe out the trolls, then inspect the northern sea before returning. When reconnaissance came up, Tarion cut in and said he'd also take the 3rd reconnaissance squad. Millen asked why, and Tarion answered that he'd heard Rayon had killed all the mole sharks alone on the first mission, doing it in minutes without a scratch. If that was true, he'd be a big help now. He also wanted to see the protagonist's skills for himself. Hearing that, the protagonist remembered saying he was ready for any challenge. As Tarion left, he told them to get a good night's sleep and be ready. The door shut sharply behind him. Dorian panicked, saying they were going to die at this rate. They had only just come back from the first mission. Why were they being sent out again so soon? Nearly crying, he turned to Raydol and asked if ice trolls really couldn't be beaten with a sword. MC said that was mostly true. Ice trolls had thick skin built for brutal cold, so without aura in your blade, killing them was nearly impossible. On top of that, like other trolls, they healed fast. Under his blanket, Dorian groaned that he couldn't take this anymore. He was sure he'd die on this mission and should probably write a will. He sat on the bed and told Dorian not to panic. With his speed, a few trolls were nothing. Dorian shouted that this was not helping. Ryan said there was another way, and Dorian quickly asked what he meant. Gripping his sword, the protagonist said the best cure for fear of ice trolls was simple. Fight him first. After that, trolls would look like cute little elves. He lifted his blade with a scary aura and said they were starting now. Dorian gave a nervous smile, then he blurted out, "Seriously? What was MC doing?" Compared to him, the trolls sounded weak. He hurriedly said goodnight, and Wrath muttered that Dorian was a strange guy. The next morning, at Hoven Castle's main gate, Tarion checked the list and called for roll. He asked how Dorian was doing. Looking exhausted, Dorian said he was fine. Anything was better than fighting him. Then Beto, leader of the Wolves mercenaries, walked over and asked if this was Radin. He introduced himself and said he was happy to meet him. Beto added that all his men wanted to test themselves against the protagonist. With a smile, he said he had no idea MC was part of the reconnaissance squad. MC answered that he was glad to meet him too. Beto shook his hand and said he was looking forward to working together. Then he waved and said he had to go check on his men. He only came over to introduce himself before the mission. Wrath immediately said he didn't like Beto. In his view, eyes like that belonged to traitors. Maybe not always, more like 8 times out of 10. So even Wrath sounded a little unsure. Wrath figured that idea had really stuck in Wrath's head. Still, he had to admit Beto's eyes made him uneasy too. Since they were traveling together, he decided to keep watch on him. As the troops got ready, Yoa came down the road carrying a box and apologized for being late. She said she brought the food they ordered. The soldiers lit up and told her she got cuter every day, and her cooking kept getting better. One of them patted her head and called her the pride of Hoven Castle. Rothan watched with a small smile. It was obvious everyone adored Yua. To him, she was basically the castle's mascot. Yua called out to young master, the protagonist, handed him a bag and said she and her grandpa made jerky. She proudly told him to take it. Surprised, MC asked why he was getting one. Yua said it was because this was his first trip, and if he liked it, he should buy more from them later. He gently patted her head, thanked her, and said he was sure it would be great. Yua beamed and told him to visit, since they had lots of tasty things. Tarion then called everyone to attention and ordered them to line up. Before leaving, he gave a short briefing. Their first job was to kill the ice trolls. The second was to scout the area between Mount Sterling and the Northern Sea. Most of all, they needed to finish without anyone getting hurt. At that moment, Wrath noticed something. Wrath quietly asked what it was and where he was staring. Wrath said a faint aura was coming from the mountain, but he could still feel it. Could it really be him? A second later, Wrath shut that down and said it was nothing important. Then Tarion ordered everyone to move out. Later, a soldier from the vanguard raised his hand and told the scouts to unpack the bags and carry them. He warned them not to lose even one, saying they should treat the bags like their lovers. The others mocked the scouts, saying people like them wouldn't understand. Rathon turned to the captain and asked why the vanguard was making the scouts carry their gear. Rathon said this was the protagonist's first mission with them, so he'd explain. The attack squad saved its strength before battle, because they were the main fighters. That had been the rule for a long time. It was annoying, but scouts had no choice. They had no power and no status, so they just obeyed. Rathon added that it used to be even worse. They also hauled bodies and handled cleanup. In places like this, strength ruled everything. It was unfair, but that was reality. Rathon calmly thought it made no sense. Scouts risked their lives too. They were often the first to walk into traps or meet the enemy, yet they were treated like animals. He had believed everyone on the front line worked as one team, but clearly that wasn't true. Rathon said the attack squad was the problem. He believed most of this hazing came from their commander, Edquil. MC looked at the commander and realized this was the man poisoning the ranks. He decided Edquil needed to be taught a lesson. Some time later, Tarion stared ahead in surprise and asked what this was supposed to mean. According to the report, ice trolls should have been at the cave, but there were none. Radin said that couldn't be right. Tarion asked if he was sure, and Radin insisted he had seen 13 trolls near the forest edge. Edquil folded his arms and snapped that reconnaissance couldn't be trusted. In his view, a proper swordsman should always go with them. Radin, still confused, said he was certain. Tarion cut it off and ordered everyone to split up and search for signs of the trolls. He told them to inspect the area carefully. As the squad searched, Radin noticed more and more time passing. Still, there was no sign of anything. These men knew the land well, so missing obvious traces didn't make sense. Even if ice trolls left fewer marks than usual, they couldn't just vanish. Someone had to be behind this. He turned to Tarion and asked if he could try searching himself. Tarion listened, but Edquil cut in and told Ramon not to stick his nose into other people's work. He sneered that the protagonist should go help set up camp instead. The sun was almost down. Or was he trying to embarrass himself like the rest of the scouts? Tarion told Edquil to stop and said they should let MC try, even if it ended up wasting time. He placed a hand on the snow, closed his eyes, and used Glacier. Then he opened them again. Edquil, annoyed, asked what the protagonist was even looking at and told him to quit fooling around. MC said he found them. Edquil stared at him and asked what that was supposed to mean. Looking up, Radin said the trolls were in a frozen valley northeast of Mount Sterling. Edquil exploded. He shouted that this freak was claiming he found their exact spot without even seeing them. He simply asked if that was a problem. Grinding his teeth, Edquil yelled that this was no time to lie. Was the protagonist ready to take responsibility for that claim? MC answered that he wasn't stupid enough to joke in a situation like this. Tarion told Edquil to calm down and said he was getting too emotional. Then Tarion asked how he tracked them. He said he used a perception technique that let him read nature itself. Edquil was stunned and demanded to know if the protagonist even understood how far that valley was. He called it ridiculous and asked if Tarion was really buying this. Even Tarion knew ordinary energy sense shouldn't work from that distance, especially from a rookie. But those red eyes didn't look like they were lying, and hearing red nature itself made him think of only one person, Rimmer. If MC learned from him, then maybe it was possible. Beto said, now he was interested too. He asked him how long it would take to get there. He said about 30 minutes, and maybe 10 more to take the best position. Smiling, Beto realized the protagonist had even picked an ambush point. He reminded Tarion they still had 2 hours before sunset. That sounded like enough time, so maybe they should check it out. Edquil barked that Beto couldn't seriously believe this. Had the newbie somehow won everyone over? Tarion raised his hand and ordered everyone to prepare. They were heading up Mount Sterling, and once night fell, monsters would fill the area. If Radin was right, this was their chance to wipe the trolls out first. Edquil only grunted. MC then walked up to Edquil and asked if words still weren't enough to convince him, so he offered a clear bet, no excuses. With a smile, he said that if the trolls were really there, the attack squad would start treating reconnaissance with respect. They'd carry their own gear, and the scouts' gear too, while helping with camp work. Edquil asked what happened if the protagonist was wrong. Rhinon raised his hand and said he'd accept any demand Edquil made. Edquil turned away, agreed, and said MC would lose anyway, but at least he'd stop hearing him talk. Tarion called for attention and announced they were moving toward the frozen valley. After a while, the blue spirit from Eden watched the soldiers from a tree. He asked why they were climbing up. That wasn't part of the plan. From his view, they were clearly circling to the best place to ambush the trolls. Had they somehow figured out where the trolls were? Annoyed, the blue spirit insisted he had hidden every trace. So how did they know the trolls were in the valley? In this blizzard, even a skilled scout shouldn't have been able to find them. At this rate, the soldiers would reach the ice trolls too soon. That was a problem, and the blue spirit needed to buy time. He needed more time, or the whole plan would fail. There was no way to lure the trolls away now. Then the blue spirit smirked, suddenly thinking this might work even better. A little later, Edquil stared in confusion, wondering how this was possible. The trolls really were here. He ground his teeth, furious. This made no sense. How had the protagonist found them from that far away? Rayon wondered if the commander had already forgotten their bet. Once the fight ended, all the daily chores would land on Edquil's squad. He was the captain, so he wouldn't back out now. The deputy told everyone to stop and admitted it was hard to believe, but they had gotten very lucky. Thanks to his skill, they found the trolls. Now it was time to do their job. Tarion ordered every unit to get ready, and the soldiers raised their weapons. He told the men to load their ranged weapons. Then he roared for everyone to fire. A storm of arrows struck the trolls, and Tarion shouted that the attack had only stunned them. He warned them not to let the trolls recover. If they slowed down, the monsters would regenerate. Hit the neck or heart, leave none alive. Then he ordered the left flank to hold the line. Rayon watched, impressed. One look at their teamwork showed these men were seasoned veterans. Using formation alone, they kept the ice trolls pinned back, but Beto was different in battle. A moment ago, he looked calm. Now his whole presence had changed. Maybe that strange feeling came from Beto's real nature pushing through. Dorian called over asking why the protagonist was just standing there. He was usually the first to charge in, so why was he holding back now? MC answered that their job was to protect the scouts. They needed to stay in place. Besides, he had another enemy in mind. Dorian blinked and asked what that meant. Rayon told the scouts not to move any closer and to support from the rear only. The captain swung his sword, ordering the swordsmen to stop the trolls' rush while the crossbowmen kept them distracted. He smirked to himself. The ambush was working perfectly. The trolls never got a chance to recover and stayed completely confused. And it was all because of that rookie, the protagonist. When this was over, he'd have to buy him a drink. Then Rayon felt a terrifying aura. He quickly turned, thinking that feeling wasn't his imagination. Looking at the trolls, he realized what it was: an ice troll warrior and a shaman. The warrior leaped up to attack and the captain froze, shocked they could still move like that. Sword raised, Rayon knew he couldn't dodge. Beto instantly stepped in front of him and struck the warrior first. Tarion shouted at Rayon to get a hold of himself, or he was going to die. Rayon snapped back in surprise while Beto laughed and said these enemies were finally worth fighting. A wall of ice suddenly rose in front of the captains. The deputy clicked his tongue. Staring at the troll, he realized the shaman was backing them up with magic from the rear. Taking him down wouldn't be easy. Tarion ordered Edquil and the attack squad to support Beto. The reconnaissance squad was to strike the shaman. The captains agreed, raising their swords. Rayon turned and asked if the scouts understood. They needed to reload their crossbows. Before he could finish, the blue spirit launched ice arrows. A rain of arrows shot straight at the scouts. Rayon swung his sword at once and shattered them. He said coldly that the enemy had finally shown himself. The blue spirit laughed, amazed that a kid could stop his magic. He was also surprised by the deputy's sharp judgment and quick commands. Tarion roared in anger, finally understanding why the trolls had been moving so oddly. It had all been the blue spirit. Using the curse of the ice shadow demon, the blue spirit formed a magic seal overhead and mockingly told the deputy not to curse. Then he declared that none of them would leave alive. The captain suddenly felt something and started coughing. They dropped to their knees at once, and Edquil gasped that a brutal cold had pierced his body and he couldn't move anymore. The blue spirit said that for their great revival plan, he would send them all to the next world today. Smiling behind his mask, he ordered them to die. But Rayon suddenly slashed at him, and the blue spirit cried out in shock. How could MC still move under the curse? He said he didn't get it either. He'd spent his whole life under a far worse frost curse. Then he used Fangs of Madness and Wild Dance of Fangs, smashing the enemy with a heavy strike. Landing lightly, he said one thing: anyone who depends only on curses is helpless up close. Edquil stared in disbelief. Had the curse really broken? How did Rayon escape something even the deputy couldn't resist? Tarion sharply declared that the battle still wasn't over. He ordered everyone to wipe out the trolls before they could regroup, and the soldiers obeyed at once. A little later, Tarion looked at the blue spirit and asked if he was disappointed. He still hadn't managed to kill even one of them. Then Tarion demanded answers. Why had they attacked? Speak now and maybe he'd grant a quick death. The blue spirit laughed, saying he didn't need mercy. In fact, killing him fast would help them, because from the start, he had only been there to draw Castle Haven's forces away. One soldier pointed toward the castle. The blue spirit said that since things had reached this point, he would give them a gift. Thanks to their pathetic mercy, Castle Haven would fall today. Then huge explosions rang out near the castle. Edquil looked over in terror and called for Tarion to see it. Smoke was rising from Castle Haven, and the deputy froze in disbelief. Rodin shouted that Castle Haven was supposed to be an unbreakable fortress. The blue spirit grinned and said they were meant to be bait from the start, to lure Millen's forces here. When that failed, he switched plans before they arrived, and used a spell to send a troll horde at Castle Haven. By now it should all be ruined. Tarion punched him in the face in pure rage. He told the blue spirit to shut up and shouted that a few trolls would never bring Castle Haven down. Rodin thought Tarion was right. Even if the castle's elite forces were here now, Commander Milland and the rest of the army were still inside. Some ice trolls alone couldn't take Castle Haven. The blue spirit laughed wildly and asked, what if there were more than just a few trolls there? Then the ground beneath the soldiers began to shake. Edquil looked down in shock and yelled that the earth was trembling. Beto shouted, was this an earthquake? Rodin knew at once it wasn't an earthquake. This couldn't be happening. The blue spirit sneered, asking if the deputy had really underestimated his preparations that badly. All this time, Tarion had been dancing to his tune. Laughing, he told him to watch his precious castle collapse. That was the price of their arrogance. They would learn despair. Tarion cut him down without hesitation. Edquil called out, but Tarion ordered him to tell every unit to return to Castle Haven immediately. Sometime later, the castle was burning. Millen ordered the locals evacuated first. The first squad was to fight the fire, and the second would block the ice trolls. Tarion then reported that the elite squad had returned. Millen said a horde of ice trolls had attacked and asked if they found anything strange on the mission. Tarion said yes, that was exactly why they came back. This ambush was the blue spirit's work. Mullen said he knew something was off, so the blue spirit had been behind all of it. Tarion added that they killed the one who summoned the trolls, but based on his words and the shaking ground, trolls weren't the only threat. Mullen said that still didn't add up. What did they gain from Castle Haven falling? Tarion apologized and admitted they never learned the reason. But because of their interference, the monster wave would hit sooner than expected. Millen went still and said there were signs of ice trolls, summoned monsters, and now the quake. There was a high chance all of it would trigger a wave heading straight for them. The soldiers panicked. The castle was already in chaos from the trolls, and now a monster wave too? They cried that this was the end. Watching them, Rod and Zegart realized the pressure was breaking their nerve. Fighting like this would be hard. Millen barked at them to calm down. Why were they whining? Had soldiers ever lost to monsters? Castle Haven was the iron fortress that guarded the continent. If they gave up, who would protect the people? Their families, their friends. He tightened his grip on his sword and said they could do this. They had held before, and they would hold again. He told them to steady themselves and grip their swords tighter, not for themselves, but for the people they cared about. The soldiers answered with new resolve. Rodin thought that was exactly what a real commander looked like. Just a few words and Millen had changed the whole mood. Millen ordered any unit without orders to protect the residents and clear the area. Everyone else was to follow him to the walls. He also told the protagonists Zegart and Dorian to help the rear units, but Tyrion asked if he could take those two up to the walls instead. Millen looked surprised. Was he serious? The heaviest attack would hit the walls first. No matter how gifted they were, one mistake could kill them. Tyrion said he understood, but this boy, Rayon Zegart, had taken down the Blue Spirit in a single strike. Millen was stunned. Tyrion added that Dorian came back from battle without a scratch. They might look young, but they shouldn't be underestimated. He asked Millen to trust him this once. The commander agreed and ordered both of them to join the defense on the walls. MC Zegart accepted at once and said he was ready. After a while, the commander turned to the scouts and asked the scouts if there was any news on the enemy. The scout nervously glanced aside and said the situation was bad. When he started talking about the wave, Millen cut him off and asked what else happened. Staring ahead in terror, he shouted that it was happening again. Beto asked Edquill if the commander had ever seen anything like this before. Sweating from fear, Edquill said this was his first time seeing it. Brown looked out at the scene. It reminded him of what Rimmer once said, that Haven Castle in the northeast would become his battlefield, a place where people fight monsters every day from the Northern Sea and Mount Sterling. They call it hell on earth, and for him, it would be even harder. A mass of trolls gathered before the walls. Millen asked how big the wave was, and the deputy said they counted around 1,000 monsters, but from how far the line stretched, he guessed there were really tens of thousands. Even Ryan knew he couldn't count them all. So this was what defending Haven looked like. Millen asked if the protagonist knew what a monster wave meant, and he said yes, he'd heard of it. A monster wave is a huge invasion that can take hundreds of lives. That is why they send out scouts here to get ready and lower the losses as much as they can. Broken walls can be rebuilt and ruined gates can be replaced, but the dead can never return. Millen told Rayon to save as many soldiers as he could. That was his duty now. MC firmly said he understood, and then a deafening roar cut him off. Millen said there was no time left to talk. He ordered the soldiers to raise their swords and admitted the size of this wave was terrifying. Still, Haven had faced this before. They would endure it and win. Lifting his sword, Millen shouted that they would celebrate together after the battle. He placed shield bearers and spearmen on the walls, while archers gave cover. Then the commander brought down his sword and ordered them to attack. The trolls answered with furious roars as a storm of arrows flew at them. The shots sank into monster flesh and they howled in pain. A scout checked through binoculars and yelled for everyone to look. An orc was charging in. It was headed for the gate, and they had to stop it. Their arrows couldn't pierce it. Then lightning slammed into the orc, and Millen shouted for everyone to stay calm and hold the line. He would handle the gate. Hearing that, a soldier yelled for the others not to panic. The commander was still with them. Then more soldiers cried out that enemies were climbing the walls. They had to stop them before they got over, throwing them back with aura the moment they came close. An orc climbed onto the wall and raised its axe. One soldier dropped in terror, screaming for help. Rayon rushed in and struck the beast at once. The orc crashed down. He asked if the soldier was hurt, and the man said no. As he got back up, he thanked him. The protagonist glanced aside and thought this really was hell. He had already killed hundreds, yet the monsters kept coming. Mulan suddenly warned everyone to brace themselves. The demolition unit was coming from the right. Rayon turned and an explosion went off at once. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if explosive monsters existed too, and what happened to the soldiers. Then he heard screams. Several soldiers lay on the ground, badly wounded. MC dropped to a knee in shock and wondered if the blast had thrown them off the wall. He told them to hold on and started forward. But Millen sent an aura command telling him to go back. Rayon froze, realizing the message came through aura. It was Millen. Holding a blood-covered sword, the commander told him to protect the others. If they got distracted, the whole defense would fall apart. He told the protagonist to accept the loss, and the protagonist knew it made sense. If they left the wall to save the wounded, the line could collapse. Looking at the many injured soldiers, he pressed his lips tight. Then he gripped his sword and decided he was not a commander. His job was to stop soldiers from dying, so he leaped down to the ground. Wrath called him insane and asked if he had even thought before jumping. Did he really believe he could save everyone? Rasht said it would be hard, but he would use every sense he had and try. A huge orc moved toward him. Wrath snapped that MC was an idiot for acting on emotion, and that only death waited for him. Tightening his grip on Requiem, he admitted Wrath was right. Honestly, retreating would have been smarter, but in this life, he swore not to live as a killer. He would become a swordsman. Ryan declared that as long as he stood there, no one would get through. Then he charged, vowing to survive this hell and win. The fighting never stopped, and the protagonist kept cutting down enemies again and again. Blood covered his arms to the elbows. The skin on his hands tore open, and all his aura ran dry. His palms knew only the feeling of flesh splitting under his blade, again and again, and his vision turned red with blood. Roaring in fury, Rayon rushed another orc and brought up his sword. Hours passed, and the moon slowly dropped from the blood-dark sky. By the time dawn rose on the horizon, there was not a single monster